हेलो चेक, हेलो। हेलो चेक। चेक। ठीक है।
बताइए ना पैसा पैसा टीडीएस वाला जो पैसा आने वाला था।
Good morning, everyone. We'll begin shortly in 5 minutes. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the workshop, Data-Driven Futures in the Age of Artificial Agents. Yesterday, we had an amazing session on various aspects of data, machine learning, and AI. And today, we hope to join together to have amazing discussions further. So today, right now, we are going to begin with our first technical session. Sorry. Computational challenges of analyzing big data, role of artificial intelligence, and machine learning. With we have with us our chair for the session, Professor Syed R. Hassan, Professor of Theoretical Physics, Institute of Mathematical Sciences, Professor Saurabh Chakrabarti, Professor of Advanced Computing, Microelectronics Unit, Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata, Dr. Arijit Ghosh, Associate Professor, Advanced Computing, Microelectronics Unit, Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata, Manmata Roy, Associate Scientist, Computer and Statistical Services Center, Indian Statistical Institute, and Debarshi Chanda, Research Scholar, Indian Statistical Institute. Over to you, sir.
गुड मॉर्निंग। आज का जो टॉपिक है कंप्यूटेशनल चैलेंजेस इन एनालाइजिंग बिग डेटा, रोल ऑफ एआई एंड एमएल। एज ए चेयरपर्सन मुझे बहुत खुशी और ऑनर फील हो रहा है कि ऐसे 4 महारथियों का मैं चेयरपर्सन हूँ। कल बात हो रही थी कि ये जो डेटा है 4th रेवोल्यूशन है, इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशंस आप बोल सकते हैं। अगर हर रेवोल्यूशंस जो है कुछ ना कुछ सोसाइटी में उथल पुथल करता है। ये भी रेवोल्यूशंस पूरे जो ह्यूमन फेस है उसके पूरे एग्जिस्टेंस को उथल पुथल करेगा और इसमें इंसानों को ये 3 ग्रोह में बांट देगा। इसलिए युवाल नोहा हरारी ने कहा है कि पास्ट में इंसान बहुत स्मार्ट था, स्मार्टेस्ट क्रिएचर था, इसलिए दुनिया को कंट्रोल कर रहा किया। फ्यूचर में वो लोग कंट्रोल करेंगे जो डेटा को कंट्रोल करते हैं। वो 3 ग्रोह कौन है? एक वो ग्रोह है, वो ग्रुप है जो ब्लाइंडली एआई और डेटा पर ट्रस्ट करेगा। ये एक नया गुलामों का ग्रोह पैदा होगा। एक वो ग्रोह होगा जो एआई और डेटा को कंट्रोल करेंगे, उनको बहुत बड़ा पावर मिलेगा और ये गुलामों को हकाएंगे। एक तीसरा ग्रोह भी हर दौर में इंसानियत में पैदा होता है, जिसको हम लोग तो सेकंड वी विल कॉल कंट्रोलर्स, फर्स्ट द फॉलोअर्स एंड द थर्ड रिबेल। सो वी हैव 4 रिबेल्स हियर। वो लोग इस कंट्रोलर को चैलेंज करेंगे बिकॉज दिस पीपल रिबेल विल बी आल्सो वेरी वेरी स्मार्ट पीपल, दे विल अंडरस्टैंड डेटा एंड एवरीथिंग। आज का जो टॉपिक है कंप्यूटेशनल चैलेंजेस, जो हमारे 4 रिबेल डिस्कस करने जा रहे हैं, उसमें एक न्यूरल नेटवर्क है। प्रोफेसर सौरभ चक्रवर्ती जो ISI से हैं will explain how neural networks learn from data, recognize patterns and make decisions with minimal human input, vital in analyzing big data. एक हमारे महारथी हैं, रिबेल हैं, देवर्षि चंदा, वो डिस्कस करेंगे आइडिया ऑफ जस्टिस, कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ फेयरनेस इन मशीन लर्निंग। एस जॉन रॉल ने बोला है कि जस्टिस इज द फर्स्ट वर्च्यू ऑफ सोशल इंस्टीट्यूशंस एज ट्रुथ इज ऑफ सिस्टम ऑफ थॉट। सो ये इंश्योर करेंगे फेयरनेस, जो कि ये लोग रिबेल ग्रुप हैं, जो कैसे ये जो चीज है काम करेगा फेयरनेस बेसिस पर। एक तीसरे हैं मनमथा रॉय, जो ये बात करेंगे कि जो भी हमारे पास बिग डेटा है, बहुत बड़ा बिग डेटा है, उसको जो ट्रेडिशनल टूल से हम लोग यूज कर रहे हैं वो बहुत काफी नहीं है। उसके लिए हमको बहुत सारे चेंजेस करने पड़ेंगे, उसके लिए टेक्नोलॉजी को भी चेंज करना पड़ेगा, उसके लिए बहुत सारे इन्वेंशन की भी जरूरत पड़ेगी उस डायरेक्शन में, जैसे क्वांटम कंप्यूटर है और मेनी थिंग्स है। जो प्रोफेसर अरिजीत घोष आपको ये बताएंगे कि एआई और मशीन लर्निंग में जो एल्गोरिथम इस्तेमाल होता है वो काफी नहीं है। जैसा कि कल के डिस्कशन में हमको ये समझ में आ रहा था, तो लोग समझते हैं कि सर्टेन चीजें एआई और मशीन लर्निंग है। नहीं, जो साइंटिस्ट है उसमें न्यू एल्गोरिथम डेवलप कर रहे हैं जो रोबस्ट होगा, टोपोलॉजिकली प्रोटेक्टेड होगा इन सम ऑल सेंसेस, वो इस पर रोशनी डालेंगे। तो मैं अपने पहले स्पीकर प्रोफेसर सौरभ चक्रवर्ती को बुलाता हूं, जो आपको बताएं कि न्यूरल नेटवर्क क्या है और न्यूरल नेटवर्क से आप क्या तमाशा कर सकते हैं। आइए।
Yeah, so good morning, everyone. So sorry, I will be speaking in English. I don't want to try out my Hindi in front of the Patna audience. So yesterday's discussion was an outstanding discussion. I learned a lot from it. I hope that you guys also learned a lot from it. But one thing that is very clear, to me at least, is that the use of words like data analysis, AI, ML were being used pretty loosely and kind of without a proper, well-structured way. A lot of things were put under the carpet. So one of the things that I would try to do is explain the kind of the roles of various things that comes up, try to demystify some of the stuff, and that would hopefully help us to understand what are the challenges that we have. And my friends will then take individual parts of it and try to explain further. So what is data analysis? Of course, it has three big components to it. You have collecting of data, you want to do the analysis of data, and then you want to release the data. And I'm not saying that these are like step 1, step 2, step 3, because these are interdisciplinary, interconnected. So one controls the other. So they keep on talking to each other. By the way, I mean, I really want it to be an open discussion. So if you have any questions, do stop me and ask questions. I'll be happy to. So let's start with the first part, data collection. And so there are lots and lots of things about data collection. And I don't want to go too much into this in details of this one, because as far as I understand, the next session is going to go into in-depth about this particular part of data collection. So after the data has been collected, there are two things that is done. The first of all, one thing that has not been kind of discussed at all in this workshop is data cleaning and data storage. How are you cleaning the data? How are you storing the data? And all of those things. Secondly, comes the actual analysis part, and I'll be focusing a bit more on this. And finally, it comes to the data release part. Now, the data release part has been discussed somewhat in the last session of yesterday, and will be discussed even further in the afternoon session today, when the legal issues and all will start coming in the picture. Okay, so I will be focusing only on these two things, data cleaning and data analysis. So the data cleaning part and the storage part. So all of us know that collecting of data is now almost easy in many contexts, right? If you want medical data, like MRI scans of things are like there in enormous numbers. If you want to analyze YouTube videos, the videos are there like crazy amount. All this data, how do you store it? It is something that is required a very sophisticated concept of storing them using efficient databases. Now, this is of course a very technical topic, and I don't want to go into that. I don't want to bore you guys into that. But all I want to kind of point out is that it is a very active area of research. And it is one thing that a proper data scientist or a data analyst should kind of have in mind. How do you want to store the data? The next one is you would like to clean the data, to summarize the data. You also want to store them, and this is a part of the storage part also, in such a way that you want to access it. Now, Hassan was talking about that one group that has not been represented at all in this particular workshop is the people who are working in the human genetics, or the people who are dealing with such data. Now, this is, of course, a big thing. I mean, both in the social understanding as well as medical understanding. But those are data which are so big, you can't store them in your RAM. So how do you access it? How do you understand that? And there are lots and lots of new technologies that we have, or new models that we have about talking about, is the data in a static way sitting somewhere? Or is the data keeping on changing? Is it dynamic? Is the data coming in a stream? So all of these things do come up. And again, we as theoreticians, we have some understanding of it. But the practitioners, of course, face other difficulties. And it is the understanding each other's problems is what I believe is the goal of this workshop. The third, of course, is the data integrity, data security. A part of it is being discussed there. Another thing, I am sure all of you who have dealt with data knows that this is a massive problem. Handling of missing values. How do you deal with it? Someone was pointing out that in medical data, in particular in Bihar context, the amount of missing value is way more than the amount of missing values that you get in other places. How do you take care of it? How do you take care of outliers? And there's also the normalization. The data are not collected. I think this is some point, some kind of way that Rajiva has also pointed out in his talk, that how do you deal with various factors. So this is about data cleaning and storage. So this part, I'm not going to go any further into this. Monmotho will be talking a bit more on that after I finish. So let me jump into the another part of it, the analysis of data. Now, how do you analyze data? So there are many ways of analyzing data. So the traditional ways of analyzing data is using the statistical models, econometric models, and various other ways of identifying patterns, doing regression, fitting curves, and various things. Right? Now, the first important thing to note is that this kind of techniques are provably correct. What we mean is that in mathematics, what we call as we have theorems. We have theorems to prove that, okay, yes, if somebody gives some regression is there, you can have a belief that the regression is correct. There's no issue with that. But that doesn't mean that you can apply these things anywhere and everywhere. One of the biggest problems is that these theorems, the correctness and all, is based on the assumption that the data are in a particular form. The data is coming in a very, is kind of, say, generated uniformly, has very nice structure. And if you cannot guarantee that the data that you have collected has these structures, then all the analysis will just fall apart. So this is something that I think also Monmotho will be talking about somewhat about how this kind of, so this is also connected to this data cleaning part. So one can take data cleaning, data resampling, kind of working out so that the data can be made fit for applying on a proper statistical model. Yeah.
Using qualitative methods. For example, there are different softwares that through which you can, analyze qualitative data, identify themes and patterns. So
Let me come to that.
Sure.
Just say. So this is more not in the qualitative, more on the quantitative data only that this kind of stuff will start working. Okay. I will just come to that in the next slide. Let me finish this one to some level. Okay, so this is one of the main problems of this thing. But then there are other problems also. Like people who have worked with it, if they know the statistical theory of it, they'll realize that many times we are required to invert a big matrix, or we are supposed to compute a big polynomial, and so on. And if the data size becomes large, super large, what we do face in the big data setting, then our computational limitations come in the fore. So something is not working. Okay. So computational skills, I mean, don't mean that, oh, because we are sitting in India or because we are sitting in Bihar, we don't have the infrastructure to do it. No, it's not that. The issue is that even with the best of the best technologies, sitting in the best of the best labs in US, still the computational limitations hits. It's a massive thing. It's like hard to explain how. I mean, inverting a 200 cross 200 data matrix is very much doable, but almost inverting a 1000 cross 1000 matrix is almost impossible. So in such situations, what do you do? This kind of stuff do come up in the picture. And for that, as Hassan was pointing out, that we do need new algorithmic framework. Can you do them quickly in some other way, not in the traditional ways? So this is one of the topics that is very close to my heart in my own research area. Arijit Ghosh also works a lot on this area, and he will be focusing on this particular point. What kind of course, we have to be vague enough not to bore you guys with technicalities, but to kind of point out what we call as sublinear algorithms. So algorithms that are so fast that you don't even read the data, and you can still make some stuff with it. The third most important reason why this kind of analysis hits the wall is that many times the attempt to understand patterns and all falls apart whenever the data is high dimensional, massive. And that is when the theory doesn't seem to just be there. Now, what do we do? I know that there are many people working in the medical world here, and for them it is like natural to find this one. And what they use is the AI ML techniques. Now, AI ML techniques is very powerful, but one of the reasons I want to give this talk here is to kind of point out the various caveats that are there in this AI ML techniques. Okay, any questions so far? Okay. So let me focus on the analysis of data using the AI ML techniques. Now, this AI ML word has been thrown around in all the discussions yesterday. But let me first say that AI ML technique is not a monolith structure. Not all AI ML techniques are the same. And this is kind of very crucial to understand for anybody who is going to apply this one. First of all, the old classical AI ML techniques of things like clustering, classifications, support vector machines or SVMs. These are the stuff that has been there for a long time, and these methods are provably correct. So if you want to do clustering, then if you apply a clustering algorithm, you can be safely assume that whatever it comes out is correct. And of course, you do hit upon computational aspects, like maybe our computational power is not there to solve it, but otherwise, so that is a challenge that is there, but whatever comes out, we are not going to question the validity of those results. These are very useful for analyzing geometric data or or high dimensional data and all those kind of stuff. The next one is kind of similar to the question about qualitative data that came out. And that was using these concepts of these various methods to use for capturing certain aspects of certain, say, paragraphs, certain videos or whatever stuff, to capture certain phrases or certain characteristics that help to understand them. So they are in the world of large language models or LLMs. A very standard example is the ChatGPT, which many of you possibly have been using it, either in your research or in your day-to-day life. Now, these things are not provably correct, but they have been studied extensively, quite a bit. And so, while we cannot guarantee you certain things, because there is a fact about training and learning and all of those things, its performance is pretty much good. I mean, they'll be kind of empirically tested quite well. The third and possibly the most cutting edge work that people has been using AI/ML, and this is a word that I'm pretty sure many of you have used it, is the concept of neural networks. It's the neural network that people use left and right and use it. So this is one thing that we should be very careful of. Let me go into this thing a bit more further. So what is a neural network? So basic idea is that you have a data, you take a part of the data, train some model to understand something else, then test it out on another part of the data. And if you are not happy with the data results, you go back to the old model, tinker some kind of a parameters, and repeat the whole process. So let me try to explain in a slightly more basic way. Okay. Say I have a theory that just by looking at your Aadhaar card numbers, your birthdays, your addresses, your can you find some more generic stuff? Your height and your weight, I can predict the amount of money is there in your bank. Now, I hope that you guys understand that I'm completely fooling it, right? It is not possible. Our amount of money in our bank should not be possible to be predicted from these things. But I can say that, oh, the people here in this. Should I repeat? Yeah. So I want to predict. So I claim that I can predict the amount of money that is there in your bank account just by looking at your Aadhaar card number, your birthday, your height, weight, and your address. Okay. No, it's not possible. I'm just I'm just trying to put an example. Okay. But this is what I will do. I will assume that the people coming in this hall, they are my samples, which is not a wrong assumption. They can be a reasonably good representation of at least a class of the society. Good. Then I will say that, okay, the people who are sitting there are my training data. I will use your information to train a model. And then then there will be some kind of very complicated equation using which, by putting in all these kind of things like Aadhaar card number and all of those things, it will spit out what its prediction is of the bank account. Then I will want to say that, okay, is my prediction good? So I will test out those on us. Is that model doing a good job for us? We were not part of the training data. So if it does good on us, then great. So I have found out some. If it doesn't do good, then what I'll do is that, okay, so that means something is not right. I'll go back to the model and start tinker with the parameters. And I say that, oh, so let me change this parameter a little bit here. Let me say that, oh, no, maybe the weight I have to take a bit more of this weight. The weight has to be multiplied by some factor. And there are various other such parameter settings that we can do. And I get a new model. And I again test it out. By keeping on doing it few times, I would, believe me, it is very much possible that I will be able to come up with a model that would do a very good job of predicting the amount of money we have in our bank account just by looking at our other things. Now, thing is that you understand this should not be possible. It is completely ridiculous. But this is what neural networks guarantees us. It can do. So what is the problem? Why are we? So the issue is what we call as overfitting. We have done two things. We have kind of computed a very complicated function, but you guys were the input and we guys were the guinea pigs kind of stuff. But that was not all. When it did not work for us, we went back and told that, okay, it's not working, you change it. So the training data gets changed based on this stuff. And it keeps on going back and forth, and we end up doing a very good job of predicting it on us. That doesn't mean it will work on the outsiders. That completely doesn't mean it should not work on the outsiders. But that's where the problem of neural network is. So there is no validation whatsoever of the model, and there is a massive risk of overfitting. Massive risk. Almost everything, anything can be predicted. Now, does it mean that they are useless, this whole thing? Of course not. The most important thing to note is that once you get such a model, what is required for proper analysis is to do a much more thorough cross validation. Once you have such a model, once you have a prediction, it is important to go back, come up with a better data from a completely independent source, reevaluate it, actually honestly check whether your things are doing well. Unfortunately enough, in most of the works that I have seen recent times using neural networks, this is not done. And people don't understand that just because this software and whatever complicated things that this fancy engineers and computer scientists have given us, that must be correct. That is far from correct. That is like, in fact, complete garbage. But it can be used. A good application of neural networks requires solid validation. And this is something, I mean, I've been telling so many people that if you look at a very good paper which have used neural networks to do something, within the first 5 pages, they would have predicted the model, and the rest, 95 pages, they're spending on actually doing validations of whether they have got the correct answer or not. So think of these neural networks are trying to get a good intuition about what the thing is, and then do a testing of that. So I really don't want to bore you guys too much more. One thing that I want to talk about here is while doing all of this analysis and all, there is an issue about fairness. So let me take out an example, which has been a pretty classical example. So these neural networks and all of these things have been used to, so if the credit card companies wants to find out who should they give the credit card to, or in other words, who is more likely to repay the credit card on time and so on and so forth. So what they do, they take all our data and all of those things and make a judgment on that. But what we don't want is that a person should be evaluated just based on his or her financial background, his or her other such backgrounds, not on his or her caste. You can't say, oh, this is a Dalit, so chances are that he will not return his loan, so we should not give it. And we all understand this is completely unfair. But the machine learning algorithms might also do the same unfair thing. And that's a big problem. And so we want algorithms. When we do these algorithms, we should be very careful that the fairness is maintained. So this is something, the big topic. Of course, I'm just scratching the surface. Devarshi will talk more on this particular point in a few minutes. So maybe conclude. So in data analysis, there are some major crucial bumps that you get on the way. Cleaning and storage of data, big important thing. Okay, there's quality of data to ensure that comes down to the world of collection of data, cleaning and storage of data, preparing the data, rather pre-processing of the data. How to use the modern algorithms in data analysis, particularly when the data size becomes large. How do you understand the use the AI ML techniques and all very crucially and carefully for data analysis? And finally, the fairness in the analysis. So I spoken a little bit on more on the AI ML part. Monmuthu and Odigi and Devarshi will talk about the other three. Thanks.
Question should be point then. So I want a question, not description.
Three types of machine learning techniques that you highlighted. So will Rijit be discussing when do we use, why do we need to use, when do we move from classical to LLM to neural networks? What is the need?
Yeah, I don't think that's the thing. Yeah. Also, I should point out that this three partition that we did is a very coarse partition. It's not something that like you'll not find it in any textbook or something. So this much more delicate about that. Yeah, you cannot make any boundary. So these are more like a kind of for bit more less technical way of kind of splitting up into these three things.
So neural network is working very well in physics problem. But in the social science data, still we are facing problem. So earlier is not just saying that in this machine learning there is not working. A lot of papers in actually in physics problem we are facing to solve that. Saurabh was pointing out diagonalizing a big matrix. Instead of diagonalizing a big matrix and finding eigenstate, we are using a neural network that is working pretty good.
Hello, sir. Sir, just you presented about that data cleaning part. So in data cleaning, for example, we have 500 sample. Out of that, 100 sample have some one variable that is misreported. Okay, like age is misreported and the remaining 50 variables are the correctly reported. And our sample is also limited. In that case, how you can, for example, how you can going to clean that data? Like you said that without traditional method, you can use something else. But we know that through traditional method, we can use that 100 sample and utilize them. But how you are going to use that and clean that in that case, if out of 500 random sample in one variable, only one variable are misreported.
Yeah, so actually,
He will talk.
yeah, so exactly. So this is Monmuthu will be talking about this one a bit more, but also I should say that individual cases will require individual focused understanding. So we cannot give a kind of big hammer to hit it any problem with that. So I think all we can point out is that there are issues that somehow he will talk about it in a slightly more.
One thing I can say is like in statistics, what is called robust statistics. So that's an area. Misreported. Notion of what is called robust statistics. Right?
100 out of 500, it may be difficult. No,
Primary field that your, let's say your function is dependent on. The primary field is completely misreported, then it cannot be.
So if your inference is really dependent on, heavily dependent on age, and age is not being, age is being missed there in your data, right? Then you really cannot do anything.
I must add
So
here
all
that,
techniques not-
for that only there are techniques to correct the ages and through the sample, like you can analyze the data. What is the child age? What is your his spouse age? What is the other variable who are correctly or coordinated with that age? So you can go and check that sample and correct the ages.
Yes, so given
So,
other characteristics,
and-
you can possibly.
And
do the kind of
other
approximation
techniques are
right?
like yesterday we have also talked about that age heaping and the various like Whipple's mass index to correct the ages. So in AI, you can't go through that data and use or simply remove that sample. You will using AI, like there are two type of AI. One generative AI, which is ChatGPT, Bard, Gemini, Cloud, and other one is predictive AI. Predictive, we can predict for that trend and predict for future and all. So two type of AI there. So simply we can.
What, how many types of AI existing? Direct questions, please come and answer. Start. After the talk, we will.
I have a question. Saurabh, so you began the slides with a sort of a layout of how the research process proceeds. And I wanted to ask how much, particularly as we all work in social science, there's a lot of trade-off between inductive and deductive methods. We use both effectively to refine a research question over time. So in a way, all of us are using a certain kind of sampling. We run a kind of either mental or an actual heuristic of some kind, and we refine our question as we go. So I wondered at the end of this panel, if some of you can respond on this issue of how the three broad classifications are more or less sophisticated in terms of question framing and refinement.
Sure, maybe after the A will.
Hello. Okay, so I am basically odd man out here. So odd man in the sense, academically I come from a cryptography background, right? So we do obfuscate things. Most of the, not most, all of the discussions here are being carried out to find out inference. We're trying to gain insights from a data, right? So we, cryptographer, we do the just opposite thing. So given anything, we scramble it so that nobody else can get anything out of it, right? And recently, I am looking into some problems related to learning. So, it's a other side of the moon. So, when I do cryptography, I do obfuscate things. And when I present myself in this kind of discussions, I try to infer things from the data. So it's a bizarre feeling for me in some sense. So, okay. So basically we have one friend in common, one friend, which is randomness. And today morning, in fact, I was thinking, it's very weird, So randomness is one thing which helps a lot in crypto, also in the data science. The reason is the randomness has this unique feature. It has a lot of structure in it. At the same time, it can hide almost anything within it. That's why randomness plays a crucial role in crypto, which is meant to obfuscate things, to hide things from the plain sight. At the same time, it plays a very pivotal role like sampling in data analysis kind of job. To elaborate more on structure and this dual nature of randomness, so it's a folklore thing in ISI Kolkata. So there was this legendary professor, I think Dr. J. Ghosh. And he was a great teacher, great researcher. So at some point, so he was teaching probability 1. So in ISI, you know, it's a flagship course. So everybody is the most awaited course. So probability 1. So Jay Ghosh was teaching. So in the first class, so he appears and asks students' names, let's say get some acquaintance. And then he says, okay, so you do this job. This is the task for this first class. You just pick a coin from your pocket, maybe 1 rupee or 2 rupee, I do not care, and you flip it. Just see it, head or tail, and note it. And you keep doing it 100 times and record all the results. Right? And this is the only thing we'll do in this class. Done. And then he went away and asked the students to carry out this job, record everything, and then they may go out. So students was, you know, bit disappointed. So I am in ISI Kolkata. So I am expecting this probability 1. Jay Ghosh, we had a lot of the good things about him. And then he appears and asks us to repeatedly doing coin toss, right? But yeah, so you can guess, right, what they did. So they basically did 3, 4, or 10 toss and then finally took the shortcut. I mean, which is the most natural cut, I guess. So next day, Jay Ghosh again appears and asks, so you did the thing I asked, right? So everybody shouted, yes, sir. Okay, then today we'll do the real probability. So you are probably waiting for. Okay, so just tell me how many of you got 50 coins or number of 50, sorry, 50 heads. So maybe 48 to 52, this range. So almost everybody raised their hand, right? And Jay Ghosh said, you know, it's very weird. I mean, all of you are getting heads between 48 to 52. It's unlikely, but not very improbable, right? Okay, let's go ahead. So how many of you got a run of 0 of length 4? I mean, 4 consecutive 0. Oh, sorry, this is 4 head. And nobody raised, right, their hand. Then Jay Ghosh said, okay, I should be very suspicious about you. This should not happen, right? I mean, it's very unlikely that none of you got a 4 consecutive vote in the trial, right? And this test basically kept on going. This is a perfect teaching moment for a teacher. You know, I mean, every time I remember this incident, it's very weird. I mean, very beautiful and weird at the same time. That and you can guess what Jay Ghosh said that okay, let's do that thing in the real way. So he basically dedicated one of his precious classes to let the students to toss a coin 100 times and record the results, and then he again repeated the same procedure. So that's the power of randomness. So apparently it's very random, it's very chaotic. You should not get any pattern out of it. But the moment you start looking into it, there's a lot of structure. The number of consecutive 4 consecutive zeros, heads, number of, I mean, anything. So Saurabh was saying like provably correct statistical methods, right? So all this proof, all their guarantees, everything lies in this assumption. I mean, things were properly sampled. Properly in the sense, in most of the, unless we specify it otherwise, it's uniformly random. So randomness basically is your friend. If you do not care for your friend, then almost for sure you'll end up in trouble. And exactly that is why you should be careful about your data. I mean, finally feeding into a data science engine or data analysis engine, you really should be careful about what you are feeding. What analysis? I mean, I do not recall the name, but someone said this mental process. I mean, to coming up with hypothesis, cross-validating, and I mean, so every time you have a theory or a hypothesis in your mind, and you are validating it through some data science engine, and you have some data, you really look into the data before directly feeding into the engine, whether the kind of inference I'm trying to make, the data has the potential, I mean, to decide on it. So data is not a passive thing. I mean, the involvement of the researcher, I mean, this is the most ignored part in data science. But from our perspective, this is the most crucial thing, because we come from an academic background, so we tend to rely on provable things. So we are very careful about the assumptions. That data science practitioner really spent a lot of time on the data itself. Whether the data I am relying on to justify or to give me some intuition about my research, is it really capable? I'll resume the conversation with him that if the inference you are really trying to produce, it depends on the age, right? The age parameter is very vital there. And in the data you are dealing with, it is a lot of missing values in the age field, right? You should be skeptical about your inference. Maybe you should not proceed. And that's the hypothesis and the caution you should make. And as rightly said by Devu the last evening, that every organization who wants to set a foot in the data science, the first thing they should do is to hire a good database engineer. I mean, who can store data, right? So I think I really do not have much to say, because I am really not into the data analysis field. But yes, so I think being a cryptographer, we have this randomness thing in common. So I wanted to stress on this fact. And another thing, so this is bad news, right? The good news is this randomness, uniformly random assumption, it's hard to achieve, I understand, for most of the real data analysis job. I mean, maybe it's a survey, maybe it's some other kind of thing. The good news is you really do not need uniformly random for all the cases. It depends, again, it depends on your purpose, what kind of inference you are trying to make, what kind of hypothesis you have already in your head, right? So maybe there are certain, like going back to our original example from ISI Kolkata, if you are really concerned about estimating the number of heads in a trial, right? Then put some shortcuts, right? I mean, just you want to estimate the number of heads, then you can afford shortcuts. You really do not need to toss all the coins. Huh? Yeah. Maybe you are concerned about the number of 0-0 pattern. Yes, you need some extra randomness, but again, you are in good arena, right? But if you are concerned about like the number of 10 consecutive, not 10, I think it's 6, yeah. Number of 6 consecutive zeros. So why? Okay, so I should make a declaration that so 0 means tail and 1 means head. I don't want to so sorry. So if you are concerned about estimating the number of 6 consecutive zeros, then you really need a lot of randomness. So translating into your domain, so I understand the data may not be the ideally sampled data, right? But it depends on your purpose. Okay. Yeah, I'm almost finished. So it's all again. Oh, sorry. So it's up to you. You know your hypothesis. You know what kind of inference you are trying to make, or maybe you didn't even know it a priori, but you have finally found out, right? Then again, you go back to data. Whether the kind of inference I'm getting, the data is really reliable to make that kind of inference. I mean, that's the main thing. I think I should stop now.
So just to add to Monmotho's point, so one thing is that many times in data, you do need the data to be uniformly sampled, right? And when you have the missing variables, that is exactly the point where you cannot ensure kind of uniformity all of those things. So I have a proposal that I have made in many places, but very acceptable in the CS community, but somehow the statisticians don't like it. They almost came to beat me once. Is that you might want to resample and throw away some data to ensure quality of the data. Just by living with the same data, you might be very biased toward one particular thing compared to the other. So throwing away data is something that is very important. Ensure the quality of the data so that your analysis is correct. You have to resample. You have to resample. I mean, that also is of course technical thing, but you have to. No, it depends. Yeah, we can take it there, but there are some.
I would beat you up, don't worry.
Any question? So one thing from the physics point of view, the randomness, he was saying that is a common thing in a data science and cryptography. I am saying, apart from the Newtonian paradigm and the Einstein theory of relativity, every core is a randomness. Everywhere is a randomness. Whatever you see, whether it is a semiconductor or superconductor or electrons and anything, every in the universe is a core is randomness. Now the idea of justice in the machine learning, he will speak.
Can I make a small point? Yeah, so I just wanted to ask, there is a great deal of focus on prediction, but in social science, we are often interested in some kind of a causal effect, some kind of a treatment effect. So maybe going forward, if you can highlight what role these tools play, let's say neural network or something else in helping us identify causal effects, that would be useful in case this is something that.
Okay, so I'm supposed to speak on fairness and making AI ML models kind of fair in some sense. So it's kind of a prevalent notion, and I used to have this notion at some point too, that computer is making decisions. It does not have any feelings, emotions, biases, so to say. It takes inputs as numbers and then works based on certain fixed instructions and takes decisions. So why would it not be fair? Because it is kind of, in some sense, working on objective truth, it feels, right? So one of the first examples I try to think of when it comes to understanding where the bias creeps in from is kind of a banking related, not exactly credit card, but can be thought of a like credit facility kind of example. Let's say, again, someone is giving credit, someone is applying for it, and there's a simple enough decision mechanism. So suppose it checks whether you are working or not. If you are not working, you are not approved any loan. If you are working, then it checks that which income bracket your income falls into, and then takes a decision. Based on that, it allocates your limit and your rate of interest. So for those who are aware, it's called decision tree model, and it's simple enough to understand. You can completely understand at which point what decisions were taken. So just a fair question, whether do you think this model is fair or not? Anyone? So rather, let's frame it this way, given the context, that from where do you guess the unfairness in this model might creep in from? Again, just to recap, the model it checks whether you are working or have a permanent salary or not. If you do not, you are rejected for a loan. If you are working permanently, have a salaried position, based on your salary and NDI and so on, you were given a limit and correspondingly your rate of interest. So where might the unfairness in this decision-making process might creep in from? Any guesses? Yes, but we are kind of like, yes, that is obviously true, but we're kind of looking at demography-based situations. So I would not necessarily characterize those who are having business as a demography, but yeah, that's one thing. But again, that will show up in NDI and so on. So they would not be too harshly impacted, right? Okay, so let's start with it. Let's consider the gender demographics. And particularly in terms of working population, the ratio of working men is much higher than working women. So if a bank is applying this model, it is essentially biasing towards the male gender. At the same time, the gender wage gap remains true. The second layer, the classification is happening based on your salary income. So again, a bias creeps in. So the computer is making objective decisions and on objective numerical data, but the data that it is using are generated from our systems, and our systems have certain inherent biases which are reflected in there. So in terms of, so let's move on to our first definition of fairness. So again, just fairness is not a very fixed definition. There are a lot of ongoing projects even right now with philosophy departments and law departments, so on, to formalize these definitions and how to better understand and or formulate it. But one of the classical fairness definitions that arises from this example is that given a demographic groups, any person lying on the same quantile of a certain demographic group would get equal outcomes. So what it translates to in this case, suppose you are applying for a loan as a, let's, for simplicity, assume male and female as the two demographic groups. A male in the 68th quintile of their group of the males will receive similar limit and similar rate of interest as the female person who is at the 60th quintile within its demographic group. So this was one of the first primary definitions of demographic parity as fairness, and it is still relevant to this day. However, let's say there are some situations where defining quantiles exactly, or even like this notion of direct equal parity might not make exact sense. So let's, for example, consider the situation of a recruitment procedure. So again, recall that, okay, so just for understanding these things that we use to predict, the characteristics that we use to predict, let's call them input. And the thing we are trying to predict, let's call that output. So in the previous example, the bias was in the input data, the salary structure, the working ratio, etc. Those are input data, and the bias that we inherited from our system was in the input data. Let's consider a different case. Suppose it's a very, like, again, all these examples and all these models are initially deployed in the United States mostly, and most of the examples are biased towards that. So, and I'm trying to kind of stick to real world examples. So historically, there is a bias within the US recruitment community against the people of color. So Caucasian or white skinned people generally get more accepted with a similar kind of a resume or letter of motivation, etc., compared to people of color. Suppose now, and it's all the rage to like develop like almost all the CVs right now that people apply to large companies or even large academic institution for graduate courses, even they get processed to certain AI/ML models. Now, people, what they discovered the issue is that since it was trained on the historical data of hiring of these companies, the inherent biases that were there beforehand, that the Caucasians were preferred and the people of color were not preferred, that has been inherited mostly through names and location. Location is one of the major identifiers of like, it's a very race divided, geographically divided racial structure over there. So location and the basically the permanent address acts as a significant proxy to the racial bias, and that has been inherited by the system. So in that case, there is another definition called equalized odds, or sometimes referred to as equal opportunity. They have slightly different definitions, but without going into that, let's think of it is that when a decision is being made, all other things being equal in some sense, it will not impact whether they belong to certain demographic groups. So there are certain other examples as well, which I will not go into in too much detail. But one thing I want to, so just to get another flavor of fairness, let's say, just let's discuss. If you remember, if at the start when Google introduced the photo recognition, like when we are taking photos in our mobile cameras, we could see a rectangle in our faces and some age and etc. were predicted. Google Photos introduced that feature. Some mobile phones had that feature. Initially, the main problem was that mostly you are much more likely to be selected or detected through those softwares if you were white people. Because again, the data they had was of mostly white people. The data they marked as human was mostly white people because those are trained in United States. And it became a problem. It is not any inherent bias in some sense, right? Because detecting a face, there's no bias against that in our society. But the fact that the data was trained in United States and mostly initially collected in United States, that caused to the bias. So again, we come back to the idea of data cleaning and like maintaining a proper pipeline of data to ensure fairness. So there are certain definitions. I will not go into them in detail, but again, it might, just to stress the point here, it might not need to be a systemic bias. It might just be the fact that we do not have proper representation of all the groups that we want to work on in our data. Okay, so enough of problems, but in terms of solutions, I will not, there are certain ways, all these definitions that I was talking about vaguely and in some colloquial terms have rigorous statistical definitions. And the good thing is they can be tested. So right now, all of these systems that are coming out have like mostly have to be tested and mostly have been tested in terms of this fairness matrix. And moving forward, that should be the goal. When we are working on a certain data, we might lose the underlying systemic biases and patterns that are working to make the data and our decision-making process biased in some sense. So the main takeaway is here to be careful regarding these biases and from where they creep in.
We have not enough time, so no question in this.
So I want to thank the organizer for inviting me to this really nice conference. So I really learned a lot, and I must say I really enjoyed Ritik's talk yesterday. So it's very nice. Not that I did not like other talks, but that one really stuck with me quite a lot. So, I mean, like Saurabh was giving you a cautionary tale about using AI and ML tools in social sciences. Actually, I want to go in slightly the other direction. There is a tendency in mathematical sciences and theoretical computer science, where I work, is part of it. At least I feel that. I don't know whether other mathematical sciences feel or not. So, and there's a tendency to think that we, being working in mathematics, know it better other areas, and their other disciplines are not important, their trainings are not important, and we will come and have mathematical models and everything will be solved, which makes sense when you are young students. It's having that kind of spirit may be useful to solve problems, being aggressive to solve problems. But since now I'm entering my middle age officially this year, so I already entered, I'm 40 now, so I'm kind of very cautious with these things. And one cautionary tale comes from, I think, physics itself. So most of the important breakthroughs in physics was actually done, even in like 20th century itself, by people who are actually very good in math, but their calculations and intuition played a huge role. Initial theories were not mathematically completely sound, in the sense like the soundness was proved much later, but theory was developed, and the theory came out from the training in the discipline. And that is something I think we should all respect. Okay, so and I like what Ritik was talking and what Rajiva and all these people were talking, and it is important to understand that. Like, just because we can do some math, and then we will come in economics and make huge changes, and the discipline of the subject is not important, is I'm completely against that idea. Okay, saying that, okay, I just want to say a few things about what we normally do in algorithms. Okay, so let's look at like classical algorithms, that AI ML algorithms that Shura was saying. So like clustering and k-means and different type of algorithms that people do, regression. So all of these had like sound theoretical basis, could be implemented on data where, like, if the data was coming from 1960s. And one of the reason is what is called the curse of dimensionality was not present. So like each entry, the way to think about it is each entry of your table, the length of the entries are not too large. Okay, you think of the length of the entries as a dimension. If that is not too large, those algorithms performed very well. Okay, but with more data that are coming now, that length of that rows are becoming longer and longer, and those old algorithms actually don't work. And this is where there's a term in CS we use, in math also, it's called curse of dimensionality. Okay, so what we now do is, to do those things now will be useless. So there are like ways to handle those problems. So now there is an area that has come up. It has been there for some time now, close to 30 years now. So it's what is called dimensionality reduction. Okay, so what you say is, there's a way to reduce the dimension of the data, okay, and still preserve features of the data. Okay, there are things you can do. So if you want to learn particular kind of things, those particular parameters, if you want to learn from the data, or if those parameters satisfy some property, then if you do the dimension reduction, then you are still okay. Okay, those will be preserved with good probability. Okay. Other thing that we have done now is, we have actually scaled back our expectation. Okay. So the data is large, as Sura was saying, that is so much, you cannot store it in RAM. These algorithms, most of the ones were like RAM-based models. Okay? The whole data is stored in a RAM and you're just solving the problem since you have full access to it. So what we have done is, the data is coming over a stream. So the one way to think about it is, let's say you have a computer network, okay, and you have routers. Everyone knows what is a router? Like basically the term router, those are connections that gives like internet connections, let's say joints in your systems, okay? And like there are huge amount of data going through it, and you want to understand what kind of IPs are communicating through this routing channel, okay, to this routing point, okay? So storing all the data is not possible. Okay. One way is to just store IPs of everything that is communicating using this link, let's say. Not possible. What you do is, let's say I want to keep number of unique IPs that are going through. Okay. The number of unique computers that are using this. They may be using it many times, but I want to keep the track of the number. That you can do efficiently. So now what we have done, we have scaled back our expectation. Then we have been able to solve the problem. Okay. So there's an area in, again, in theoretical computer science, which now has like a lot of practical applications also. So it's called streaming algorithms. Again, this area is around 30 years old. And the area is becoming more and more relevant now. It's called now streaming algorithm. It's part of even a bigger framework of algorithmic design, which is called property testing. Okay. So since we have shortage of time, I want to take out, we want to take more questions. So if you want to take any take-home thing that you want from this is, so with the age of like big data, huge data, too much data, in my opinion, one thing we have to do if you want to solve like problems theoretically correctly, provably correctly, so you have to kind of scale back your expectation, and obviously you need new algorithm and design techniques. Okay. But like there are certain no-go theorems. Doesn't matter how intelligent you are, whether you are located in India, US, Switzerland, weather doesn't matter, or to some extent matters, but like in the sense like weather matters in the sense like how much you can work, but those things won't matter. There are no-go theorems. You won't be able to prove. Okay. With the current computational paradigm that we believe is true, okay, you won't be able to solve it. Okay. So this is kind of a cautionary thing. It's both cautionary in the sense for people who use this tool. So you should like keep your expectations in a proper level, that if you want to calculate too much things from the data, it may be the case it is not computationally feasible to do it. Okay. So I will end here with that and take questions.
So answer that question. Ritvik question.
You heard about the issue about causality, right? So these are the new modern day AI, the kind of stuff of the neural networks and all, they cannot guarantee you anything. But in the classical AI, in the distribution testing and all, there's a lot of work being done on causality testing. Huge amount. And that is there. That is like using the Boolean function analysis and all. I can give you references to people who are actually working on that quite a lot.
I mean, Debu himself.
Yeah, Debu also works on causality. Yeah. So there is also the area of, there's a guy called Arnab Bhattacharya. He is in Warwick now. He does a lot of work on this thing.
What was the second question?
Other one I think was the issue about these three parts of data analysis part, right? Yeah, as I think you understood this one, that one thing is that if we want to make any good analysis, we have to have ensured quality of the data. Of course, we understand the quality of the data is a big issue because it also involves collecting of data, which is very complicated, which has other constraints like financial constraint for one. But again, I think going back and forth, there is no single answer to this one. It's only going back and forth between what the theory demands. I'm not saying what the theory, just don't look at the theorem as a theorem. Like what are the assumptions in the theorem is what is important to understand how the questions are formed, how the data are collected, and so on. And it's a really, I mean, again, so these three things are just don't sit alone by no means. The collecting of data and the analysis part and the release part, they're all very, very interconnected. Yeah.
Just to elaborate on this, You know, the issue isn't the several parts to the process. It's that in a way, with this level of data coming in and these different kinds of techniques available to analyze them, the issue of inference and this kind of tense relationship between deductive and inductive methods goes away a little bit. It used to be that a little part of the quantitative methods traditions were a little bit more perhaps skeptical about the insights that might be found from other kinds of data collection. That, I think, to some degree, is bringing us all a little bit closer together, because there is a kind of refinement of engagement with the data to make the inferences more sophisticated that is now being overtly acknowledged.
No, completely agree. Inference are coming in and using data which are not their secondary data or whatever it's called, right? Using secondary data to do the inferences, using various tools and all. But I think the one thing that has to be there as a, I mean, I am a mathematician, so I am very pessimistic in many respects. So I have to tell, so while the inferences are coming in, it is also very important to validate that the inferences are correct. Without the proper validation, the inferences can really be off. So think of them that the inferences with the whatever data we have as secondary data as a good indicator to understand that, oh, this might be what is happening.
But I think what would be nice in a broader discussion is that this is a more and more contentious form of debate about what is the scientific method, right? The kind of the caricature scientific method we all learn is far removed from this reality, whether it's in the field of mathematics or the field of economics, right? So now we are in acknowledging the complexity of framing questions and the forms of validation.
I don't see any other thing coming up. Yeah, it's like saying some new math has come up.
But
It doesn't change the scientific method.
new people are here, huh? So you don't know maths.
It's like saying when
Look.
some new maths came out, it changed how we do it.
I don't think the issue is with the scientific method. It's that the question is about how we approach the refinement of our techniques and our forms of validation. What I'm saying is with these different, the scale of data and the different kinds of methods we are seeing now, working on these types of data, we have more debate, if anything else, about how we seek validation and whether those forms of validation are possible across the disciplines. Maybe that's another.
So social science is seeing it now. Physics saw it last century itself. And so that like a huge amount of data was coming in.
There was no theory that time to support it. So maybe, I mean, like talking with Hassan and all these
We
people.
constructed instead of looking just at data, like one example I will finish here. And one of the famous work in physics is called fractional quantum Hall states. So like people here always talking, looking at big data. So the Nobel Prize winner Laughlin looked this actually resistivity curve, which was showing integral things. But to understand that and explain things was very difficult. So what he did, he tried to construct a toy model of a two particle, and he wanted to explain n particles. Once he understood a two particle, he generalized and he explained the whole experiment. He got Nobel Prize for just writing a eigenstate for two particles.
Yeah, Hassan,
That
that's
is
what,
the physics
no,
thing.
but that is what I'm saying. It's that maybe that is where it should go through. Like you build a theory, you have data, you do analyze it, you see what is coming out. Okay, these are analysis tools. But that's what I'm saying. In that sense, I'm saying it should be a cautionary tale for CS people, specifically, who think that the other disciplines have no discipline. We will come, we will do some data analysis, and we will build theories for them. Okay, those areas are there for centuries now. It's there for a reason. Okay, and that models and those intuitions come from their area.
Okay, probably I think everyone can listen to me anyway. Like, yeah.
Still we
So
have-
I think there are different points of view in here, right? So like if you think of it from a math point of view, I think we don't believe in the stuff that has been developed because they're not probably correct. You cannot prove stuff. And if you come from economics, you might think like these are black boxes, though they don't explain like what's happening out there. So like you might or might not believe. But I think what we cannot deny the power that comes with that, basically the power of processing data. So what it gives us is a new chance, a new microscope to look into unstructured data. And then we have the decisions and predictions and inference from the structured data. The question for CS people, I'll say, is like, rather CS theory people like us, is rather than denying that, how we can rectify these conclusions and ensemble them together with our probably correct methods. Because we know, like, from physics also, you can have a microscope that can give you very coarse things. But then can you use some side information, some other technical old school information to refine it further, to develop methods that can put these two things together rather than denying one another, like happened with quantitative and qualitative analysis. So how we can merge them together to create a more insightful analysis. I think that is a challenge for us also. And then in that way, we need the insight from the applied part, like where they're applying in social science or physics or biology, like what makes sense if we try to merge them? What are the kind of problems that make sense? Because like if we try to do theory, like, we can mix and merge them in whatever way we like and whatever makes it look hard enough to, like make the math fun. But I think that is where I think the discussion should go, and we should try to understand, even if they're wrong tools, how we can make them correct together.
But
So
the intuition is, it's not, that doesn't go in that way.
Mhm.
Exactly what Hassan said is exactly the opposite thing that was done. It is not because if you take more data on more number of call states, it would have even make the picture hazier. The simplification came from the discipline of the subject, not from the data.
Mhm.
And that is important. And that is the tendency we have in this modern AI and all this, the jargon that comes out. They say, oh, we don't need those disciplines. No, just feed it to the neural network.
No, I think that is going a bit.
No, but
far
that
right.
is the case, by the way. Much more simplified models.
We have a next.
Okay.
Sure.
Can we finish or discuss after the? Okay, let us thank at least. All the good.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you. We can have a short deep break for 10 minutes. We'll come back together for next session by 11:45.
इसको मिनिमाइज कर देते हैं, इसको काट देते हैं। हेलो। हाँ शुभम भाई बोलो, फोन किए थे। आज के लिए कुछ भी कटवा दीजिए ना, कितना है? दो गो टीवी है, वो स्क्रीन।
We will start the next session in few minutes. I request everyone to please be settled down. We are going to start with our next technical session. Our next technical session is on ensuring data quality, access, and trust. To chair this session, I would like to invite Dr. Ritvik Banerjee. He's an associate professor of economics at Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. I would now like to invite Professor M.R. Sharan, Department of Agriculture Resource Economics from University of Maryland, US. Over to you, Dr. Ritvik. You may start.
So welcome back. So we've been vacillating between economics and statistics, social science more generally, and statistics and computer science and theoretical computer science and those kind of things. So now we are back in the econ/social science domain, and we have with us Professor M.R. Sharan, who is an assistant professor at the Department of Agricultural and Resource Economics at University of Maryland. And he has a PhD from Harvard Kennedy School. He's also an author of a book, and I'm sure he's going to talk more about it. So I've heard about M.R. Sharan for a long time. I didn't have an opportunity to meet him, so I'm looking forward to hearing him today. I'm sure it'll be a delightful experience.
Thank you so much, Ritvik. I'm just going to go to the podium and start presenting from there.
Right.
That's about 40 minutes.
Yeah.
15 minutes.
Sure. I'll try and be even quicker, hopefully. Okay, thanks everyone for coming, and thank you so much to Adri and the organizers for organizing this wonderful 2-day workshop. I really enjoyed listening to the sessions that I could come for, and the discussions were fantastic. And so I'm really honored to be here. And so this talk is called Ensuring Data Quality, Access and Trust. And when Ashmita and I kind of spoke about what we should talk about, we kind of honed in on the fact that over the last decade or so, I have spent some time, especially in Bihar, but also now increasingly in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, working with governments as an economist who kind of produces research, often in collaboration with government. And so the idea here was to try and say, how can partnerships be built between researchers and governments in a way that actually is beneficial to both parties? Before I start, I want to say 3 caveats. So it's going to be not super technical, unlike the previous sessions. This is more a political economy, public policy style talk. The second is I won't go really deeply into the ethics of researchers kind of working closely with government. That's a great space. I just don't have that much to say on that, especially in this talk. But I think there are all kinds of very important questions about what it means to align with power in this particular way. And I'm not going to really spend time thinking about that. And then the third thing, as I said earlier, was that it's going to be based on my experiences. So, of course, like any talk, there's going to be gaps, and my experiences are definitely kind of small and incomplete. So I want you all to keep that in mind. Okay. So what's the broad kind of motivation for this talk? Researchers are kind of increasingly collaborating with governments. Esther Duflo has very famously said that economists often act as plumbers. And when she says plumbers, what she means is that economists kind of work closely with government officials or sometimes NGOs or other partners, where they kind of look at interventions, propose something, and then kind of evaluate them, and then tinker with the design, and then re-propose, and then reevaluate, and so on. So, right. So this is something that kind of is a very common facet of policy making these days. And this is true for academic economists or social science researchers more broadly, like myself, but also true for many policy organizations, activists, and NGOs who also work with government. So what I'm trying to say here is, while I am going to spend most of this time thinking about this as an academic economist, some of these lessons could extend to all these other parties, including activists and NGOs, right? Yet these collaborations are kind of often, when you work directly with government, there are kind of concerns that kind of come out of it. one of the big things, and that's basically the focus of this session, is the lack of very reliable data that you get from governments on government's own functioning. So imagine you as a researcher want to work with government to kind of help make government systems work better. What you really need as a quantitative researcher, and many of you in this room are quantitative researchers, is a lot of good data, a lot of big good data, and that's often not reliable. And the other big problem is that there are kind of incentive issues for both types of partners, right? I'll go into what I mean by incentive issues in the coming slides, right? So what I'll try and do today is I'll kind of present a diagnosis of why is government data quality so patchy? What are the issues with some of those things? And then how do we think about characterizing these issues? And then I'll kind of go into ways to kind of improve government data quality, make sure that as researchers, we can kind of then access this kind of data and build trust with government in a way that's useful for both parties. And as I said earlier, this will mainly focus on the perspective of an academic working with government. And because of the nature of the work that I have done over the last 10, 12 years, I'm going to focus more on working with Rural Development Department and Panchayati Raj data. But a lot of this is, again, extendable to other departments and other contexts. Okay, sorry. And, the image shows researchers, this is the data that we get access to. And most government programs have MISs, right? So these are kind of real-time data systems that is used both by the government and increasingly by the public to keep a tab on what's going on, right? However, the ideal MIS is kind of digitally driven. What I mean by that is that the data entry happens on a digital source and it's available both real-time and it's super reliable. But and just kind of to give you a sense of who the main players are in designing an MIS, these are kind of typically designed by bureaucrats working with external partners who kind of help build the infrastructure for it. These are usually tech firms that kind of specialize in something like this. But a lot of the content of that MIS is coming from very local government. So if it's an ASHA or an Anganwadi, or often infrastructure project like a road laying thing, the basic data comes from local politicians and local bureaucrats kind of working in tandem to kind of put forward this data. And when they make this data, they usually do it on paper. And then there is this entire army of data entry operators whose only job is to kind of enter this data so that then it becomes visible in the form that we see here, visible to both parties within local government, citizens, and also bureaucrats at higher tiers, right? So this is a classic MIS data set. What are the issues with, why these MISs don't have great data? One of the big issues is that the implementers of programs are often the main people who report on the data. So for example, if I am an ASHA worker, I myself kind of tell you how many visits I have made today to households. Or if I am a Mukhya of a Panchayat, I am the person telling you alongside with the PRS, Panchayat Rozgar Sevak, how many people got work, what work they got. I mean, some of this is now becoming more digitized, but it's very much still the case that the production of the data is being done by the people who implement it, right? And so the problem with that is that there's a clear conflict of interest, right? So if, think of you writing an exam, if you have to write an exam and then you have to grade your own self, often you're going to be biased towards giving yourself a higher number of marks, right? Especially if you know other people are going to view this, right? The other big problem is that a lot of these local government officials don't really benefit from entering the data. It's not like they are using that data subsequently to review their own work, to understand what's going on. So basically, that means that it's super hard for governments and higher bureaucrats to kind of incentivize these local actors to actually enter this data on time, right? So I'll give you one example from my own work. So this is from about 10 years ago. We were trying to set up a digital payment system for Narega payments in Bihar. And one of the things that I was part of a research organization that was working with the Rural Development Department in Bihar here. And one of the things we wanted to do was to understand if these block offices were actually ready for the digital payment infrastructure. So we devised this Google Sheet based kind of app, what a primitive formation of an app that allowed block level officials to actually enter the data on whether they had internet, whether they had computers, whether they had data entry operators. And we monitored that on a weekly basis. We got them to enter the data every week from about 3 months before the launch of the financial infrastructure system to the point when it was launched, right? So we saw all these beautiful graphs we were generating where we were saying, look, data, the infrastructure at the block level is really improved. Electricity is much more regular. Computers have come in. Operators are kind of doing a great job. And then we launched the system. And then we realized that all the data that we were seeing was not kind of manifesting in actuality. What had basically happened was that the people entering the data on this primitive app that we developed were basically entering fake data once they realized that nobody's actually checking that data. So then when we launched the system, suddenly we got complaints saying we don't have computers, we don't have electricity. And we were just like, you reported it yourself. You told us that you had all of this. And then they just kind of threw their hands up and they said, sorry, we don't have them anymore, right? So often you have these systems where the people who are actually implementing programs are people who themselves report on what's going on. And that creates a clear problem in terms of incentives. The other issue often is that there's a kind of non-involvement of citizens in the production of this data, right? So data is often produced by people in power, and these are often members of local government or sometimes higher up officials. And so the citizens themselves are not central players, even though the data is about citizens, right? So think of, a good example of this is, say, data on the Nal Jal or Nali Gali Yojana, for example, which is every ward has to have these yojanas, and under these yojanas, schemes are being built, right? If you ask the average citizen in villages, do you know where, whether you have access to tap water, they can tell you yes or no. But then if we ask them, do you know where you can find this data online? They'll say, we don't know. Citizens are not central. They're not reporting on, it's not their word that gets inputted into the data system. It's the word of someone else, right? And the other problem is that citizens have very little incentive to actually monitor the data. So NREGA, for example, is a great treasure trove of information. Every citizen who's worked on NREGA, their data has actually goes up almost within 2 weeks. It's available real time. Any citizen with access to the internet can actually use it. But how many citizens actually do it, right? Part of the problem is free riding, i.e., there are citizens who will think that, okay, this feels like a costly thing for me to do, but somebody will do it and I don't have to do it, right? But it's also because there's a cost involved in accessing the data. Imagine if the data was available on your phones and you could access it easily, or, in Bihar, the other problem is, of course, illiteracy or digital illiteracy in particular. But if there were ways in which this data could be both produced by citizens and accessed by them in a real-time manner, that could really improve the quality of these MISs, right? And then the third thing is that data quality itself is not greatly monitored. So here's one way to think about it, right? So I am a mukhya, I enter some fake data because I can't be bothered to actually enter the real data. Right now is that the higher bureaucrats, especially the middle bureaucrats, have incentives to tell you that all the data is great. They don't want to kind of reveal to their higher ups that actually know the data that's coming from the ground is not necessarily accurate or even reflecting of what is happening, right? And so what this results in is that local government officials, and you talk to mukhyas, you talk to ward members, you talk to ASHA, Anganwadi workers, they'll all make the same complaint that they spend inordinately large amounts of time entering data. And a lot of that data is actually just not even reliable, right? And yet they have to keep doing this. And then the state creates a fiction where it pats itself on the back for having this kind of real-time data that's kind of coming up from the ground, and everything looks hunky-dory in that data set. So therefore, everything is going great, right? And the only way the state kind of right now checks a lot of this data is by doing these kind of social audits or grievance redressal mechanisms. But these are pretty costly endeavors. This is not easy to do a social audit in a village. I mean, the government does a Herculean task of actually organizing these audits at regular intervals, but that's going to be a dip in the village life. So if you're a person in a village, it'll happen once every 6 months. About 20 of you show up for the audit and something happens, but that's not sufficiently strict enough to kind of keep a check on what's happening on the MIS system, right? So right now there's insufficient monitoring of data quality, right? So there's what I'm trying to tell you here is that there's a scope for considerable improvement of MIS systems, because as I explained just now, most MIS systems are not real time. The data is kind of unverified and it's inaccessible to the wider public, and it's not necessarily used therefore by anybody to make policy decisions, right? And so this basically means that people like you and I, who are kind of researchers who actually know what it is to collect good data, all of us, many of us have spent time in the field collecting data, we can actually contribute in a positive way in kind of getting us out of this kind of equilibrium, right? And so that's going to be the next part of the talk, which is to try and understand what is the way forward and how can researchers effectively collaborate with government. So let's start with data verifiability. This is something that I've spent some time thinking about over the last few years. The thing that we really need to do better is to kind of come up with some kind of real-time check of what the data looks like. Earlier in the session, we were listening to people who talked about how you can tell patterns from the data. You can tell if the data is basically one very simple thing is if there's a lot of missing data, right? That's a thing that you can immediately flag. You don't need much. You can write one piece of code that kind of runs in the background that just kind of flags all the incomplete data sets. And that's something that could easily be accessed by higher bureaucrats. It's not complicated at all. You'll be surprised by how many MISs don't do this, right? You'll be surprised by the number of MISs that exist with incomplete data. In fact, I would say the median MIS will have at least 20% of variables that are incomplete, easily. Now, the other thing you could do is flag suspicious patterns in the MIS, right? So imagine that, the one example again was the open defecation free data set that kind of was produced between 2014 and 2020, where it was declared that every village was ODF, right? And most of us have traveled in the field at this point, and we know that ODF was not necessarily something that could be declared so soon. And yet, 100% ODF and these sudden jumps, right? Like in 2018, you'll have 20% people having access to toilets. In 2020, it'll be 100%. And it's very unlikely that that's going to be the case. And so flagging these suspicious patterns, again, none of this involves very complicated math or stats in the background. This is actually pretty basic and easy to do. It just requires kind of governments to open up their systems such that researchers can just spend some time looking at it and flagging these issues. Here's a bit more complicated version of doing this, which is actually talking to the citizen, talking to the end beneficiary and asking them if the data is valid, right? Now, previously in the era before when technology was as good as it is now, you had to actually go to a village and find, let's say there was a Lakshmi Devi, you have to find Lakshmi Devi and ask her, did you get your pension this month? But now Lakshmi Devi's phone number is on the MIS. And you as a government, all you need to do is to just call up an end beneficiary and ask them, it says you got access to this money. It says this is who you are. It says you collected the money on this date, and it says you did not pay a commission. Is that all true? That is not so hard to do. And in fact, Muralidharan et al., Karthik Muralidharan and co-authors, Jeffrey Weaver, Sandeep Suktankar, did exactly this. And remember, the power of statistics is amazing that you don't have to call up every end beneficiary. You just need to call up a random sample of beneficiaries at a regular basis. And that's what they did with the Raitu Bandhu scheme in Telangana, where they called up end beneficiaries and just asked them, did you get your Raitu Bandhu benefit? And it's a very nice, it's a a way as possible. And this is true not just for Bihar, it's true for many states. But I think there is a scope for using phone-based monitoring and end beneficiary communication of this sort to kind of monitor data. The other thing I'll say, and I spoke about this briefly, was that, MISs have to be more citizen-centric, right? So, I wrote about Sanjay Sani, who ran the Muzaffarpur People's Movement. And basically, he was an electrician on the streets of Delhi who discovered corruption in his village in the NREGA in 2011, 2012, and just because he had access to the internet. And he realized that there was all these payments being made to people in his village, multiple lakhs worth money, and none of them had even heard of the scheme or haven't got any money at all for it, right? And so he decides to kind of use that information to go back to his village, give up everything, and then fight against corruption there, right? And so people like Sanjay Sani need to be empowered more, and actually allowing them to access data is the bigger, I think, goal of the day. And kind of researchers again can play a fundamental role here in kind of making sure, that data systems are transparent. So when you work with the government partner, you kind of also tell them that, look, our end goal 5 years from now or whatever is to kind of build this data system so well that we can make it all public and anyone can access it, right? So that's something that should be fundamental to the researcher government partner kind of organization. I'll also say this, that the Sanjay Sahni story may seem as an outlier example, but there's data from Uttarakhand that actually, this is a paper by Jeong and co-authors that shows that the availability of real-time data and access to the internet after 2016 dramatically altered the amount of corruption in Narega. And this is a paper that was out, I think, in the JDE, I may be wrong, Journal of Development Economics, totally worth reading, because it tells you again that if citizens are empowered enough to have access to real-time data, they have the internet and the data is real-time, they can actually spend time monitoring their local officials, right? The other thing I'll say here, again, to kind of make data systems work better, especially in villages, is to use Gram Sabhas better, right? And I think the big question that we've had now for the last 30 years since the 73rd Amendment was passed was, are these Gram Sabhas even working? Who shows up at these Gram Sabhas? Are they even sites where citizens can actually question their local authorities? And sadly, the answer to that, a lot of those questions are, it's perhaps not working as it should, right? One way to kind of make this work better, and the World Bank is kind of spending time in a couple of states kind of trying to do this, which is to use the planning process of the Gram Sabha to become the main document that citizens can then use to monitor their local government. So they are designing apps that citizens can use on their phone that will tell them that, look, these are the set of schemes that are going to be implemented in your panchayat over the next 6 months, and citizens can then go and rank the schemes, like rate the schemes. It's almost like you rating your local restaurant or your local hotel. Similarly, you can rate your panchayat roads and panchayat Asha worker and Anganwadi workers and stuff like that. And so that's something that you can do if you kind of integrate the Gram Sabha into the MIS system in a more kind of natural manner, which is not happening right now. Again, researchers can kind of spend a lot of time working with the government to kind of try and implement all of this, right? The other place I think where researchers are really good are in thinking about the long run. Because governments are constantly firefighting. If you think of what a government bureaucrat is doing, 70% of the time they're firefighting the very immediate term problem, right? What researchers can really help you do is to kind of zoom out. Spend some time not thinking about today's latest payment crisis to some a set of villages in some block in Gaya, right? Instead, think about what has Jivika achieved in the last 15 years. So, in fact, we worked with the government of Bihar, with the Jivika folks when Balamurugan sir was the RDD, before he became RDD secretary, he was Jivika CEO. He gave us access to when Jivika entered every single village over the last 15 years. And we took that data and we did a standard difference in differences style estimation to kind of show that when Jivika enters a village, more women enter local politics, which I thought was a very interesting result. And all the entry into local politics is coming from Dalit women. So Dalit women who are empowered because of Jivika are now entering in thousands into local panchayat races. We also show about a 5 to 7% increase for women and scheduled castes in Narega mandates and access to payments, right? That's the kind of work that there's no bureaucrat has any incentive to produce on a daily basis because they don't have the time to think about these things. But if you open up your data systems to researchers, they can kind of come up with longer run stories that then the bureaucrats could use to sell credibly to superiors and to politicians, and politicians can use it to credit claim also, right? So that is something else that can be done. Of course, just towards the end, I want to say that all of this is much easier said than done. I wish things were this easy, then we would all be working with governments, right? And so the main issue, I think, and I'm going to kind of present to you a stylized argument. There's much more nuanced. The real world is more nuanced, but hear me out. The main concern for governments and why they do not want to work with researchers like you and me is that they're worried that you will find a bad story. You will find a pattern that shows them up in bad light. You will say that there's, Jivika may have improved all these things, but there's a lot of corruption on the ground, right? And the VO actually makes a lot of money. Now, as soon as you say that, you are now going to threaten the narrative that the government has built for itself, right? And that, in a nutshell, is the crucial problem for researchers working with governments, because as researchers, you and I have been trained to be as objective as possible, that we have to report the truth as we see it, right? And so, in some sense, I mean, I'm not saying that all researchers are kind of, saints and holier than thou, but the broader point I'm making is that you have these checks and balances in place that prevent you from kind of making claims that are completely outlandish and do not square with what's happening on the ground, right? So that, I think, in some sense is the main concern. And I'm going to make a secondary concern that kind of relates to this, which is what I call the middle bureaucrat's curse. I think working with governments over the last decade, the most insecure people about the data systems are actually not those at the very top. The highest bureaucrats are often kind of very secure about their work, and they have a sense that, everybody understands that there will be problems and there'll be flaws and it's going to be fine. But there's always a middle bureaucrat in all these systems who kind of are spending much longer with these departments, who run the day-to-day implementation of things on the scheme. And often they block access to data for researchers because they are particularly worried that they'll be shown up in a poor light, right? So, so that's the one thing that I would kind of guard against. And I'll say a couple of things I've done some work on grievance redressal and I've done some work on Jivika. And in both of these, working with government in both of these instances, we ran into a middle bureaucrat. In fact, with grievance redressal, Bihar has an amazing Lok Shikayat Nivaran Kanun, especially in the initial years. It did amazing work. And we kept trying to tell the government that you need to encourage more and more people to come forward and complain, because that's one way in which you can kind of make all your systems work better. And the middle bureaucrats claim, when we showed him that, complaints were actually reducing, was that his main claim was that means we've solved all the problems of people in Bihar. And that's basically why complaints are going down, right? So this is the kind of thinking that permeates a certain type of bureaucrat and they have very clear incentives for behaving in that way. Their reputation is at stake. They are the people managing the day-to-day. And so they do not want to kind of have data and stories show them up in a poor light, right? And I'd love to hear, if there are bureaucrats in the room, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this particular section. This is me kind of looking back at about 5-6 years now of frustrations and getting here. So as I said, why does the middle bureaucrat care so much? I think they're often much more likely to be attached to a single department. And so therefore they have much more at stake. And they also kind of fear some kind of backlash, I think partly imagined from upper bureaucrats. But that's kind of, I think it's if I had to be really cavalier, I would say there's a hangover from the old colonial state where, these colonial bureaucrats before independence would kind of cook up all kinds of data to report to their masters. And that relationship that of kind of, everything is great on the ground and reporting that to your superior has never kind of left entirely, right? So what are the ways to kind of build trust as researchers with bureaucrats? This is my last 2 slides. First, I'll say that, many researchers typically sign some kind of an MOU that almost explicitly states that all research findings will be published only with approval of the government. This is somewhat problematic. And this is exactly what Jean Drèze kind of points out in his fantastic piece critiquing RCTs working with governments. It's called The Perils of Embedded Experiments. I would encourage all of you to read it. It's problematic because once you sign an MOU like that, your hands are kind of tied, right? You're always going to say, if you see bad stuff, you may talk about it in a way that may make it less bad. And if you see good stuff, you may kind of overstate it a bit, right? However, the big advantage of signing an MOU with a government is that the middle bureaucrat then kind of doesn't have the power over you anymore because the MOU supersedes the writ of this middle bureaucrat. That's something to kind of keep in mind. And then the last thing I'll say is that here's another alternate pathway. And I think this is something that we should do more as researchers, which is to say that, look, we are not here only to research, to write papers of our own. We are here to also help you build better systems. So the middle path, I think, is to offer a quid pro quo where we are saying that, look, 50% or even 70% of the work we do is going to be to help you get insights from the work we do. And the remaining 20-30%, let's carve it out for us to do the kind of research we want to do with you, right? And so The other way to think about this is to try and research ideas that governments have explicit interest in. Often, you will go to the government thinking that you have a gap in the literature that you want to fill. That gap in the literature, nobody except 15 people in America who are going to review your paper care about, right? So the thing that you want to do as a researcher is to try and understand what is the thing that the government cares about and offer them that. Tell them that, look, we have the skills and the smarts to kind of help you understand that. But within that, here's 20% of the problem that we want to write a paper with. And for that, give us the independence to say what we want to say. And sometimes there are questions that governments don't care so deeply about, like the long run stuff I said about Jivika, or the example I put here, which is, do women leaders do make Narega work better? These are questions that are kind of neutral. No bureaucrat is going to say, oh, it's because of me that the women leaders are doing worse. And so that's something that you can kind of focus on as a research question that will again help governments. But I do think that you have to engage governments and give them things they want. The government is not there to serve you as a researcher. The government is there to actually do something completely different, which is to try and serve people. And that is something that as researchers, you have to be very cognizant of. So to summarize what I had to say, I think there's great scope for researchers and governments to kind of work closely together, but these collaborations kind of require give and take from both the government and researchers. And researchers basically need to understand that governments have very distinct incentives and not demand too much from them. And on the other hand, governments need to appreciate more the need for much better data quality and outside scrutiny of their work, that other people from outside can come and look at their work and scrutinize it. With that, I'm going to stop. Thank you so much for listening.
Thanks a lot, Sharon. So just to contextualize what we heard now, so we've been talking about a lot of technological applications to how to use data and how to interpret data, how to use AI and machine learning techniques to make sense of data. So what we did now was to step back a little bit and think about the incentive structure that helps us get good quality data from the government, right? So we have been talking about the missing value problem, right? So we're taking a step back to try and figure out why is there a missing value problem in the first place, and what can we do institutionally to figure out ways to minimize that problem, right? So a technological, in my view, at least the technological approach to solving the problem is easier than the kind of stuff that we are talking about here. And the complexities, it's a fantastic description of the complexities involved in generating this kind of data and working with the government to make sure that there is mutual interest in taking this forward. Okay, so are there questions? Yes.
Yeah, so great talk.
Thank you.
But all the problems that you pointed out are human problems, right? And human beings are there in every part of the world. So how did US handle this issue? How does the West handle this issue?
This is a good question. I think that data systems in the West, okay, I'm going to give you an deeply unsatisfactory answer, which is going to be behavioral in some sense. But I think the norms around what you can report and how you report I think people are just a bit more conscientious in how they approach just their jobs in some sense. I mean, I think also that they have much fewer infrastructure concerns, related concerns. They have, remember the state right now in India is amongst the smallest states you'll see anywhere in the world. The number of data entry operators per capita, number of bureaucrats per capita, doctors, engineers is so small that this is actually a big burden to impose on a state like that. So I think a combination of infrastructure capacity and institutional norms is the direction I'll go in to kind of try and answer that.
Can I also add incentive? They do have a different set of incentives that the incentive design is a lot different because of the limitations in terms of manpower, etc. That
exactly, yeah.
Want to add a small point to this, just giving you an example. So recently we were approached by one of the departments in the government to do evaluation of the midday meal scheme. And the way the discussions are going is like, you will be paid 2,000 rupees per school. And so that is where they are like negotiating, and then they'll like, you have 6 months to finish this and basically do the sampling or whatever study of all of Bihar in 6 months, and you have 2,000 rupees per school, something of that nature, right? And so we were like, so we are a organization where it's not only the cost of travel and stay of the surveyors, but it's, if you want to have a better quality data, there has to be, some sort of a time and money spent, and you're not even considering that if you are saying per school. But then that,
And I just want to say here that exactly to your point, which is why I think researchers, you can have a non-monetary, non-pecuniary based incentive for researchers to work with governments, because researchers are not going to say, pay me money to analyze your MIS data or tell you what the flaws are. They're going to say something like, we'll do the work for you, but give us some data in exchange that we can then work with, right? So it takes away some of the monetary concerns. There's a very small aspect of the problem that you described, but at least there, I think, again, it tells you why there's scope for researchers and governments to work together.
Saran, here.
Yeah, hi.
Actually, you really think this is a problem? Because apart from Bihar, in many other states, lots of works going on, and I see so many examples, and they maintain very well data. So I don't know about the Bihar, that how this government will work, but in other state governments, they perform very well. So this is my first question. And second thing is, you're talking about MIS, and what types of data you are exactly focused about it, because so many types of data, like data about pensions, data about NRAJ,
yep,
and data about family. So what types of data exactly you are focusing?
Okay, great. So let's start with the Bihar. Is this a Bihar specific question? Let me say two things. One is I do some work in Tamil Nadu and some in Karnataka. I'll say this, that Bihar's data on local government and who becomes part of local government, i.e. who contests elections, who wins at the ward and the Mukhya level, and there are about 10 lakh candidates across all positions, is phenomenal. No other state. I mean, I work in Karnataka, and Karnataka, they don't even know, they only know the winners. They don't even have anything else. But the Bihar State Election Commission actually runs a fantastic election, and all the votes are digitally collected, and it's phenomenal. I mean, it's worth seeing. So even in Bihar, there are parts that do really well. But that also tells you that in places like Karnataka, which is arguably more developed, some of these data systems don't exist. The other example I'll give you is we're working with the Jal Jeevan Mission in Tamil Nadu. And the data says that about 80% of households have access to piped water. We ran a survey, like a pilot survey in 40 villages about 6 months ago through JPAL, and that number is actually less than half. So the gap between what is reported and what is true in actuality, even in Tamil Nadu, which arguably is amongst India's most developed states, is still huge. So the data problem exists. And as long as these incentive problems exist with the local bureaucrats and the local politicians, the data quality problem will persist. So, so that's something that I want to say. In terms of MIS, you're exactly right. There are thousands of types of MIS. So that's why I was trying to focus more on Panchayati Raj and rural development, because those are the things I know best. So even Jal Jeevan Mission, or here it's called Har Ghar Nal Ka Jal, or Nali Gali, or Nal Jal Yojana, or Narega scheme. So these MISs all are different, and they have different types of issues that come in. I think where you will see the maximum gap is infrastructure related to MISs, because it's hardest to monitor. So if somebody says they built a Nali, you can build a Nali, but the quality of the Nali is going to be very hard to monitor. They would have said we spend 6 lakh is pe, pipe pe 2 lakh, all of that. But you and I have no clue if that data is correct or not. And you and I actually have a clue. We know that the data is wrong. But how wrong is it is very hard. On the other hand, pensions, Narega, at least you know the end user beneficiary who's got the money. And there's a financial trail that goes all the way to that person's bank account. So you know if they've got the money or not. Have they done the work is a separate question. So every data system will have some gaps. And as researchers, I think we can think more about that, build up a typology of issues and go on from.
In the MIS, the volume of data which is collected, where do you have done the study in the Bihar, so much data is not required, because for the decision making, you don't need so much of data. Because if your data volume is large, then the analysis problem is also there. This start with the entering problem. As you know that a data operator is entering, and you give him a data which is too huge. He may not have motivation to enter the data correctly, or he may do incorrectly, or he may leave so many blanks.
I agree. I think there's a insane burden on data entry operators, but also even the Anganwadi worker in their register, they have 40 registers to maintain. I think this burden on them is insurmountable. I don't think they can ever do it. And that goes back to the dimensionality problem that we were talking about in the previous session, where you could maybe come up with a set of key indicators that you focus on from the MIS, that you say these are going to be the ones we focus on because they are correlated with performance across all these other things that we cannot collect data on, right? If we know how to do that, and as researchers, we can do it. We can do a study in, say, 100 villages, collect all kinds of data, and then identify the 4 or 5 features that predict quality across all 100 things, and then tell the government that these 5 things, as you know, if you try and fix, maybe that's sufficient to get entered. So I completely agree with you, sir, that that's a big problem, and we haven't really done much on that front.
Firstly, I must compliment you for a very, very comprehensive, and I believe you are working for the Bihar government now. I think Bihar government is very lucky that you are having such a person, qualified person, to get into very complicated issues. There is a tendency to suppress bad performance. It could be in Jivika, it could be in any other self-help groups, multiple, you said Anganwadi and all that. If you are asking the very people to tell you data which is incriminating to them, I think you should be cautious about it. I'm sure that there must be better ways to, and you must have identified such organizations. If they can behave badly 1 or 2 years, but they can't be allowed to continue with that kind of approach. And I'm sure the people who are in charge of these organizations, Jivika and all that, they must step into that, and then independent collector should be appointed for, something like outsourcing of the data. They will go to the organizations, see the documents, collect the information, and then forward it to the statistics.
Yeah, I completely agree, sir. I think that implementers as the people reporting on their own performance is the worst incentive structure possible. And, about 15 years ago, they floated this idea of an independent evaluation office, like an officer in an office sitting in, so it was when the UPA 2 government was around, they thought they'll set up a separate body that only spends time collecting data to evaluate government performance, right? So, pick schemes and then go and do very quick audits and then try and build better understanding of what's happening. That idea, I think, still has scope. I think we can still try and do it. The problem is that we've seen what happened with Lokpals, and we've seen what happened with other grievance redressal mechanisms. At some point, they get captured by the bureaucratic politician complex, and then you're unable to get out of that. But I still do believe that if you get good, competent officers at the top and you give them a team and you use the power of statistics, which allows you to do small samples and still come up with big inferences, there is a way to kind of get around this problem.
Can I ask a question? So let's say an ASHA worker has to fill out a register detailing what all she has done and how many households she has covered and so on. So that's model 1. The second model is there is a technology that is available which tracks the phone of this ASHA worker and indicates what distances she has covered and how long she has spent at a particular point. So if I spend 15 minutes at a household, then it will say that at that geolocation, I've spent 15 minutes. So it's possible to use that data to track back what the day of the ASHA worker has looked like, right? So this is coming back and tying back to the theme of this workshop. So are there non-human ways, technology-driven ways through which much of this data can be backtracked without having to rely on actively on a human intervention?
So I think let's start with payments made. I think we've now moved to mostly non-human in terms of if I have your bank account and you're supposed to get a pension payment or you're supposed to get some farmer PM Kisan payment, I can track using entirely non-human ways when the payment was triggered and whether it's reached that beneficiary's bank account. Now, how it goes from bank account to the final beneficiary, we don't know, but that itself was not being done even say 15 years ago, because post office bank accounts used to exist. They were not digital. They had their own system. And so there you already see it. Now with your tracking of individuals with Asha worker, the example you gave, I think we haven't developed these systems partly because there's a concern of violation of privacy or whatever, right? So you are basically suggesting putting tracking devices on humans and that could result in all kinds of other concerns that we should be wary of. And even that is not foolproof because I heard the story about a field assistant, a Narega field assistant in Andhra Pradesh, who used to he was supposed to make visits to field and they would track his phone. So he would just give the phone to somebody and say, go on the bike, just go around and come back, right? And that would be, he wouldn't do it. He would get somebody to do it, but not necessarily go visit people, but just like go to that village and come back, right? And that way he didn't have to do the work he was doing. So even a tracking device could be game. And it has privacy concerns. And I think that combination of things, but there are many other, the banking data I told you is what's called digital data exhaust. The exhaust data exists for many things, and it's actually now being tracked without human intervention. And so I agree that that's a way to go.
Privacy concern is not so much because, you can always think of a case where you're giving a device to a person only for this purpose.
Right.
Let's say a cheap device that is only meant to be carried for this purpose. So
Yeah.
there are ways to get a...
Yeah. The other thing that people always say is that the thing to monitor often is not the input, but it's the output. So in the sense that Asha worker may say that, look, you think that I have to go to 17 houses every day, but in my village, I only need to go to 6. And so, but then the government will form one rule for all Asha workers across the state. And then that's the other thing we should be careful of. So the principle that you can think of using in terms of what data to collect and monitor, I would always say focus on the output. So can you say, if the Asha worker is supposed to give this many immunizations, then what does that result in? A fall in whatever, a disease or whatever. If you're able to track that output, then that is always a better thing to track than the process, which is what most government MISs focus on. They focus on just getting the process right. But I actually think the outputs are the more, and this is not me, many people have mentioned this.
So first of all, I want to know you that in census, we are doing a dual recording system for the sample registration system. So first we have part-time enumerators like ASA workers and many others to collect continuous data on field. And every 6 months, we send our government official investigator to go on the field and check that data and collect data independently from the field. And they have a app, SRS app in their mobile installed. If they go to that particular location, then app will open only. And they have to fill the data in that location only. So through this app and to improvisation in the data collection system, we are able to collect data very accurately and on the field. So we have controlled the many errors, and recently in CRS system like sample registration of birth and the death, we have trained many doctors to how to fill the form in 2017. But recently we have checked that all the hospital, they are not filling, and the people are not know about that. And this registration of birth and death is given to a state. We are from center. First of the, so we are controlling the, like he said that to how to reduce the error. So we are controlling the, he said that the government official are not working on that to control the error. errors, but we have controlled the errors. And in your, like, you said that that in Manrega workers. So do you think that Manrega workers to collect data from that in the field independently without the verifying, Manrega worker have access to internet because they are, in the case of Bihar, they are very
So if I can summarize, should the end users be involved in the process of generating data?
No, the second thing is they know that and they are able to enter the data. They are able to use internet or mobile.
Right.
So first you to see their perspective and their capability to enter the data. So
Let's take
in
the
that-
view.
Yeah. So great points. I mean, these are very good points, and it is true that governments are trying. It's not. I do not for a second say that governments are entirely at fault. But I will say this, that even with Manrega, for example, you're right that workers, the end workers may not be able to enter their own data on how much they work. But imagine you built a system where instead of sending your team member to go all the way to travel to 8,000 panchayats, you actually just called up the Manrega worker and you asked them, did you work these days? Did you get this money, right? That's a nice back check system that can be used and hasn't been used as much. That's my submission. The other submission is that, well, while one individual Manrega worker may not be able to enter any data, if you empower the Gram Sabha and you make the Gram Sabha a little bit more tech friendly, and you have the Gram Sabha meetings as forums where workers can come together and question their leaders, there you'll always find a few Manrega workers who can actually access the internet. So you don't need every worker to be accessing. You just need a small sample of workers to be able to access. And as long as you actively promote that as a member of government, I think there are benefits to be gained from that. But great points. I agree with your points.
So we just have time for one last question, short one.
Sir, it's a very good presentation, and I've been working in Bihar for last 7 years, and that too with the government. And I just want to add few points that I think every program has its specific objectives and they have different key functions involved in that. In my understanding, I think there's lots of miscommunication and research gaps between the researcher and the bureaucrats or government structure. So I think as a researcher, we are not communicating well with the right person at the right time. I think if you're communicating well with that person with your set of objectives. So my thing is that when government is not feeling that they're overburdened, their additional work is coming to them. And if you can show them that, okay, this is my short-term kind of goal, this is my mid-term and this is my long-term. And if you can show them some tangible benefits are coming out of that, and that is beneficial of the program that they are running for the state, I think they are more flexible in accepting that things. And if you can show and a continuous communication, it's not that one time you go and put up your, research thoughts and you're not communicating well. I think there's where researchers should spend more time, with the, not with the higher level, but at the mid level who are feeling threatened because, if they are kind of some data is telling something that they might be backlashed, but they don't understand what is happening actually. It is not that at one point they will feel threatened, but if you can take them into confidence, okay, this is the first time happening, but we are not here to flag your points, but we are here to support the things, and we can make your stuff much easier in using this kind of, research findings or technology. This is one point. And another thing is that their role in data, we as a researcher, I think people who are contributing to the data and generating data, they should understand what contribution they are making in the system. And I think they are not communicated well, even with the ASHA worker, frontline worker, what exactly they are contributing to what. And if they're entering a wrong data, what harm they are doing, not only to themselves, but the community as a large. So we are not showing them the other side of the coin. So being engaged in the surveillance system of ANM, where we are having a very, very difficult situation of shifting from the paper-based reporting in the real-time reporting. And you can understand paper-based, they are only understand with the aggregate level of data. They are not in the case history. So when it became a very mandatory kind of thing that you have to put every details of one particular probable case of infectious disease, so they cannot run away from their duty, right? So when it started showing them, this is what you are contributing, and if you are putting something wrong, it is your own people who are suffering. They are not getting the benefits. So don't think that we are here to complain or you're about your not performing well. So we are here to to support you or to make your task more easier. I think as a researcher, as a research group, we should communicate with all who are generating data and understanding them, their difficulties. And, I think that makes the environment much more conducive for them to work in a cohesive manner that we will look forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is great. These are great comments. I entirely agree. Thank you.
So let's.
Thank you, both of you. We have in the next session, there is panel discussion. We have Dr. Emma Sharan, who will moderate the discussion. In the panelist, we have Chanchal Kumar Singh, Director, CK Singh Management Services Private Limited. Deepak Kumar, Field Manager, CK Singh Management Services Private Limited. Alan Francis, Research Manager, DAI Research and Advisory Services. Anup Bhagat, Program Manager, Asian Development Research Institute. Gulshan Patel, Project Assistant, Asian Development Research Institute. And Indrajit Goswami, Program Officer, Asian Development Research Institute. Please welcome all of them.
Okay. For coming to this session, select, field research people. What is amazing about them, I know a few of them personally for many years, is that they are actually the people who get their hand. They spend a lot of time on the ground. These people started enumerators and made ranks. So the entire data collection process ground up. And so getting insights from them, I think is super valuable. Takes us further away from where we started in the morning. So in the morning, we started with more abstract theoretical concepts of data, and then we moved to a slightly more political economy understanding in the previous session. And now we're going kind of getting us the ground up view. So what we'll do is, this is a panel discussion. I'll just let everyone give us their opening remarks. I think that we'll start Alan, and then we'll kind of move path. I know that Deepak and Chanchal are both also experienced in phone-based research, and so they will talk about data phone and the problems that come from that. The only other thing I'll say is that this session may be bilingual because some of these speakers are more comfortable in. Okay, so the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharon, for the introduction and the team. So, yeah, I'm comfortable with both languages. तो मैं भी हिंदी में ही बात करूंगा ताकि सारे साथियों को सही से. Okay, yeah. तो हाँ, सुबह से जैसे डिस्कशंस हो रहे हैं और जैसे शरण ने बताया कि हम लोग पहले कंसेप्चुअल से अभी यहाँ पर आए हैं, फील्ड में डेटा कलेक्शन किस तरह से हो रहा है. मैं एक थोड़ा सा पर्सपेक्टिव रखना चाहूँगा, नॉट सिर्फ फील्ड टीम के बेसिस पर से नहीं, पर ऑल्सो थोड़ा सा मैनेजमेंट और ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल पर्सपेक्टिव से, जहाँ पर काफ़ी बार रिसर्चर्स और गवर्नमेंट्स और काफ़ी सारे लोग फील्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को रिक्रूट करती हैं अपना पूरा ये आउटसोर्स करने के लिए डेटा कलेक्शन एक्सरसाइज. अभी जब इस पॉइंट पर हम आते हैं, तब इट्स अ फैक्टर ऑफ मल्टीपल थिंग्स, पर जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज हो जाती है वो है टाइम और एक कॉस्ट। कि जैसे मैम ने भी एक पॉइंट रेज किया था, 2000 रुपये पर स्कूल के लिए है, तो अभी उसको मोस्ट एफिशिएंटली हम लोग कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे फील्ड पर, वो तो फिर एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के पास में बैठ जाता है, क्योंकि डेटा कलेक्ट करना है और पैसे भी इतने ही हैं। तो अब कैसे करना है? रिसर्च तो रुकेगी नहीं और काम रुकेगा नहीं, हम नहीं करेंगे तो कोई और करेगा। तो एक तो शरण ने जैसे बताया कि दूसरा इंसेंटिव हो सकता है उसको करने के लिए कि हम डेटा से फिर बाद में क्या करेंगे, उसके लिए कुछ आप नेगोशिएट करें उनके साथ। और अगर वो भी नहीं हो पा रहा है तो फिर हम लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेज के साथ उसको किस तरह से इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे। तो आई थिंक हमारे साथ काफी ज्यादा फील्ड में एक्सपीरियंस लोग हैं, तो सब एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट चीज यही होती है कि अपने फील्ड मैनेजर्स और फील्ड वाले लोगों पे भरोसा करें कि ये लोग अगर 7, 8, 10, 15, 20 साल से इन्हीं एरियाज में काम कर रहे हैं, तो आई थिंक वही लोग हैं जो सबसे ज्यादा इनपुट्स इस चीज में दे पाएंगे, क्या हो सकता है, क्या नहीं हो सकता है, और कितने लोगों की जरूरत है। तो ये रिसोर्सेज को शुरुआत में ही किस तरह से एलोकेट करना, किस तरह से प्लान करना, एक सही चीज हो जाती है। दूसरा, ऐसे कामों में जितना भी हम लोग उसको टॉप हैवी ना रखें, मतलब काफी बार ऐसा हो जाता है कि मैनेजमेंट के अंदर ही हम लोग काफी सारे रिसोर्सेज गवा देते हैं कि भाई 4 RAs 5 RAs मिलके 5 लोगों की या 15 लोगों की रिसर्च टीम को मैनेज कर रहे हैं। अब अगर इसको हम लोग टॉप हैवी जैसे बना देंगे, तो ऐसा काफी बार हो जाता है कि जो रिसोर्सेस हमको फील्ड टीम तक पहुंचाने चाहिए, वो पहुंच नहीं पाते और फिर वो लोग काफी ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट कंडीशंस में काम कर रहे होते हैं। तो आई थिंक दैट इज वन इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से अगर देखा जाए। पर उसके आगे आई थिंक आई विल ओपन द स्पेस फॉर अदर मेंबर्स, और प्लीज आप कंट्रीब्यूट कीजिए। थैंक यू।
And please introduce yourselves.
ओह
Yeah.
सॉरी, या तो मेरा नाम एलन है, मैं DI रिसर्च ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में रिसर्च मैनेजर का पोजीशन पे काम कर रहा हूँ। हम लोग बिहार में मतलब एज एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हम लोग काफ़ी यंग हैं, 3 साल से काम कर रहे हैं, पर हमारे काफ़ी मेजर प्रोजेक्ट्स बिहार में इम्प्लीमेंट हुए हैं। तो एक बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस रहा है यहाँ पर काम करने का, और उसके पहले मैं भी बिहार स्टेट हेल्थ सोसाइटी के साथ काम कर रहा था, तो ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम आई हैव अ डिसेंट एक्सपीरियंस। थैंक यू।
Myself Gulshan Patel, working as a project assistant. My major involvement in data collection and cleaning the data, or managing all the survey or data collection. डेटा कलेक्शन की अगर बात करते हैं तो सबसे पहले होता है कि अगर हम फील्ड में अपने किसी भी टॉपिक पे अगर हम फील्ड में डेटा कलेक्शन करने के लिए भेज रहे हैं किसी को, तो सबसे पहले कि क्वेश्चनर किस तरह से हम रेडी करें कि सामने और जो रिस्पोंडेंट है वो रिस्पोंडेंट फ्रेंडली क्वेश्चन हो, कि जो भी टॉपिक पे है उनके लिए जवाब देना आसान हो। और थैंक यू।
Hello everyone. My name is Anup, and I'm working in Adri from last 2 years. In the social sector, I'm continuing in the. मैं पिछले 12 साल से इस सोशल सेक्टर में हूँ। करेंटली अभी मैं इन्फेक्शियस डिजीज के ऊपर काम कर रहा हूँ, जो गवर्नमेंट का एक प्रोग्राम है, IDSP, दैट इज इंटीग्रेटेड डिजीज सर्विलेंस प्रोग्राम। तो बेसिकली जहाँ पे हमारा फील्ड लेवल से रिपोर्टिंग होता है, जैसा कि अभी गुलशन बता रहे थे कि रिपोर्टिंग के लिए बहुत ही जरूरी है कि चीज़ें सिंपल हो, जैसे कि या जिससे कि जो रिस्पोंडेंट हैं वो उसको इजीली समझ सके और एप्रोप्रिएट आंसर दे पाए। ठीक उसके पैरेलली जो इंटरव्यूअर हैं उनके लिए भी ये जरूरी है कि वो क्वेश्चन को सही तरीके से समझे और उसको सही तरीके से डिलीवर कर पाए। डेटा तो हम लोग कलेक्ट कर ही लेंगे, बहुत सारे मोड्स हैं उसके, लेकिन ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि जो डेटा आ रहा है उसमें एरर कितना है। अगर हम सही तरीके से उसको डिलीवर नहीं कर पाएंगे तो बहुत ही ज्यादा एरर डेटा या बहुत ही ज्यादा नल डेटा आने के चांसेस होते हैं। तो इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि हम कैसे उसको डिलीवर कर रहे हैं। एक चीज मैं बताना चाहूंगा, फील्ड लेवल पे हमारा जो भी डेटा आता है वो इसलिए एरर आता है, या जो भी डेटा कलेक्शन होता है उसे इसलिए एरर आता है क्योंकि वो चीजों को सही तरीके से समझ नहीं पाते, क्योंकि उनको ये पता है कि उन्हें क्या करना है, बट ये नहीं पता कि उन्हें क्या नहीं करना है। जब तक उन्हें ये नहीं पता होगा, ये एरर का चांसेस रहेगा। थिंक मैं अभी पास करता हूँ फिर दीप जी को। नमस्कार, मेरा नाम इंद्रजीत गोस्वामी है और मैं आद्री में एसोसिएटेड हूँ 1995 से, और औपचारिक रूप से मैंने 1996 में आद्री को ज्वाइन कर लिया, और तब से लेके आज तक बहुत सारे फील्ड में मैंने इवैल्यूएशन, स्टडी और रिसर्च में अपना योगदान दिया है। और रही बात की डाटा कलेक्शन में, जो भी हमारे फील्ड में जो दिक्कतें आती है कि अगर प्रशासन इन्वॉल्व है तो डाटा कलेक्शन करने में हमें बहुत परेशानी नहीं है, और अगर प्रशासन इन्वॉल्व नहीं है सीधे सीधे तो डाटा कलेक्शन करने में हमें बहुत परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़ता है। कई जगह लाठियां भी खाई हैं डाटा कलेक्शन करने के दौरान, कई जगह बांधे गए हैं। और मैं छोटे शब्दों में ही कहूँगा कि ये बात है झारखंड में पतरातू प्रखंड में, हजारीबाग के अंदर पतरातू प्रखंड है, वहाँ एक लपंगा पंचायत है। तो प्रशासन ने सीधे सीधे मना किया था कि आप इस ओर ना जाएं, ये पूरी तरह से नक्सल बेल्ट है। तो उस समय भाई नया रंगरूट बहाल हुआ था आदरी में, तो उत्साह बहुत ज़्यादा था और हम चढ़ गए उस पहाड़ी पे, और चढ़ते ही हमें बांध लिया गया और 8 घंटे तक बांध के रखा उन्होंने। डाटा कलेक्शन करना था कि कितने लोग इस पंचायत में निरक्षर हैं, ठीक है। उस समय एडल्ट लिटरेसी के लिए मैं काम कर रहा था। तो सबसे पहले तो उन्होंने बांध लिया मुझे, और लैंग्वेज प्रॉब्लम था। तो लैंग्वेज प्रॉब्लम था तो फिर वो ना मेरी हिंदी समझ पा रहे हैं ना हम उनकी भाषा को समझ पा रहे हैं। तो जब तक उनके कमांडर नहीं आ गए तब तक उन लोगों ने हमको छोड़ा नहीं। इस बीच में चूंकि मैं एक आर्टिस्ट हूँ, तो कमर में रस्सी बांध के रखा था उन लोगों ने। तो मैंने मांदर को देखा और मांदर में कुछ बजाना शुरू किया, और बजाना शुरू किया तो मेरे साथ एक पंकज कुमार थे, हमारे सीनियर हैं, और वो भी साथ थे। और मांदर को बजाते हुए मैंने एक ट्राइबल गाना सीखा था बहुत पहले, वो मुंडारी में था। वो सारे नक्सल हैं और मुंडा उसका ये था, जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद इनकलाबी जिंदाबाद, उठाओ नारा इनकलाबी जिंदाबाद। अब जब ये गाना उन लोगों ने सुना तो उसको लगा कि हो सकता है कि ये आदमी मेरे ही बीच का है, इनकलाब जिंदाबाद कर रहा है। उसके बाद मैंने मांदर बजाया, उनके साथ नाचे गाए हम लोग, और फिर जो काम करना था हमको, जो डाटा कलेक्शन करना था, वो हम इजीली कर पाए। और उनको जब समझाया कि भाई हम इस काम के लिए आए हैं, तो उन्होंने आसानी से सारा डाटा, कमांडर ने एक रेस्पोंडेंट को बुला के हमारा काम पूरा कर दिया। तो वो काम जो हमको 2 दिन में ख़त्म करना था तो मुझे 4 दिन लग गए। तो यहाँ अब बात आती है कि टाइम और कॉस्ट की बात, यहाँ पर जाके हम लोग फेलियर हो जाते हैं। ये टाइम जो हमने अज्यूम करके रखा है कि ये फील्ड हमको इतने दिन में ख़त्म करना है, हम डिपेंड करता है रेस्पोंडेंट हमारे कितने जल्दी हमको रेस्पॉन्ड करते हैं, तो उस हिसाब से हम मैनेज कर पाएंगे। नहीं तो ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल लेवल पे ये बहुत बड़ा एक लोड बढ़ जाता है कि फील्ड वर्क का टाइम बढ़ रहा है। दूसरा मिसाल एक देंगे
कि एक हम आगा खान फाउंडेशन का प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे थे कि वहाँ के जो मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी के इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं उनकी क्या स्थिति है। तो ये काम कर रहे थे हम मुजफ्फरपुर में। तो हमारा शेड्यूल था कि पूरे जिले को हम 7 दिन में मैपिंग कर लेंगे, लेकिन 7 दिन में मैपिंग हम नहीं कर पाए, हमको पूरे 16 दिन लग गए और पूरी की पूरी टीम हम 7 दिन के बजाय 16 दिन वहां एक्सपेंड किए। तो हमारा बजट जो है 2 गुना से ज्यादा हो गया। अब क्या था कि ये जो मेरे माथे पे टीका देख रहे हैं ये हम शुरू से लगाते हैं और काम करना है हमको मुस्लिम समुदाय के बीच। तो सबसे पहले तो बोला ये टीका वाला कहाँ आ गया यार। तो खैर, तो हम एक मदरसे में गए, एक बच्चे को बुलाया और बोला कि भाई इनसे एक नात गवाइए, देखते हैं क्या ये है। तो मौलाना को बोले, तो बोले बच्चे नात नहीं गा पाते हैं, अभी बच्चे छोटे हैं। हम बोले आप इजाज़त दे तो मैं नात गाऊं। तो मैंने उनसे एक टोपी मांगी, नात क्योंकि इबादत है तो टोपी मांग के उसके बाद मैंने टोपी लगाई और फिर मैंने नात पढ़ा। और जब नात पढ़ लिया तो वो जितने भी मदरसे थे मुजफ्फरपुर में वो सारे ये हो गए कि ना ये भी आदमी सही है, जेन्युइन है, ये जो भी डाटा मांग रहे हैं उनको डाटा दिया जा सकता है। तो फिर वो एक माउथ पब्लिसिटी हो गई, हम अच्छी तरह से डाटा कलेक्ट कर पाए। लेकिन फिर मेरा जो डेज था वो पहले ही बढ़ गया। फिर तीसरा इंसिडेंट बताएंगे हम, मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी में ही बारसोई एक ब्लॉक है कटिहार जिले में। तो वहाँ हम SIA का काम कर रहे थे, सोशल इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट का। और वो प्रोजेक्ट था कि महानंदा नदी के इसमें एक बांध बनना था और उस बांध के किनारे जितने भी लोग आ रहे थे वो मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी के थे और कहा जाता है कि ये लोग सारे बांग्लादेश के रिफ्यूजी हैं। तो सबसे पहले उस समय NRC और ये आ गया था। तो कुछ भी काम करने जाए तो भाई वो उनका एक ये है कंसर्न था कि भाई अगर हम कोई डेटा दे देते हैं तो हमारी ज़मीनें तो ले ही ली जाएंगी और साथ साथ हम इस ज़मीन से बेदखल कर दिए जाएंगे। हमारा कोई पुनर्वास होगा या नहीं होगा इसका पता नहीं। जबकि हम लोग समझाते समझाते थक गए, हमारा कोई अनुभव काम नहीं आया और फिर भी किसी तरह से उनको मना के कि भाई आपके लिए आपके पुनर्वास की व्यवस्था है, सारे कुछ की व्यवस्था है, आप बेझिझक अपनी बातों को यहाँ रखें। और SIA का एक नियम है कि आप जब तक नहीं चाहेंगे तब तक सरकार आपके जमीन पर कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट नहीं लगाएगी। उनको विश्वास में लिया लेकिन फिर भी वो विश्वास में नहीं आए। तो FGD के समय मैंने वहाँ के प्रशासनिक पदाधिकारियों को बैठाया, वहाँ के SDO को बैठाया, तब मैंने FGD की, उनकी मदद ली। फिर भी किसी तरह से हम डाटा कलेक्ट कर पाए और ये शेड्यूल मेरा 10 दिन का था और मेरा शेड्यूल ये बढ़ के करीब 18 दिन का हो गया। तो कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव तो यहाँ हो रहा है। लेकिन लास्टली यही हुआ कि SIA हमने कर लिया, FGD करके जब पब्लिक हियरिंग में हम आए तो पब्लिक हियरिंग में आए तो पब्लिक किसी भी तरह से किसी भी सूरत में उस प्रोजेक्ट को अंजाम देने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। लास्टली गवर्नमेंट ने, प्रशासन ने उस प्रोजेक्ट को विड्रॉ कर लिया कि ठीक है ये प्रोजेक्ट यहाँ नहीं होगा। तो ये सारे इंसिडेंट हैं जो हमें फील्ड में झेलने पड़ते हैं। और हमारे जो रिसर्च टीम है, जो प्रिंसिपल इन्वेस्टिगेटर हैं, उनका फ़ोन बराबर आता है कि भाई तुम लोग इतना देर क्यों लगा रहे हो, क्या कर रहे हो वहाँ। और यहाँ से जब हम बताते हैं तो वो बहुत सेटिस्फाइड नहीं होते हैं कि ऐसा भी फील्ड में हो सकता है। धन्यवाद।
गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन। मेरा नाम दीपक हुआ और मैं CK सिंह मैनेजमेंट सर्विस प्राइवेट लिमिटेड से 2 साल से जुड़ा हुआ हूँ और इस कंपनी में मैं एज अ टेलीकॉलर ज्वाइन किया था और फिलहाल मैं एज अ सुपरवाइजर भी काम करता हूँ और फील्ड मैनेजर इन फील्ड। और फ्रॉम टेलीफोनिक और फील्ड में बहुत ज़्यादा अंतर हो जाता है। अगर मैं टेलीफोनिक कॉल्स की बात करूं तो जब हम कॉल करते थे तो अभी फिलहाल ऐसा हो गया है कि अगर हम कॉल करते हैं तो और अपने आप को इंट्रोड्यूस करते हैं कि जी नमस्ते, हम एक निजी शोध संस्था से कॉल कर रहे हैं, वैसे ही हमारा कॉल कट हो जाता है। बेसिकली वो बोलते हैं कि ये स्कैम है और बहुत से रीजन उनके द्वारा दिया जाता है कि आप क्या कर रहे हो, किसके अनुमति से लेकर कर रहे हो ये। तो उस समय जो सबसे बड़ी बात है वो आपकी कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स पे डिपेंड करता है कि आप कैसे उनसे बात कर रहे हैं, आप कैसे उनको मोटिवेट करके उनको समझा पा रहे हैं, अपनी बातों को रख पा रहे हैं, अपने क्वेश्चनार को समझा पा रहे हैं, तो वो डिपेंड करता है। और अगर मैं फील्ड की बात करूं तो ये बहुत ही डिफरेंट है, क्योंकि हमने तो इवन टेलीफोनिक में तो गाली भी सुनने मिलता है। अगर हम फील्ड पे जाते तो उस तरीके की चीज़ें नहीं होती है। एक एक्सपीरियंस मैं शेयर करना चाहता हूँ। जब हम फील्ड पे थे, व्हेन आई वाज वर्किंग ऑन द प्रोजेक्ट ऑफ अपूर्वा मैम, और वो सेम डे इंसिडेंट ये हुआ व्हेन वी आर इन भोजपुर। तो वहाँ का सीन ये था, द मेन पर्पस ऑफ द प्रोजेक्ट वाज कि हमें किसी एक सिटीजन से 1 to 5 सिटीजन से बात करनी है। डेट वाज अ कॉन्जॉइंट प्रोजेक्ट एंड कॉन्जेक्ट सर्वे, और एक मुखिया या वार्ड सदस्य से बात करनी है। सो आई वाज देयर एज अ सुपरवाइजर। मेरे साथ मेरे एक साथीगण थे। तो उन्होंने जब मुखिया के पास गया और उन्होंने सर्वे के लिए उनसे अनुमति लेनी चाहे, तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ये आस्क कि आपकी कास्ट क्या है। सो मुझे ये बोलते हुए मुझे उस समय ये लगा कि कास्टिज्म कितना है बिहार में। तो उन्होंने उन्होंने बताया ही वाज अ बॉय फ्रॉम SC कास्ट। तो उन्होंने सीधे बोल दिया कि आप दरवाजे तक ही रहो, उससे अंदर आपको आने की जरूरत नहीं है। देन ही आस्क्ड अबाउट माय कास्ट, आप किस कास्ट से हो? सो आई वाज OBC, आई कम फ्रॉम OBC। सो ही टोल्ड मी कम एंड सिट एंड हैव अ सर्वे। सो उस समय मुझे रियलाइज हुआ कि ये कितना डिफिकल्ट होता है। जो आदमी वहां पर मौजूद है और उसको सुनकर कैसा लगा होगा कि उसके कास्ट के कारण उसको घर के अंदर नहीं घुसने दिया गया। और सेम एक और उसी दिन इंसिडेंट था कि हमें सर्वे करना था 2 टोला में। इट माइट बी राजपूत टोला और मुसहर टोला। तो हमने जैसे ही मुसहर टोला में गया तो वहां पर सीन ये था कि एवरीवेयर देयर डर्ट, मत दारू का पॉकेट हर जगह, किधर ना किधर कुछ भी फेंका हुआ है, गंदगी पूरी भरी हुई है। सो जो सर्वेयर थे उन्होंने बोला कि मैं नहीं जा सकता। सो अगर आप किसी चीज पे रिसर्च कर रहे हैं तो आप चाहते हैं कि जितना भी जगह हो सके वो कवर होना चाहिए। अगर वो किसी भी टोला में कोई भी गंदगी है तो वहां पर जाकर वो क्वालिटी डाटा देता है। तो हमने बोला कि हम भी आपके साथ चलेंगे और जहां वो बैठेंगे वहां बैठकर करना है। सो वहां पर गए, नाली के बगल में हमने बैठकर वो डाटा कलेक्ट किया। हमने बोला कि शुरुआत हम करते हैं, आप इसको फिनिश करो। तो फील्ड का एक्सपीरियंस ऑलमोस्ट वेरी डिफरेंट फ्रॉम टेलीफोनिक। तो ये सब चीज़ें हम लोग हैंडल करते हैं व्हेन वी आर गोइंग टू फील्ड और व्हेन वी आर डूइंग इट ऑन टेलीफोन। तो फ्रॉम माय साइड दिस इज, मैं इतना कहना चाहूँगा। थैंक यू।
सभी लोगों को नमस्ते। तो मेरा नाम चंचल कुमार सिंह है और मैंने इस रिसर्च सेक्टर में शुरुआत किया 2012 में। और जो पहला प्रोजेक्ट था हमारा वो था TPDS, टारगेटेड पब्लिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सिस्टम, सॉरी टारगेटेड पब्लिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सिस्टम। तो मैंने वहाँ शुरू किया था एज ए इन्वेस्टिगेटर। मैं गया था फील्ड पे और वहाँ से मैंने शुरू किया अपना जो रिसर्च का जो कैरियर है, जिसमें आज मैं अपना एक टीम के साथ एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन भी रन कर रहा हूँ। तो वो जो प्रोजेक्ट था वही मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ा लर्निंग था, और आगे बढ़े हम वहीं से। हुआ ये कि उस प्रोजेक्ट में गवर्नमेंट से लेकर जो निचले स्तर पे जो पीडीएस डीलर होते हैं वो सारे लोग इन्वॉल्व थे, और हमें इंटरव्यू करना था जिनको राशन मिलता है, जो पब्लिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सिस्टम के अंतर्गत जिनको राशन मिलता है उनको इंटरव्यू करना था। टॉप मोस्ट जब गवर्नमेंट के तरफ से जब बातें आती थी तो लगता था कि हाँ चलो सब सही चल रहा है, शायद यही कुछ जाएंगे तो नीचे भी यही कुछ मिलेगा। तो और जब ये सब चीजें जब लेकर, जब हमें तो ऊपर से इंस्ट्रक्शन मिलता है कि आप जाइए फील्ड में ये डेटा कलेक्ट करके लेके आइए, लेकिन कुछ कुछ चीजें जो होती है वो हमारी उलझनों का कारण बन जाती है। हार्डल फील्ड में बहुत है, अगर उसकी बात करें तो काफी है, हर्डल्स काफी है। तो जब हम एक ही क्वेश्चनर के साथ जब जाते हैं फील्ड में बात करने के लिए, तो फील्ड का क्या एक्सपीरियंस है हमारा कि हम जो सिलेक्टेड लोगों से बात करते हैं उन पे नॉन सिलेक्टेड लोगों की नजर होती है। भाई ये क्या हो रहा है, उसके यहाँ ही क्यों हो रहा है, भाई लगता है कुछ उसका कुछ गलती है, या लगता है इसने कुछ कंप्लेन किया है इसलिए इसके यहाँ इंक्वायरी आया है। तो ये सारा चीज जब हम स्टार्टिंग में जब फेस किए तो मुझे फिर समझ में आया कि लोग जो हैं वो परेशान हैं। परेशान इसीलिए हैं कि जो चीजें उनको मिलनी चाहिए वो मिलती नहीं है, और अगर नहीं मिलती है तो कुछ लोग हैं कि किसी को बताते हैं, कुछ लोग हैं कि चलो भाई उसी में हम खुश हैं। तो जो लोग खुश हैं उनको भी अंदर से खुशी नहीं होती है, और जो लोग खुश नहीं है वो चाहते हैं कि भाई हमको जब खुशी नहीं है तो हम अगले को कैसे खुश होने दें। तो हम एक गांव का, जैसा अभी एक्सपीरियंस की बात है तो मैं एक गांव का बताता हूँ। गया जिले में खुर्रही गांव है। खुर्रही गांव है तो उसका एक डरावना स्टोरी था, जिसके कारण कि हमारे जो फील्ड स्टाफ थे तो वो वहां जाने से इनकार कर दिए। तो लास्ट में मुझे बोला गया कि नहीं आपको जाना है, क्योंकि वो गांव हमारा टारगेट विलेज है तो वहां आपको जाना पड़ेगा। तो उस गांव में इंटर करने पे जो, चूंकि डीलर जो वहां पे थे वो काफी पुराने थे, और उनके बगल के पंचायत में चूंकि इंटरव्यू हुआ था तो उनको पता चल गया था कि ये लोग आया है डीलर को अब राशन छिनवा देगा, इसलिए आया है यहाँ पे। तो जब हम लोग वहां पे भेजे टीम को, तो टीम तो वहां पे नहीं गई, क्योंकि टीम को वहां पे भगा दिया गया, वहां इंटर नहीं करने दिया गया। मेरे पास फोन आया तो मैं बोला कि ठीक है मैं जाके देखता हूँ। तो मैं गया, तो सबसे पहले वहां पे मैं डीलर से ही बात किया, और जब डीलर से बात किया तो उनको, जैसे अगर हम फील्ड में जाते हैं, अगर लोगों को पहले ही गलत लग गया कि ये लोग गलत करने आए हैं, तो जिनको गलत लगा है हमने समझ गया कि ये डीलर के तरफ से ये चीजें बाहर निकली है। तो मैं डीलर के पास गया, डीलर को मैं बोला कि अगर ऐसा है, चूंकि उस टारगेटेड पब्लिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सिस्टम के अंतर्गत क्या था, ये स्कीम जो राशन जो मिल रहा है उसके बदले में लोगों को पैसा चूज करने का ऑप्शन दिया जा रहा था। तो उनको लगा कि ये पूरा राशन में बंद होगा, अब लोगों को पैसा मिलेगा तो मेरा तो काम बंद हो जाएगा, ये डीलर को लगा। तो वहां पर जब डीलर से जब बातचीत हुई तो डीलर को कन्विंस करना, तो ये कन्विंस करना चीजें जो है वो फील्ड पे बहुत बहुत मायने रखता है कि हम चीजों को कैसे डिलीवर करते हैं फील्ड में। तो अगर किसी को प्रॉब्लम है तो उसको वहां पे समझाना बहुत जरूरी है। मैं डीलर से बोला कि ये आपको लग रहा है कि आपका राशन छीन जाएगा, लेकिन आपको ये क्यों लग रहा है? हम जिनसे बात कर रहे हैं उनको तो हम बोल रहे हैं आपको राशन लेना है आप राशन लीजिए, आपको अगर पैसा लेना है तो पैसा लीजिए। तो उन्होंने फिर कुछ कुछ सवाल उनका था कि क्या होगा कहीं आपका तो फिर उनके सवाल क्या आते हैं कि सरकार जो आपको भेजा है तो क्यों भेजा है, बंद होने वाला राशन। तो अब जो सरकारी बातें जो है वो तो हम तक तो है नहीं। कभी कभार ऐसा होता है कि हम लोग डिस्कशन में मिलते हैं तो हमारे पास हो जाता है कि हाँ ये चीजें हैं, इनुमरेटर को तो ये चीजें नहीं पता होती। तो अब जब वहां पे जब उनके बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस थे तो मैंने उनको जितना मुझे पता था मैंने उनको ऑनेस्टली उनको बताया। और मैंने उनको इतना ही कहा कि अगर आपको लग रहा है कि आप राशन दे रहे हैं और लोग आपसे खुश हैं तो वो तो राशन लेना ही पसंद करेंगे ना। यानी कि मैं उनके फेवर में बोला तो उनको ऐसा लगा कि हाँ भाई ये तो जब हम लोग तो यहाँ पे हमारे खुश ही हैं। उनको ऐसे भी बोलना पड़ा कि देखिए राशन व्यवस्था जो जन वितरण प्रणाली के अंतर्गत जो सरकार से जो राशन निर्धारित है तो ये जरूरी नहीं है कि आप ही गलत दे रहे हैं, लेकिन आप थोड़ा सोचिए, थोड़ा उनके बारे में सोचिए कि जो राशन ले रहे हैं लेकिन होता है कि कई दफा उनको जो स्टोरेज से जो एफसीआई से जो लाते हैं राशन तो उसमें कहीं कुछ कम हो, इसके वजह से भी तो कम देते होंगे, इसमें डीलर की क्या गलती है। तो थोड़ा सा उनको पोलाइटली कुछ कुछ बोल के मैंने वहाँ कन्विंस किया। और फिर उसके बाद उन्होंने बोला कि ठीक है आप सर्वे कीजिए। जब वो सर्वे जब स्टार्ट हुआ, सर्वे स्टार्ट करने के बाद बहुत सारी स्टोरी आई कि उस जगह पे बहुत पहले कुछ नक्सलवादी लोग वहाँ पे परेशान करते थे लोगों को और इसके कारण वहाँ के लोग डरे रहते थे। तो रीजन जो है वो जब हम पहुँचते हैं फेस करते हैं तो उस वक्त रीजन कुछ और है, अंदर जाते हैं तो रीजन कुछ और है। तो कारण बहुत है, हर्डल्स बहुत है फील्ड में। तो फील्ड में जो हर्डल्स है उसको लेकर अब हम ज्यादा कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे, लेकिन ये जरूर बोलेंगे कि अगर फील्ड में हर्डल्स हैं तो उन हर्डल्स को हम कैसे रिसीव कर रहे हैं। कहने का मतलब है कि हम जब फील्ड एक्टिविटीज करते हैं तो हमारे पास क्या टूल्स है, हमारे पास किस तरह के मैन पावर रिसोर्सेस क्या हैं, कैसे हम फील्ड पे जा रहे हैं, किस तरह से डेटा कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं। तो उसमें जब बात करेंगे तो सबसे पहले हम लोग स्टार्ट डेटा जो कलेक्शन का जो स्टार्टिंग हुआ मतलब पेपर से, पेपर लेके गए फील्ड में और उसके बाद फिर जो भी क्वेश्चंस है उसको भर के उसके बाद फिर लाए। तो इसमें क्या होता है, पेपर पे जो डेटा कलेक्शन होता है तो एक बंदा है जो डेटा कलेक्शन किया, फिर वो डेटा कलेक्शन होके आता है ऑफिस पे, फिर वहां पे एक बंदा होता है जो डेटा एंट्री करता है। अब यहाँ पर हो गए कि एक इन्वेस्टिगेटर वो था, दूसरा इन्वेस्टिगेटर अब ये है, क्योंकि कुछ चीजें जो लिखी हुई थी वो इनको समझ में नहीं आया, इन्होंने तो भर दिया। फिर उसके बाद होता है कि अब ये जब डेटा एंट्री जब हुआ तो फिर डेटा एंट्री होके फिर उसके बाद पहुंचेगा जो रिसर्चर्स हैं उनके पास जाएगा, क्लीनिंग के लिए जाएगा, तो एरर्स चांसेस वहां पे बढ़ते हैं। फिर उसके बाद फिर क्या हुआ कि हम लोग पेपर से जो जब डिजिटल डेटा कलेक्शन जब सॉफ्टवेयर का इस्तेमाल किया, सर्वे सीटीओ को मैं ज़्यादा यूज़ करता हूँ, सर्वे सीटीओ पे हमारा ज़्यादा काम होता है। तो ये सर्वे सीटीओ के साथ जब हम फील्ड पे जाते हैं, जब फील्ड पे जाते हैं तो भी हमारा सेम हर्डल्स जो है वो कहीं से रुक नहीं रहा है। नॉन सिलेक्टेड आएंगे, आपसे सवाल जो क्वेश्चन में है 10 सवाल, आपसे 100 सवाल वो करेंगे, वहां पर आपको समय को बचाना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है। तो ये सारा चीज देखते हुए फील्ड पे क्या हो रहा है, कैसे हो रहा है, इसको हम लोग कम समय में कैसे कर सकते हैं, और इसके लिए कि फिर हम लोगों ने ट्राई किया टेलीफोनिक डेटा कलेक्शन। टेलीफोनिक डेटा कलेक्शन में क्या बेहतर चीज है, कमी है, लेकिन बेहतर चीज क्या है कि हम लोगों को अगर कन्विंस कर पा रहे हैं तो फिर चीजें आसानी से बाहर आ रही हैं। जब हम क्वेश्चनर्स के थ्रू जब बात करते हैं तो बहुत सारी चीजें हैं कि जब हम ऑन फील्ड जाते हैं तो पूछते किसी और से हैं, जवाब कोई और देते हैं। उस वक्त इन्वेस्टिगेटर को बस जवाब चाहिए होता है, क्योंकि वो धूप में तपके गए हैं, पसीना निकल रहा है, वो क्या एक ही सवाल को 2 बार पूछेंगे, या एक बंदा जब जवाब दे ही दिया तो उनको नहीं लगता है कि हमको किसी उनसे उनसे पूछना है, क्योंकि उनको ये भी तो है ना कि हमको सवाल जल्दी जल्दी कंप्लीट करना। हो सकता है अभी ये बोले, अभी फिर कुछ जवाब नहीं दे। इसका एक प्रॉब्लम ये भी है फील्ड पे जी सर। तो उसमें ये भी है कि फील्ड में अगर कुछ होता है तो जिनसे हम बातचीत करते हैं उनके परिवार लोग वहां पे मौजूद होते हैं। तो ये सारा चीज टेलीफोन पे, टेलीफोनिक डेटा कलेक्शन में हम नहीं मतलब आराम से हो जाता है, लोग फ्री फील करते हैं जवाब देने में। तो अगर वो बेहतर तरीके से कन्विंस्ड रहते हैं तो बेहतर जवाब वो देते हैं। तो ये सारी चीजें हैं, फील्ड में हर्डल्स हैं टेलीफोनिक डेटा कलेक्शन में भी, क्योंकि क्वालिटी मेजर करना थोड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है जब हम टेलीफोन पे बात करते हैं। हमने सुबोध जी को फोन लगाया, अब सुबोध जी ही बोल रहे हैं कि उनके भाई राकेश जी बोल रहे हैं, ये कैसे पता चलेगा? तो ये थोड़ा सा डेमोग्राफिक तौर पे कुछ कुछ उनसे पहले कंफर्म करने होते हैं कि आपके रिलेशन में कौन लगते हैं। तो ये सारा चीज है, टाइम थोड़ा कम लगता है। हम जो हमारे पास सैंपल्स जो मिलते हैं तो उसको हम ज्यादा कवर अप कर पाते हैं टेलीफोनिक डेटा कलेक्शन में। तो यही है फील्ड और टेलीफोनिक का मेरा जो सफर रहा है।
थैंक यू सो मच।
एक दो चीज जोड़ना चाहता था।
बोलिए सर।
एक दो चीज मैं जोड़ना चाहता हूँ। इनकम क्या है, इनकम के स्रोत क्या हैं, उनकी ज़मीनें कितनी हैं, ज़मीन का पैदावार कितना है। तो ये डाटा कहीं ना कहीं से हमें लगता है कि सही नहीं आता है, वो बहुत कुछ छुपा जाते हैं कि ऐसा ना हो कि हमारे ऊपर इनकम टैक्स का ये हो जाए, जबकि उतनी इनकम नहीं है फिर भी वो छुपाते हैं। लैंड ज़्यादा है तो वो कहेंगे कि नहीं एकदम हम भूमिहीन ही हैं, जबकि हम प्रत्यक्ष देख रहे हैं कि ये उनकी ज़मीन है। वो कहेंगे कि हम झोपड़े में रहते हैं, जबकि हम प्रत्यक्ष देख देख रहे हैं कि वो एक पक्के मकान में रहते हैं। तो ये चीज़ें, ये जो डेटा की क्वालिटी है, हमें लगता है कि जो लोग ये हैं, आप लोग भी फेस किए होंगे ऐसी बिंदुओं पर। तो वो डाटा सही नहीं आ पाता है, फिर उसको भी हम लोग क्रॉस चेक करने की कोशिश करते हैं कि आसपास के लोगों से कि हाँ भाई सही में ये मकान इन्हीं की है, हाँ सर ये इन्हीं की है, ये झूठ बोल रहे हैं। वो वाली जमीन इन्हीं की है, ये झूठ बोल रहे हैं। तो इस तरह की भी बातें आती हैं फील्ड में। धन्यवाद।
Okay. We have about 15 minutes, so any questions from the audience? We can just move to that.
रूरल डेवलपमेंट से रिलेटेड भी ज्यादातर टॉप हो रहा है अभी। आप लोग के एक्सपीरियंस भी हम अगर देखें तो कहीं ना कहीं रूरल डेवलपमेंट्स का ही पार्ट आ रहा है, जहाँ पे हम डेटा कलेक्शंस की बात कर रहे हैं, एंड वी फेसिंग अ लॉट्स ऑफ प्रॉब्लम व्हाइल कलेक्टिंग द डेटा। यहाँ पे सर कहीं ना कहीं आप लोग को नहीं लगता है कि गवर्नमेंट नहीं चाहती है कि हम सही तरीके से डेटा कलेक्ट करें? बिकॉज आई जस्ट कोड वन एग्जाम्पल, हेवरे बाजार, अहमदनगर महाराष्ट्र में एक छोटा सा गांव है, एंड दुनिया भर से वहाँ पे रिसर्चर्स आते हैं जस्ट उस गांव को रिसर्च करने के लिए, और यहाँ पे बैठे हुए बहुत सारे लोगों को उस गांव के बारे में पता होगा। एंड वो सबसे ज़्यादा डेवलप्ड अगर हम बोले इंडिया में, और उसको बहुत सारे अवार्ड मिले हैं, नेशनल इंटरनेशनल अवार्ड मिले हैं उस गाँव को। तो गवर्नमेंट अगर चाह ले तो हेवरे बाजार जैसे बाकी जो हमारे विलेजेस हैं उन्हें भी कर सकते हैं, बाकी जो हमारे पंचायत हैं, पंचायती राज हैं, उस तरीके से डेवलप हो सकते हैं। तो क्या आप लोग को कभी ऐसा फील नहीं होता है कि गवर्नमेंट ही नहीं चाहती है कि हम सही डेटा कलेक्ट करें और सही डेटा पुट करें?
Anybody who has worked with government and collected data for them?
तो मैं बस एक अटेम्प्ट करूँगा। मुझे ऐसा तो नहीं लगता है कि गवर्नमेंट का इतना कोई अल्टीरियर मोटिव है डेटा कलेक्शन रोकने के लिए, क्योंकि एट एनी पॉइंट सबको मालूम है और सारे एक्सेप्ट करते हैं कि ज़्यादा डेटा है, तो वो हमारे लिए फ़ायदेमंद है, किसी न किसी तरीके से उससे बेनिफिट ही मिलेगा। अभी यहाँ पर बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस दूसरे आ जाते हैं, जैसे काफ़ी सारे फील्ड चैलेंजेस तो इन्होंने बताए। अब
सर एग्जैक्टली जब आप हेवरे बाजार का थोड़ा सा डॉक्यूमेंट्री देख लेंगे या फिर उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा रिसर्च करेंगे, देयर इज अ लॉट्स ऑफ चैलेंजेस इन दैट विलेज आल्सो, बट वहाँ के लोगों ने, वहाँ की पब्लिक ने उसे सॉल्व किया।
हाँ,
स्वराज शाही उन्होंने एक नाम दिया, एंड दे सॉल्व देयर ओन प्रॉब्लम्स विदाउट इन्वॉल्विंग एनी गवर्नमेंट बॉडी, एंड उन्होंने हर एक चीज का सॉल्यूशंस निकाला जस्ट फॉर अवेयरनेस। तो जितने भी हमारे रूरल डेवलपमेंट्स डिपार्टमेंट के जितने भी प्रोग्राम्स होते हैं, वो भी वो चीज देख रहे हैं, एंड वो एक इकलौता एग्जाम्पल नहीं है किसी भी विलेज, और भी बहुत विलेज हैं लाइक नॉर्थ ईस्ट में भी एक गांव है, आई जस्ट फॉरगेट द नेम, वहाँ पे सबसे ज़्यादा अगर हम देखें, जैसे इंदौर हमारा मध्य प्रदेश का आता है, सबसे स्वच्छ सिटी कहलाती है, वैसे ही वो गांव भी है वहाँ पे, बट जिस नाम नहीं है, पर वहाँ के जो लोकल लोग हैं वो अवेयर हैं। तो अवेयरनेस की कमी के कारण ही ज़्यादातर प्रॉब्लम और इश्यूज होते हैं।
फिर तो डेवलपमेंट इकोनॉमिक्स की ज़रूरत ही नहीं रह जाएगी ना। अगर लोग सारे अवेयर हो गए और सारे प्रॉब्लम्स लोकल लेवल पर ही सॉल्व हो गए, तो डेटा कलेक्शन की ज़रूरत क्या है फिर?
सर लास्ट 70 ईयर अगर हम डेवलप नहीं कर पा रहे हैं तो
हाँ,
फिर
तो उसी के लिए हमें डेटा कलेक्ट करना है। और कोई ऐड करना चाहेगा?
अगर गवर्नमेंट भेज रही है डेटा कलेक्शन के लिए, तो गवर्नमेंट कहीं ना कहीं कुछ चाह रही है कि उस एरिया का डेवलपमेंट हो, तभी वो किसी न किसी को भेज रही है सर्वे करने के लिए। डेटा का एक्यूरेसी नहीं मिल पा रहा है सर्वे में, मतलब कुछ ना कुछ प्रॉब्लम है तब।
सर अगर हम गवर्नमेंट हम डेटा की बात
थोड़ा
करते हैं,
एक
जस्ट
हाँ,
लिटिल बिट, आज की डेट में आधार कार्ड सबके पास है, आधार कार्ड लिंक विद पैन कार्ड, विदाउट पैन कार्ड nobody कैन ओपन द बैंक अकाउंट, बैंक हैव ऑल द रिलेटेड इंफॉर्मेशंस। इवन अगर हम समग्र आईडी की बात करें जो कि एमपी में इम्प्लीमेंटेड है, जहाँ पे आपकी परिवार की सारी डिटेल्स हैं, कितने मेंबर्स हैं, किस एज के मेंबर्स हैं, कोई न्यू बॉर्न बेबी अगर ऐड कोई बॉर्न होता है, देन वहाँ पे जितने भी हॉस्पिटल्स हैं दे पुट देयर नेम टू द नगर पालिका, नगर निगम, एंड दे ऐड दैट नेम टू द समग्र आईडी। सो सिस्टम बहुत ही एक्यूरेट है, एंड बहुत सारे स्टेट में, मेरा पहला स्टेटमेंट भी था, मैंने सर से बोला था कि देयर इज अ लॉट्स ऑफ स्टेट्स जिन्होंने बहुत अच्छी तरीके से मेंटेन किया हुआ है और डेटा बहुत अच्छी तरीके से मेंटेन्ड है। तो अगर हम अभी भी ये चीज़ों को फेस कर रहे हैं, तो या तो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स कहीं ना कहीं लैग कर रही हैं और बाकी दूसरी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स चल रही हैं, या फिर ग्राम पंचायत कहीं ना कहीं लैग कर रही हैं और बाकी अदर्स बहुत अच्छी चल रही हैं। There's
So
lots of example, हम एक एग्जाम्पल की
Thank
बात कर रहे हैं।
सिमिलर मैं एक एग्जांपल देना चाहता हूँ। आप डेटा कलेक्ट कर रहे हो, किस एक्सपेक्ट्स में कर रहे हो, उसका रिफ्यूजल रेट क्या है, उसका एक्सेप्टेंस रेट क्या है, ये डिपेंड करता है। सपोज सेम आप बता रहे हो आधार कार्ड के लिए, आपने एक एग्जांपल दिया। एक स्टडी था वैक्सीन हेजिटेंसी स्टडी, कोविड वैक्सीन हेजिटेंसी। एक जमुई जिले का एक सोनो ब्लॉक है, वहां पे कम्युनिटी रिफ्यूजल था, ऑलमोस्ट 80% रिफ्यूजल था। सिमिलर दूसरे ब्लॉक में जब वो हुआ तो वहां एक्सेप्टेंस 90%। तो ये डिपेंड करता है कि आप किस फील्ड पे जा रहे हो, किस एक्सपेक्ट्स पे डेटा कलेक्ट करना चाहते हो। गवर्नमेंट हमेशा 100% टारगेट लेकर चलती है।
Aadhaar card number, and we easily find out the details that who is vaccinated or who is not. So it's not a big deal to rectify that how many people are take a vaccine and how many are not. So what a big deal on it.
there are two hands, one behind you and one Ritik also wants a question.
Yeah.
So we'll ask them to ask their questions.
Of course.
Sir, sir, आप okay, give to Ritik only then. I thought there was a hand behind you, but yeah, Ritik.
So
हाँ,
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी जो वक्ताओं ने डेटा कलेक्शन के संबंध में जो जानकारी दी, जो व्यवहारिक कठिनाइयां हैं वो उसकी जानकारी दी। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात है कि जो डाटा की बात करते हैं तो डाटा जितना दिखाता है उससे ज्यादा छुपा लेता है। जो एक्चुअल जो स्थिति होती है उसकी जानकारी दिखाने के बजाय बहुत सारे डेटा को छिपा लेता है, और इसकी शुरुआत जो है वो डेटा कलेक्शन से ही होता है। जब हम डेटा कलेक्शन करने जाते हैं तो जैसे अभी एक साथी बता रहे थे कि गवर्नमेंट का भी प्रभाव रहता है। हम जब झारखंड में काम कर रहे थे तो अनगढ़ा ब्लॉक में डेटा कलेक्शन करने गए थे, जो मनरेगा के तहत जो कार्यक्रम चल रहा है, वहाँ के लोग चूंकि नहीं चाहते थे कि इस डेटा को हम लोग कलेक्ट कर सके, तो वहां पर उनका प्रभाव था कि डेटा को कैसे उसको छिपाया जाए। वो जो उनके सपोर्ट में थे, जो उनके फेवर में थे, वैसे लोगों को ही लाते थे कि उनका ही डेटा कलेक्ट हो सके। तो ये एक परेशानी आती है। दूसरी परेशानी यह भी आता है कि वहां पर जैसे झारखंड में अब बात करते हैं तो लैंग्वेज का काफी कठिनाई होती है कि एक ही गांव में 3-4 तरह के लैंग्वेज बोले जाते हैं, और वैसे स्थिति में डेटा कलेक्ट करना भी कठिन होता है। तो इस चीज को हम लोग कैसे इसको सॉल्व कर सकते हैं?
एनीबडी लैंग्वेजेस के बारे में किसी को जवाब देना है?
हेलो, लैंग्वेज तो बहुत बड़ी समस्या है। तो ये काम तो बहुत कठिन है कि जो भी हमारे इन्वेस्टिगेटर जा रहे हैं उनको पर्टिकुलर और लैंग्वेज सिखाया जा सके क्षेत्र के आधार पर। और संभव यही है कि उसी क्षेत्र से हम इन्वेस्टिगेटर्स को चयन करें तो ज़्यादा फ्रूटफुल होगा। अब ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल लेवल पर पॉलिसी डिसीजन का मैटर है। हाँ हाँ भाई, कहते ही हैं 10 कोस में पानी बदले 20 कोस में बानी।
वहाँ पे सॉरी, वहाँ पे लोकल सपोर्ट जरूरत पड़ेगा कि वो अगर अगर हम लोग का वहाँ पे लोकल सपोर्ट है जहाँ पे हम लोग सर्वे करने जा रहे हैं तो हेल्पफुल रहेगा हम लोग।
So it depends. When we were asking questions, because there are these standardized questions of education that we ask basically, do you think that you will develop thinking? This is a very Western concept when the scientific research is not followed. And all our sample population is answering, no, they were too late. Like we have, I mean, this disease came and we were under lockdown, not working for so long. And it took so much time. So सिर्फ भाषा ही इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है, वो समझाना कि यहाँ पे जल्दी का मतलब क्या है। मतलब जल्दी हैज अ डेफिनेशन हियर which might change depending on context.
We have time for last round of questions. So Ritik had a question and then one more after that. Yeah, gentlemen.
आप सबने बहुत सारे इंस्टेंसेस ऐसे बताए कि जो कठिनाइयां आपको फेस करना पड़ता है रिस्पोंडेंट की तरफ से। किसी ने आपको बांध के रखा, किसी ने घर में घुसने नहीं दिया, ऐसे ऐसे सारे इंस्टेंसेस आपने बताया। लेकिन आपको पीआई के तरफ से क्या कठिनाइयां फेस करना पड़ता है? तो
पीआरआई,
हाँ, क्योंकि मैं ज्यादातर पे मैं पीआई का रोल ही प्ले करता हूँ, तो मुझे जानना चाहिए कि ऐसा क्या इंस्टेंसेस हैं जहां पीआई समझना नहीं चाहता है आपके क्या प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, आपके क्या कठिनाइयां हैं, लेकिन फोर्स डेडलाइन फोर्स करना चाहता है। ऐसा कोई इंस्टेंसेस आप बताइए। तो व्हाट आर द 2-3 थिंग्स दैट आई शुड कीप इन माइंड व्हेन आई एम sorry? I mean, all of us are PIs, so in some form or the other, right? So I should be cognizant of the things that are on top of me.
एक एग्जांपल है, एक्चुअली एक इंटेंस है। IHIP पे 3 लेवल्स पे डेटा रिपोर्टिंग होती है। SP और L पे। S जो है वो कम्युनिटी लेवल से रिपोर्टिंग होती है। तो क्या है कि वो रिपोर्टिंग एनम के इंड से होती है। तो एनम गवर्नमेंट के एम्प्लॉय हैं, तो वहाँ क्या होता है कि फोर्सफुली उनको ये किया जाता है कि नहीं, ये डेली रिपोर्टिंग है और आपको डेली बेसिस पे ये रिपोर्टिंग करनी है। तो मेनली क्या है कि वो जो सैलरी है वो उसको ब्रेक करने के लिए उसको फोर्स करते हैं कि अगर आप रिपोर्टिंग नहीं करोगे तो आपके इतने दिन के सैलरी होल्ड पे चला जाए। तो क्या होगा कि उस पे डेटा हैम्पर होगा, वो रियल डेटा नहीं डाल के एग्रीगेटेड या कुछ भी वो रिपोर्टिंग कर पाएंगे। ऐसा इंसिडेंट हमारे इसमें काइंड ऑफ सिमिलर इंसिडेंट फेस हुआ था। तो हम लोगों ने क्या किया, रिपोर्टिंग की मैकेनिज्म को थोड़ा सा चेंज किया। हम लोगों ने उसमें से जो स्मार्टर एनम है, जो कि थोड़ा यंग है और जो एक्टिव हैं, उनको हम लोगों ने चूज किया और उनको ट्रेंड किया इस पे। क्योंकि लैंग्वेज बैरियर है, कम्युनिकेशन गैप रहता है, तो बेहतर था कि हम जो बताएं वो उनके कम्युनिटी से उसी को पास करें, और इसका इम्पैक्ट मिला हमें। वो उसका इंपॉर्टेंस समझे और रिपोर्टिंग को रियल टाइम डेली बेसिस पे करना स्टार्ट किया। तो ये हाँ इम्पैक्टफुल होता है।
एक सेकेंड, द क्वेश्चन वाज ऑन प्रिंसिपल
PI.
इन्वेस्टिगेटर्स। हाँ, उनका क्या रोल होता है? तो वर यू द PI इन दैट?
नहीं।
अच्छा, ओके। एनीवन एल्स वांट्स टू टॉक अबाउट?
तो मैं आई थिंक थोड़ा सा इसमें शेयर कर सकता हूँ, क्योंकि मैं काफ़ी बार आई एक्ट एज अ मीडिएटर इन द PI एंड द फील्ड टीम। तो यहाँ पर आई थिंक एक सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ रहती है बीइंग ओपन टू कम्युनिकेशन। मतलब आपको वियर्डेस्ट सिनेरियो सुनने मिलेंगे और उसको एक्सेप्ट करने के अलावा आई थिंक हमारे पास और कोई चॉइस नहीं है। जैसे अगर कोई बोल रहा है बाँध दिया है, तो इसका मतलब सही में बाँध दिया होगा, वो झूठ तो नहीं बोल रहा है। या पुलिस स्टेशन ले गए हैं, मार पड़ी है। ऐसे बहुत सारे इंस्टेंसेस हो चुके हैं। तो एक तो आप अगर कम्युनिकेशन के लिए ओपन रहेंगे तो और प्रॉपर एक चैनल ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन रहेगा PI से डायरेक्टली एन्यूमरेटर्स तक। काफ़ी बार कुछ-कुछ PIs हैं वो डायरेक्टली एन्यूमरेटर्स के व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में ही एक्टिव होते हैं। कि अगर ये हो गया तो तुरंत वो कुछ ना कुछ पढ़ के रिप्लाई कर देते हैं। दूसरा एक और होता है कि आई थिंक थोड़ा-सा अप्रिशिएट करते हैं, जहाँ पर आई अंडरस्टैंड रिसर्च करने में क्वालिटेटिव और बैकग्राउंड रिसर्च वो सारा फील्ड स्टडी करने से पहले देयर गोज़ अ लॉट इन देयर। पर फिर बाद में जब एक्चुअल डेटा कलेक्शन का टाइम आता है, तब हम लोग काफ़ी बार उस पॉइंट पर आ गए होते हैं कि अब बस हमारे पास 1 से 1.5 महीना है, इसमें हमें डेटा कलेक्शन खत्म करना है। पर फिर फील्ड पे काफ़ी सारे सिनेरियोज़ ऐसे होते हैं कि भई अभी इस 1 से 1.5 महीने में या तो बरसात आने वाली है, या छठ आने वाली है, या दिवाली है। तो अ, एन्यूमरेटर्स भी शायद नहीं कर पाएँगे और रिस्पोंडेंट्स भी शायद अवेलेबल नहीं हो पाएँगे। तो ये सारा सिनेरियो काफ़ी बार अगर PIs बाहर से काम कर रहे हैं, तो लोकल कॉन्टेक्स्ट में उनको अवेलेबिलिटी के बारे में पता नहीं होगा। तो एक फीडबैक के लिए और थोड़ा-सा फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी अगर होगा, तो आई थिंक काफ़ी हेल्पफुल हो जाता है फील्ड टीम के लिए।
PI कभी अपना आउटपुट सेट करके रखते हैं, और जो डाटा कलेक्टर हैं, इन्वेस्टिगेटर हैं फील्ड में, उनकी बातों को बहुत बारीकी से समझने के बजाय ये कहते हैं कि भाई ये डेटा आ ही नहीं सकता। उन्होंने अपना आउटपुट सेट करके रखा है, और जब वो डेटा में वेरिएशन आ रहा है, जेन्युइन डेटा है, और वो कहेंगे ये हो ही नहीं सकता, तो ठीक है सर, एक बार वेरीफाई रीचेक कर लिया जाए। साथ में चला जाए तो ना, मुझे चिट्ठी लिखनी, हम चले जाएंगे तो लिखेगा कौन?
थैंक यू सो मच गोस्वामी सर जी। मैं सुनील कुमार गुप्ता। यस, आपकी पॉइंट को मैं एड्रेस यहाँ पे सोच रहा हूँ। जैसे कि होता क्या है कि एक PI जो है अपना एक माइंड सेट कर लिया है और एक क्वेश्चनर डेवलप कर दिया ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ डिफरेंट रिसर्च या लिटरेचर रिव्यू। बट इफ यू जस्ट आप फील्ड में जाते हैं तो वहाँ पे कुछ अदर क्वेश्चंस भी ऐड होता है उसमें, जो PI को नहीं पता होता है। तो आई थिंक या डेफिनेटली PI को थोड़ा सा फ्लेक्सिबल तो होना चाहिए, एंड वो वहां से जो क्वेश्चन रेज हो रहा है, एक्स्ट्रा आ रहा है, तो उसको आई थिंक कि कुछ ना कुछ ऐड करना चाहिए अपने क्वेश्चनायर में, या तो फिर उसको ऐड करे, फिर लिटरेचर रिव्यू अपना थोड़ा सा और सर्च करे कि इस बेस पे अभी इस एरिया में क्या प्रॉब्लम चल रहा है, तो ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ वहां से कुछ ऐड करके हम कुछ इम्प्रूव करके, सो डेफिनेटली पीआई को और को पीआई को यहाँ पे फ्लेक्सिबल होना पड़ेगा विथ आवर जितने भी फील्ड वर्क हैं। सो आई थिंक अगर आप लोग इस तरह से कुछ चैलेंजेस फेस किए हों कि हम क्वेश्चनायर चले गए, फिर वहां से हमने दूसरा और आ रहा है, इनपुट दूसरा और आ रहा है, तो अगर आप लोगों का कुछ इस तरह से एक्सपीरियंस हो, प्लीज शेयर टू अस।
Yeah, so thank you for the comment. Just hold that. We have two last comments. So one from there and then sir here. Okay. Maybe you can quickly add on to whatever he says.
So I think in the same direction आप लोगों ने बार बार बोला कि लाइक लोग ट्रूथफुल नहीं होते हैं, कुछ होता है और कुछ बोलते हैं, और कहीं कहीं पर रिफ्यूजल रेट डिफरेंट होता है। तो आप जब सर्वे क्वेश्चनर्स जमा करते हैं तब डू यू रिपोर्ट दिस कि लाइक या कोई सिस्टम है कि लाइक जहाँ पे आप रिपोर्ट कर सकते हैं कि लाइक ओके ये बंदा इसने बोला कि मैं भूमिहीन हूँ, बट मुझे लगता है सोच लीजिए 5 के रैंकिंग में 3 ये झूठ बोल रहा है। ऐसा कुछ होता है या ऐसे रिफ्यूजल रेट जैसे बोला?
रियलिटी जो है, तो हम जब भी टीम को लीड करते हैं फील्ड में, तो उनको ज़रूर ये कहते हैं कि अगर इस तरह से कहीं वेरिएशंस नज़र आए तो उनको प्लीज़ वो नोट करें और एक 1 पेजेज एक रिपोर्ट बनाएं कि उन्होंने कहा क्या रेस्पोंडेंट ने और मैंने प्रत्यक्ष रूप से देखा क्या। ठीक है, किस तरह से उन्होंने अपना डेटा छुपाया, और डेटा अगर आपको मिल भी रहा है कि नहीं इनका डेटा ये है, और अगर ये वेरिएशंस मिल रहे हैं तो उसको 2-1 जगह और रीचेक करिए और उनका नाम लिखते हुए 1 पेज में पूरा रिपोर्ट बनाइए और पीआई को सुपुर्द करिए। और पीआई इसको इनकॉर्पोरेट करते हैं क्योंकि आदरी एक संस्था है जो बहुत दिनों से काम कर रही है, तो समय समय पर बहुत लोग आते हैं फिर चले जाते हैं, तो बहुत सारे पीआई से हम रूबरू हुए हैं। और जो हमारे सबसे जब घोषदा थे प्रिंसिपल इन्वेस्टिगेटर, तो वो बहुत अच्छी तरह से सुनते थे चीज़ों को कि भाई फील्ड से क्या आया, फील्ड से जो हम 1 पेजर रिपोर्ट की बात कर रहे हैं इनको बहुत ध्यान से पढ़ते थे, और उसके बाद जो भी इन्वेस्टिगेटर ने उस रिपोर्ट को सबमिट किया है उससे बहुत लंबी बात करते थे। पूरा हो कभी कभी तो 1-1 दिन का वर्कशॉप रखा गया कि भाई इतने लोग आए तो आपने क्या ऑब्जर्वेशन किया। रिपोर्ट तो ठीक है, वो एक डाटा भर दिया कि उसके यहाँ 4 बकरी है और 2 गायें हैं, और देखा क्या, कितना डाटा क्यों छुपाया इसने। उनके पास जमीन है तो बोला अरे वो जमीन है, वो जमीन कोई काम का थोड़ी, वो तो बंजर भूमि है। बोले भाई बंजर है तो उसके बारे में भी आप बताएं, भविष्य में कोई बंजर भूमि की योजना आएंगी तो फिर आपको भी लाभ मिलेगा। धन्यवाद।
छोटा
सॉरी, एक बार फिर।
इंडिविजुअल लेवल में रिपोर्ट होता है कि लाइक इस बंदे ने ऐसा बोला, या लाइक पूरा एक गांव?
नहीं, कलेक्टिव
होता है।
कलेक्टिव।
ओके, थैंक यू।
तो हाँ, तो मैं अभी ऐड करूंगा जैसा गोस्वामी जी बताएं, तो ये कम्युनिटी बेस्ड या विलेज प्रोफाइल पे जब हम लोग कलेक्ट करेंगे तो उसमें हम लोग रिपोर्ट में मैनुअली लिख देते हैं कि जो इन्वेस्टिगेटर ने जो फिजिकली वहाँ पर प्रेजेंट होकर जो देखा वो उसमें लिख देते हैं और सबमिट कर देते हैं। हम लोग क्वेश्चनर में सर्वे सिटियों में जब क्वेश्चनर बनाते हैं तो उसमें भी हम लोग रखते हैं कि सर्वेयर्स के लिए, कि ये सवाल सिर्फ सर्वेयर्स के लिए है, और वो टाइम टू टाइम सेक्शन वाइज हम लोग कितना सच बोल रहे थे आप थोड़ा रैंकिंग कीजिए 1 to 5 के आधार पे। और कभी कभार जब हम लोग डेमोग्राफिक्स किए हैं कुछ कुछ सर्वेज में, हम ऐसा सवाल था हमारा कि इनका घर पक्का का था कच्चा का, तो वो जो फिजिकली वो देख रहे हैं उसका छत कैसा था, उसका दीवार कैसा था, और वो कोड करते हैं। तो वो सर्वेयर जब कर रहे हैं फिजिकली जाके देख के, तो वहां से वो चीज आ जाता है।
Okay, sorry Sanchita. I've been told it's only one question
So
left.
this is not my question, it's
Okay.
just an observation, just if you can bear with me, just 1 minute, just working in the public health for last more than 2 decades. So my observation is that to all my researchers, senior researchers, junior researchers who are in research, so research is a teamwork. There's no hierarchy in being a principal investigator, a data collector, I mean, whoever is contributing. So we should have a very kind of clear communication with the standard operating procedure, operation guideline, and we should understand our each contribution to the work. If someone is doing the data collection, the problems that he is facing, field में जितने भी कठिनाई दिक्कतें हो रहा है, you communicate. So I think in research, as a research team, we need to communicate. The thing that we are missing from our research is communication. हम लोग बोलते नहीं हैं, हम लोग उसको ignore कर देते हैं with the understanding you will not be facing a difficulty in the next day. Maybe you are missing, you will face the similar difficulties, but we don't communicate among yourself. So it's a request, it's a teamwork. I think for the last few minutes, we have been focusing on the outliers, just like data set that we are kind of, flagging the outliers. So we will be more focused on the 90% of the cases that we are dealing and what are the things are coming out. And if with a proper communication, with a proper protocol, standard operating procedure, operation guidelines, I think we can come up with a better quality research. And with the communication, the government end also, we have people around, but it's a time, as a researcher to think who are the right person to communicate, who can understand our words, not that in a kind of, in a scientific way, maybe they under some other word that we are trying to say. So communication is a key word. I'll just request all my researchers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Sir, I'll leave the last word to you. Thanks, Sanchita, for
Thank
that.
you for the last word. You see, I, it's a very queer situation, a very important data collection, which will eventually end up in policy making, is been collected, and those who are collecting are experiencing such difficulties. I don't think they are of universal nature across the country. I'm sure that this is some pockets of areas where these experiences have been seen. Now, I would just like to know, have they sought the assistance of the local elected bodies when they come across this kind of experience? Local bodies, maybe elected people, maybe government officials, like the district collector, the district development officer, they are all concerned with the reliability of the data and the good work that is being done by these people. So none of the people, have given me this feedback, whether they involved senior officials, elected or government employees, in resolving this and helping them. That's what I want.
Thank you so much. I'm going to invoke moderator privilege and answer that question because we run some few studies through some of these people here. Often when you do a field survey, you actually have a permission letter. All enumerators are given the access to a letter that's usually signed by a government official, usually a collector, or sometimes even from higher up, someone in Patna. And usually when you go into a panchayat to do a survey, often somebody will go and talk to the mukhya and then keep them informed that there's a survey team going on. This has become much more important in the last 5-6 years after the rumors of child kidnapping have kind of really exploded. So people are much more wary now than they were maybe 10-12 years ago. So the involvement of the local government, the district administration is, I think, paramount for doing field surveys. Phone surveys are a different ballgame altogether, but for doing field surveys, I think, yes, I think most surveys now will have some letter from some government official. Okay, with that, let's wrap the session. Thank you so much for coming and a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Dr. Sharan, and our panelists for the insightful discussion on challenges on field. We'll now proceed for lunch and we'll come back in an hour.
इतना में हम एक बार देने मैनेजर साहब नहीं ना सचिव बनाना मैं बहुत अच्छा लगे इसका है कि हम 30 पर जा हम 30 को अंग्रेजी में क्या बोलते हैं स्ट्रेस क्योंकि हम 30 को अंग्रेजी में क्या बोलते हैं Works. We can talk about Space. One day is going to try. नहीं फिर हमारा हम ये रखना चाहिए गाड़ी से
কি কোন মেলে পাঠিয়েছো ঠিক আছে দেখে দিচ্ছি
हेलो जी।
I request every guest to please settle down. We'll start the next session in few minutes. So we are moving to our last technical session of the day on a multidisciplinary view on responsible data centrism. So to chair this session, I would like to invite Professor Debrota Bashu, Associate Professor, University of Lille, France. Our speaker for this session will be Dr. Ravi Shankar Singh, Medical Director, Jayaprabha Medanta Super Specialty Hospital. Dr. Sanchita Mahapatra, Epidemiologist, Asian Development Research Institute. Dr. Amlan Gupta, Associate Director, Jayaprabha Medanta Super Specialties Hospital, Bihar. And Dr. Deepak Kumar, Public Policy and Governance Research, Asian Development Research Institute. So Dr. Amlan Gupta is on his way. We will start the session. He will join in the middle. Over to you, sir.
Okay. I'm better audible now? Okay. So welcome, and like after the lunch and the long 1.5 day, I hope like some of you are still here, still awake. So let's start our session. So we have talked yesterday about the issues of data centrism. We have talked about how data can help us in different ways. We have talked about different issues that people face during collecting data and what are the challenges in there. So we have had a very nice discussion on that. We have talked about the computational challenges. Now, coming back to the points, I have mentioned some of them, like what are the issues of responsible data centrism and what are the different views of different people in there. Because when we talked about data, we have seen it does not involve only us, computer scientists or statisticians. It involves a lot of people, starting from ground, going up to the policymakers. So we want to have now different views, which is not restricted to us and get enriched. So the first question is, when we say the responsible data centrism, what do we mean? So typically, if you ask any CS or stat guy or technical persons, there's a subfield of AI ML that is emerging now, that is responsible AI or ML. Some people call it trustworthy AI or ML. And there are 4 main pillars of that. So what are these 4 pillars? As you can see, they are robustness. So robustness to missing data. We have heard of missing data a lot. Noisy data, where basically the data was supposed to be something, but due to some reason it becomes something. And for images, like the machinery was not right. For videos, the quality was not good. So there can be multiple types of noises, or there might be changes in data, like for example, manipulation that we have heard about. So how can we be robust against all these things? Because in the end, if we really want to use AI, ML, or all these data-centric techniques in practice, people has to trust that. It should not change, like due to people's whims or manipulation. So that is the first pillar. The second pillar, which I have briefly introduced yesterday, was privacy of users, of models, and also then there can be multiple questions for whom, how we regulate, what is the definition of privacy. So we'll see some of the legal perspectives of that, which I have briefly mentioned yesterday, but not went into detail because I am not a lawyer, so I am not the best person to talk about that. And then what Debarshi mentioned today in the morning is fairness or unbiasedness. As we know, like often the data is collected from multiple demographics, and this demographics, like with respect to gender, for example, male, female income gap, etc., due to those reasons, or like due to historical or systematic biases towards certain communities, like for example, casteism in India, the ethnicity gap in US, and lots of other things that happen even in Europe, like that happens, and we see there's a difference of predictions and representations across genders, caste, ethnicities that appear worldwide. And why specifically also I wanted to include not only predictions, but representations, because in this age of generative AI or LLMs, like as Ritik was doing the experiment with LLMs, you have started to see like, there is an alignment of how ChatGPT predicts and how human predicts. Often, like if you ask computer scientists, we can say like they are equally biased and kind of their biases align, because in the end, humans are the data generators for all these processes, and the representations of this unstructured data that we use or that we try to get out of these LLMs often are developed using human data. Because if you go to any ML conference nowadays, one of the like most popular term you will listen to is called RLHF, so reinforcement learning from human feedback. But the human feedback part is super important that people ignore, because it is in the end the humans who create the feedback and makes the model what it is. They generate the data. So in the end, this systematic bias is something that we cannot address. And we still are optimistic and try to find out some technical solutions, which I think are good, but not enough. And that's why all this discussion is needed. So that is the third point. And the final point is explainability and interpretability. I think lots of discussions when we present, you have seen like it is very hard to interpret for other people. Like when like you working in the ground or economist, when you listen to us talking, like already there's an explainability gap. Like we should have explained it better, and we are learning to do that, and we are trying to understand, which is a different language also. But there's another level of explainability in there. So when we use ChatGPT, for example, this is a black box. We don't know how it works. Like most of us don't know how it works, but we still use it every day. And now if you have used some of the texts made by them, if you have used a prompt, okay, write me like it is a very common saying in Bengali, write me a paragraph about cow, because that's what you start with your whole learning procedure of Bengali. So yeah, and suddenly it gives you a paragraph on cow. Now you don't know why it said like 2 legs or 2 hands, or like there are 4 legs or 2 like tails. Like you don't know why did it say that, because it is a black box to you. But if we really want to use it not for writing a paragraph for cow, but some proper legal document or analyze that, we have to know why it does what it does. So there's this point of explainability and interpretability. That is one of the main points. And this is a point where people are pushing a lot, but yeah, still I think a lot of discussion has to happen, because as I can understand, whatever is explainable to computer scientists may not be explainable to the users, and may not be similarly explainable to the policymakers. So these are the 4 pillars that we think of. But I'll say like this is not an exhaustive list. There are contexts, there are applications where it is very specific to them, and we'll have some discussion on that. There are further ethical considerations like bioethics in case of health and medicine, and we'll see like later on one of us speakers will talk about that. So again, this is a very ML perspective, but again, we would like to discuss and welcome more points in there. And then I'll not talk further. I'll now move one by one to our speakers, and we'll see like 5 perspectives coming out of this. One is the clinician Sanchita Mahapatra. Then ethical perspectives in health. For that part, we'll have Dr. Amlan Gupta, who is still like on his way, and we'll have him and we'll discuss that. And for the legal perspective, which is equally important, because after saying all this, if we cannot make a case when your privacy is lost, we don't have a right written in terms of law, you cannot act really much. So about that and about the India's new data protection law, Dr. Deepak Kumar is going to talk. And finally, another topic that is close to my heart, that is the final thing I'd like to give you a brief introduction to, is auditing and regulatory perspective. Because unlike like, a crime where you go and hit a person or hit a car or stuff like that. Still, what is right or wrong for AI or ML models, that is not very clear. You have to quantify and make a case. Like basically, if you do a accounts fraud, and we have to make a case by giving a quantification of how you did the fraud. What was the amount of money that you didn't, like you did something wrong with. So that auditing and regulatory perspective is something that I would like to conclude with. So without further ado, I'll ask Dr. Ravi Shankar Singh to give his view. Please. The floor is yours.
So good afternoon. From my point of view or clinician point of view, the way we see data, it's about patient. And for us, we are very focused about the individuals and their rights and it's their data. Where do we store it? Till date, in most of the part, still pen and paper. Recently, last probably 20 years, when we have started getting the data in some or other form, in electronic form. Still, a lot of data is not in the way it can be read. Though electronics, in certain fields, when I'm saying that it's not there, there is a lot of things which is there. Because so all images are there, all kind of imaging which is happening, they are there, and it's being restored in electronic form. It can be read by AI and other things. The usability is there. Some interconnectivity thing is happening in ICU, eICU, and other new developments. They are creating a lot of data. As of now, those data have got a lot of noise, as Deepak was mentioning. So plenty of noise, not very sensible. But in some structured area, they are very sensible and organized data is coming up. When all this data is analyzed by computer scientists, and they are trying to create models for healthcare in prediction analysis for individual healthcare. Newer developments are welcome, but when you talk about the data privacy, that we are not very sure where it's going. As an individual hospital, as an individual clinician, you are storing data in a certain way. Laws are not clear, so laws remain same as when we are doing it in pen and paper, they remain same. We are still holding all those data with us, except we are releasing those data in some form when we are going for some kind of research or research paper, and there we are sharing. But newer business developments have started forcing healthcare providers when they are selling their equipment, for some understanding, they are seeking the rights on one pretext or other, the data which is being generated. So in today's world, all the CT scan machines or MRI takes your data, whether you want it or you don't want it, it's going to them. The original manufacturers, they are having this data. And correlation might not be having, but since they're getting all the images, they can create anything they want. It's being read by somebody and it's being interpreted. A lot of data is coming, and AI development in the field of radiology is coming out of that. I have got a view about the data privacy. When we are creating privacy, we are restricting. But electronically, I don't know how much it's possible. With so much of intervention of digital media, electronic media, and so much of your mobiles are biggest spy which you are carrying all the day. They are spying on your health, your privacy, and everything else. When we are creating that code of data, keeping it safe, I'm not sure from whom we are keeping it safe nowadays in today's world. When it's for pen and paper, we knew from whom we are holding. When we are holding these data in electronic form, probably we are restricting it to very few who can buy or who can utilize. Think about a situation when an individual comes to a doctor. He has got several parameters. His things are being analyzed by the doctor, tested on different parameters. Everything is going into one system. The system is holding the data. At some point of time, healthcare provider can anonymize it. Mostly it's not anonymized. Till date, it's no HIS system anonymize this data. And it's used for research purpose, and we physically remove the identification part of it. This data becomes, today it's commodity. You and I are commodity in data market. All these things have become very pricey in the market. At some point of time, we have to think about, should we open it to all? Otherwise, we are creating business which is going to be applied to you. And it's being applied in any way, whether you know it or don't know it, whether we are using it or don't use it. Every parameter of us is being utilized by some or other manufacturer, algorithm writers, and it's utilized for business. Biases are there when you're talking about biases. Biases are there. As a clinician, you have got bias all the time. You are a physician, so you've got your physician bias. As soon as you become surgeon, you start thinking the same problem, you start thinking from your point of view. A gastroenterologist will see the same problem with his point of view. So there is a bias because of nature of the specializations you are into. And that's how doctors are trained. That is part of your training, that you have to be biased for your specialization so that you rule out. The one thing is that you either prove the disease or you rule it out for the individual, which is being presented to you. So if you see the same data being interpreted by a gastroenterologist, a pain abdomen, to take the example, pain abdomen will be treated by a physician, then a surgeon, and then a gastroenterologist. All three will have a very different way of handling the same thing. And all three things goes to the system, and system which is enabled to see all our decision-making trees will give a much better result than all three of us combined. Because he knows how physician thinks and his algorithms are there. He also knows how surgeons think, how the way decision-making is algorithm in their part of this thing. And he also knows how gastroenterologist thinks about how he analyzes his data. He has a better understanding because he knows all three of us, and all three of us don't know about each other. So at some point of time when they have got this decision-making tree, things getting clarified, AI-enabled things will be having upper hand, definitely. There is no doubt about it. It's just a matter of time. How much time, how much work is happening, how much analysis is going to happen. Data security, I don't know. In healthcare provider, we have got a limited this thing. We are trying to protect the data from all and every user. We are creating so much of hurdle so that nobody can access. But knowing the things, the way things are, the way we don't control not a single software, not a single hardware. We are buying everything from third party and fourth party. Every small software interacts, you give through API, you give access to most of the things. When you download a software on a mobile, what do? You sign yes, agree, and then software gets installed. Everything, it goes to that system, whoever is writing that API. Same applies to us. When we are buying any software for anything, it asks permissions. You give this, that. So then there are very qualified, very people. But I know that, you give permission to one, it takes permission from other as well, because, it's the way the legal document is written. So legal friend will clarify. You write it off. Your all security things, you write it off. You just say, when you say agree, you write off all the permissions which you never wanted to give. It was never asked explicitly, but you gave it. Same applies to us when we are writing, we are using softwares, different kind of thousands of softwares. We want to this data, we want that data. But when we use it through software, we disclaim, we give, we unknowingly, we allow them to use the data, and it goes to third party, and then third party has got different understanding with fourth and fifth and sixth, God knows where it ends up. And they have got a different way of looking at our data. At some point of time, I would like to listen from our CS guys. Will it be a good thing to put it on open source? Then everybody can access. What is the harm? If it's anonymized, so nobody knows what Dr. Ravi Shankar thinks blood pressure is throughout. But somebody knows that a 54-year-old male of Bihari origin has got this kind of trend. What is the harm? Nobody knows what Dr. Ravi, who is Dr. Ravi. But somebody of my age, my height, weight, and this, that, he's got data. When it's open, then nobody can have, that market command over my data. And anybody can, if an intelligent guy comes, he can access the data, he can use it. Sir, please, I think Dr. Amlan Gupta is here. Sir, please come to the stage. So I would like to get some views on the open sourcing of, releasing the data by anonymization and see where it leads. What what is the legal say. As of now, we are holding the data, all the data. We don't, knowingly, we don't publish any data until and unless it's explicitly asked for. But in my heart, I know that we give too many disclaimers when we are taking any software. We have to kind of say yes, 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 so that it gets installed and we start using it. Yeah. Yes. Your data is yours, sir. So there is no, we definitely share with you. But when the question when we are analyzing at this place, we are talking about the data as not individual. We are talking data as a system and overall. For hospitals data we are talking about, we are not talking about your data. Your data is safe as far as we can keep it safe with you. And I will not share with even ma'am till the time you give the disclaimer. That part is okay. That much, since, since the medical fraternity is working, it has have that, process of keeping your data. But beyond that, in this era, we don't know, sir, how much data. If I have taken your prescription on my mobile, I don't know, sir, where it is gone. Because I have allowed my different softwares loaded on my phone, my access to my gallery. So I don't know. Knowingly, I have definitely not shared your prescription. But, that's where I was talking about the privacy part of it. And the similar thing is happening, sir, in all kind of softwares and all kind of hardware which we are purchasing. None of the hardwares are made in India. So, okay, not by Indian, our country. So everybody has got access to all the data centers are made in US or China. कोई और बनाता है? मुझे नहीं पता.
Data, that software is letting you do that so that, it has your data and which they can sell. So making it free and open would also mean that we build, these softwares also need to be then
making it anonymized is not a difficult task. Even my in-house software guys can anonymize my data. That will be probably, if I just remove to the point, identification part of it, your address and other part, which is definitely stored on the other part of this thing, then nobody can link it. I've got a UHID which links. If I just UHID, everything is gone.
That's not always true, and I'm sure that others will talk more.
Not true, and like and people have been able to detect, like at some point, the governor of Massachusetts, he had a certain type of disease because you just take the voter data and the medical data. You can,
but today's structure, that's the way it's structured. Every data is linked to a UHID and a UHID is linked to everything else. Yes. So I'm not talking about today. Because today I'm sure that if somebody access to my this thing, UHID, he has detected on, for that matter, if I've got your phone number, I can just find out and every other detail.
So there are some features like, as you are saying, then the UHID, phone number, these are the things you can never publish, basically, if you go to open source, as you are saying.
Yeah.
For government purposes.
No, we can anonymize that part.
Yes,
we can just remove that part from the data so that it becomes anonymized. Now everybody knows that, a 40-year or 50-year-old male of this origin and this locality and this thing, this data is coming. But nobody knows it's especially Dr. Ravi.
Yeah. No. So I think the point you are making is right. But then, like, what we know from like learning perspective, that you need one more layer of privacy on top of that, but that is also possible.
The problem is with the privacy thing is that as you create the breach, starts happening on the left side. As soon as you create the privacy layering structure, the breaching structure starts happening of its own.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So
this is okay. This is it.
Thank you.
Please.
We can create a hub kind of thing for health data, but the health data, as you are talking about, anonymized data, is it possible to do?
Yes. See, as of now, the way healthcare is happening today, being practiced in country and elsewhere, nothing is anonymized. It's always linked to UHID. And with government bringing ABHA, Abha ID coming in, every individual will have one Abha ID, which will have, say, Medanta's UHID, and say, if you're going to Paras UHID, and you're going to Safdarjung Hospital, or PMCs, all these three UHIDs of these three hospitals will be clubbed to one ABHA ID.
No,
So
no.
one Abha ID, if I have access, you have access to everything of it.
No, as you said, yeah, from your hospital, if they extract the part of that UHID, and then if we can store the data or encode the UHID and then store the data, is it possible? I don't know about the legal matters and all.
So like from yeah.
The data isn't there in the packs.
Yeah.
MRI data is there.
Yeah.
But many a time, people tend to take images. They are not interested in the individual identity of the patients to work out their algorithms.
So,
that which most of the companies like
So,
ours,
I-
CT
yeah, yeah.
scans, they are taking our data.
All this today, you buy a CT machine and MRI, they definitely make sure that you are giving them internet access to the this thing,
Machine.
and
So that- so that
100% is with them.
Yeah.
They are using it.
Yeah. of
So
course.
I think there are 2 points in here. I think first point is like privacy is very context dependent. For example, when we are talking about the image data, and when third parties like they really claim if I give you the machine, the data is ours. That is one. set of
Nobody
privacy.
claims, but they take access of machine all the time. They have got 24/7. They
Exactly,
monitor my
exactly.
machine more than me.
Yes, yes.
Hewlett Packard printers. Once you link it to the net, the intranet, it takes your data of how many tables you have printed, how many images you have printed, how many documents you have printed.
Yes, that is there.
And, they know the market worldwide.
Sure. No, so there comes the point like that we'll discuss later. Like this is going more towards like saving data from whom, in which application, and for that we need proper discussion and proper law. Like this is not really a technical problem because here there are multiple parties involved in this data market, and we'll try to discuss that a bit. And Deepak will talk a bit about like what our Indian
Yeah.
laws save and what they should save more.
Okay, thank
So
you.
that is one point, but for the data center you meant, that is still possible. Depends on again for whom and what. So if it is only for researchers, there are this, I think I was trying to present that they like collaborative data initiative, where
Yes.
if you are a scientist and if you say like, I want this project, I am filling up a form and taking the responsibility, you can access that. And from that data hub, I can give you private data.
Okay, that is.
So in clinical research area, when we do collaborate and we use our data, that's
That is
that is
possible.
anonymized. That is possible all the time.
I'm talking about that thing only.
And we take individuals, buy in sign off that, we will be using, say, if I am going for a cancer research, so integrate, I'll be enrolling the patients in that research project. I'll be telling that, sir, I'll be using your data or whatever is the demand of the research
Yes,
project.
yes.
We'll be seeking their disclaimer and then we will be using. When the discussion starts happening, when I have not taken a disclaimer from you,
No, that is
if
not
I have not
possible.
taken a disclaimer from you, data is being
Then,
stored in my
then
system
obviously
and
it is
the
not
access and the
Yes.
Not only that.
if I have taken a, see, in today's world, even in the olden days when it was all in pen paper, we were always seeking permission of individual before utilizing it for even any project inside or outside world presentation. That was always there.
There is also hospital data which non-anonymized has to be given to the government. If there are
That regulatory.
communicable diseases that can be, that are to be notified as notifiable diseases, then the individual private data has to be transmitted
Yes.
on, and it's government law. You can't.
That is
avoid it.
compliance with the government,
Yeah.
local compliance.
Even for cancer data, our hospital also is enrolled with the HBCR. The National Cancer Control Program is taking individual non-anonymized data because they want to map what is happening. Because after all, the health is not only a straight subject, it is also the national subject.
Policy.
So in both circumstances, they have the right to your data.
Okay. So thank you for the discussion. So now we'll move, as you said, like this is also a public thing. So we'll move to the public health, and please, like give us your perspective and
Thank you. So I want to go one step behind before, when data has been already generated, there's safety, security, then there is, pass on the information. So I want to go one step back. The question is here, the panel discussion is related to research, health, and the topic of the panel, there's one very crucial term, responsible. That I think these are the three terms that should be taken care of. In my opinion, being a clinician as well as a public health expert, we have to think the data, for what purpose we are generating our data. So what is the specific purpose? What is the hypothesis? I mean, what we are looking for. So I think in many areas we are generating lots of data, and in the ultimate, we are not utilizing the data. So before even dealing with the storage and release of data, we have to understand what is the thing that we are looking at, what is our objective, and what from public health perspective, what is the problem this data or this evidence is going to help me. Then again, the question comes about the data security, safety versus the professional ethics and safety. I mean, professional responsibility. So there has to be a balance between this. But before that, we have to frame our question in mind. Even for the research also. So everywhere where the data is being generated has a different perspective. So hospital is generating data for different perspective. Government database. I mean. Their program perspective, they are obtaining data differently. A researcher who's new into the field, they are obtaining data for different purpose. So do we have a common purpose in between data collection? Then comes, the storage and the responsible. So I think for generation of data, we need to have a specific hypothesis, a specific protocol for generation of data. And if you're thinking of a research as a team, there should be a kind of close communication, a very clear instruction. This is the data, this is the purpose that we are collecting data. We should respect the safety and security of the data, and that the person who has shared their personal information with us, and we'll respect that. So I think there should be a balance between these two. And whenever we are dealing, irrespective of whether it is sensitive data or not, if you are dealing it responsibly with a clear idea in mind, I think most of the problem that are coming out of the data safety, security, identifying the person, or maybe discrimination based on whatever information is being, passed on, and that to some extent will be taken care of.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Any question? So there's this Indian data law that Deepak is going to talk about, basically, which is very recent. Yeah. No, but if you want to answer him.
Yes. Digital Personal Data Protection Act, I think that is going to cover almost all aspects of how data is collected and being processed. And I think rules are yet to be formed, and then the nitty-gritty of the data collection will get to know. And the specific aspect that we should be more careful about is how, consent is, taken from, different data, generators, for example, an individual. So that is going to change and bring a lot of changes once the rules are notified under this particular act. I'll come to discuss more
But as
on this.
date, there is no law which prohibits marketing.
No,
There is a
there is-
privacy law
there is a-
definitely is
yes,
there. So
yes.
on blanket, I can't sell your information there.
Yes.
Yeah. Because
There is
that's
a law.
That
Privacy
should
law is
apply to everyone, not
that apply to
No,
this.
and prior to this act, there was covered under IT Act 2010, and there were other laws as well.
Yeah, so
now-
we'll go in a bit in details of that, because then Deepak will explain the law we have now in 2023, which is a fruit of like quite a few years of struggle, basically. But still, it's probably not enough if you ask me from technical perspective. But yeah, we'll discuss that and we'll see. So before that, like I'll maybe proceed with questions for Sanchita. Like, question anyone? Okay, so then I have some question. I think you mentioned these points that we should have a clear communication about how data should be used and what's the purpose and who is collecting that. I think that's a very good point. And what's happening nowadays in some of the research institutes, I know, not all, and not even in quote unquote developed countries, some of them are starting to like recruit a data policy officer. And this is exactly the discussion we have to have before applying for any grant or going for any project that involves human data. That, okay, why you are going to collect the data? What is the purpose of it? And why as a team you think it is important? Do you really have to collect it? So I think that is very important. So do you think like for your personal research or in future you want to create a template of that? Or what would be your, the pointers you'd like to keep in mind you want to develop?
Coming up with a template like this, because every research has a different hypothesis with a different specific objective. So coming up with a kind of objective template will be very difficult. It's very much specific. So I think if you're clear with the objective and from the public health perspective, how is going to benefit the community from whom you are collecting the data in the longer run. And with that mindset, if you come up and with the template for specific for that study, will be helpful when you are approaching any funder or any kind of, even the hospital or clinician, if you can take them in the confidence that this is the something that will benefit your patients or the hospital long run, this is the purpose, I think. And we sometimes you don't need the personal identifier because frankly speaking, I have been in this field for more than 20 years. So I don't need any kind of personal identity until unless that sir mentioned that if it is a notifiable disease where it's a government law that we have to notify certain community, because we are trying to break that chain of transmission until unless we know that person who is kind of the index case we say. So to get hold of that person, probably we need that information. Other than that, the output response, rest of the research, I think we can do with the aggregate level data. And if you're doing with the kind of the biases and kind of modeling and predictions, we can do other kind of modeling and do some kind of extrapolation from what you are doing. So specific to your answer, so I think no specific template will be a good idea to start with, and it has to be very specific to the study objective that you are looking at research at.
Yeah, so maybe a project specific questionnaire or something.
Yes, yes, definitely. Even before you're conceiving, the project or you're going for a research, you should have a protocol and you should have a very structured, specific, public health questions, what you are going to address, what is there already in the database and in the knowledge, and how it's going, your research endeavor is going to help the community as a large. And whoever, I mean, from wherever we are, the ultimate motto is to save lives and how we can better our life. So, and we are doing it with the help of, of some data, with the help of research. So nowadays we say that is evidence-based research, evidence-based practice, evidence-based medicine. This is all coming from the human data. So if I frankly asked whoever is present in this room, if I say that somebody is coming to me, so we have this professional or ethical consideration to protect the patient's data. So if I ask anyone in the room that if you have revealed something to a clinician, how comfortable will feel that if I'm passing on your information to the research. So, we have to take a call to accommodate the research need as well as what gain we are getting. So we are not, violating that patient-doctor relationship that is the professional ethics. So keeping that in mind, I think we can balance ourselves the research need, the need of the community, and also how we can benefit a society at large.
Thank you for the answer. Maybe one last question from my side. Since you work public health, so as I was mentioning bias, right? So have you seen like the data bias getting reflected in policies in some way? Yes. And how is it?
So say, for example, when you are, say you are looking some kind of, outcome is something that which is not socially desirable. So if you're looking at some kind of, that is not socially acceptable, say your alcohol consumption, then you're asking any kind of adolescent or school-going children, their level of addiction, they are not be very much comfortable in sharing the data with you, right? And there might be over-representation of that or underestimation. So when you're looking at the outcome exposure contrast, that may be a lesson. So based on your kind of, data analysis, you're putting that, okay, this is my kind of exposure and outcome, and this is what we are coming up. This is probably not a problem in this kind of school survey. So probably you're drawing a wrong confusion on that until unless you're addressing this misclassification error that is arising out of your questionnaire. So you have to take care of that. You have to give them the confidence that whatever data or information they are sharing, that is the aggregate level data, no personal identifier or will be revealed. So you can better draw the conclusion. So it is always reflected. So whenever you, as a researcher, and it's also always based on your experience, whenever you're doing the very sensitive kind of exposure data or kind of disease you are looking at, say sexually transmitted infection, HIV. So there are always things that people will suppress facts because they know that this is not, if this is revealed, then I am kind of socially kind of blacklisted kind of thing. So as a researcher, so you have to know this might be my probable source of bias, and you as a researcher, you should also learn how to address those bias before you do the policy recommendations. So whether we have addressed those bias through some kind of misclassification bias, probabilistic bias analysis, sensitivity analysis, what level it is coming, and what is the model you're putting on. So if you're doing a prediction model, so if you're doing some level of prediction, so the error might be, misclassification error might be at 10%, at 20%, then this is my probable conclusion for the policy perspective. So we have to put it on the table. So this is the kind of the things that I'm looking at. These are the probable sources of my bias. So I think with my confidence and the things, I think my level of error will be within this range. So based on that, you have to draw conclusions. So as an epidemiologist, as a public researcher, we don't infer from a single study. We've put our findings on the table. It's up to the audience to draw conclusion for that. So doing a single study in a single geography regions will not be a good idea to draw conclusion. It's always be misleading to draw it because, when we say the representation of a population, there's always a superpopulation. So we have to take care of that. So we have to say that extrapolation of this data to the superpopulations always with this kind of limitations. So we have to particularly articulate in the specific terms. So I probably answer your.
Yes, no, it's good. Like, yeah. So I'm learning. So like, more you explain it better. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now, as we have seen, like two perspectives, and the perspective of public health and the discussion on privacy and bias in this, like in public health applications. Now, I'd like to know more about the ethical perspectives, the bioethics in medicine, and I'll ask Dr. Gupta to talk about.
As far as ethics committees and institutional review boards are concerned, most of the reviews that the ethical committee undertakes looks at a couple of aspects. One of the first aspect is given research to be done, given a product to be developed, given a policy decision to be created, or maybe it could be a treatment protocol that has to be established. We have certain things in mind. A person may come up with a hypothesis, but he has to have a very sound scientific basis. If it is not of a sound scientific basis, it is not ethical. The first question rises unless you are able to say that we are doing it for the benefit and this is the scientific principles on which it is based. The second important thing is given experimentation, which could be theoretical in the sense you take a set of data and analyze it, or you may actually perform a certain procedure on given set of patients and work on it. There should be no harm to the patient or the person with whom you are dealing. The basic idea is that it may do no good, but under no circumstances it should do harm. And there are times when we undertake a certain amount of risk. Now, we are trying a method of treatment and we are not very sure, and it's something like an orphan disease or orphan drug where we have no idea whatsoever. Now, there is a risk that is involved. We have seen the public coming to know about it when the COVID epidemic occurred or the pandemic occurred, but it continuously goes on with oncology, it goes on with many of the not so curable diseases. And in those circumstances, the ethics actually looks at this data that is being generated as the minimum risk or the minimum harm done. And for the patients who this occurs, there should be a method of compensation. Now, looking at data, what are the issues a person can come across ethically for oneself? And that should be done before they come to the committee to look at. Now, given a set of data, how are people going to use? It can be individual data for an individual patient, and where we have no information of how this, say, rare genetic disorder is going to be treated. The information is the information on which we are basing our ideas, but is it going to be public? At the end of the day, suppose it succeeds, you will want to make it. You will want to publish it, and so that other people having the same disease can use it. Now, how do we go about it is where the ethical committee will decide how much you can anonymize, how much you cannot. Then there are data which is related to a community. Now, if we find that a certain community has a certain kind of infectious disease which can ostracize that community, and even if it is not individual data that is being published, we have anonymized it, but the community data given putting it into public domain may actually harm the community. So the basic principle of ethics is do no harm. We also have grouped and summary data. The summary data has the patient things are anonymized. It is, say, put into a format of means, medians, modes, and standard deviations and parameters within a division or not. Now, in this summary data, there is sometimes what is known as outliers. It is very easy for any individual researcher going into someone else's research to find who the outliers are and work on. So in those circumstances, even summary data, when it is being put out, we have to see that it doesn't again create harm to someone. Then we have what is called industrial. The industrial data is there are drugs, there are devices in the market, and they tend to take data from different sources and look at it in their perspective of they will develop a new drug or a new device, or they may obstruct the market of another company which has a device. Now, here the ethics is very blurred. We do not really know how it works out, what it does. For example, you just heard that CT scan machines, MRI machines, they don't install unless you have a net connectivity. Now, obviously, the summary data is going on through them. Now, they can access, Philips company can access Siemens information and develop a protocol which and go into the policy decision so that that industry is safe. Now here the ethical committee cannot do. We have also marketing. I can tell you there are companies which used to buy before ethical committees came in anthropological data. You can imagine in the hills shoe sizes, what it should be. There is Woodlands, there is Bata, there is many companies. They may take the summary data just by looking at information that you have published. Here again, the ethical committee can't do much. There isn't any sort of mandate that we can work. We also come across certain data which is of strategic importance. Now, this data can be digital because you are filling in a lot of data through Aadhaar. The entire COVID testing data was based on Aadhaar, on which we were working. The deaths related to COVID were linked to Aadhaar. So they are absolutely digitized numbers. Then we have what is called digitized. We can have maps, we can have handwritten documents which have been scanned and put into place. Not very easy to analyze, but with what is called text and image mining, we should be able to gather a lot of information. Now, then we have non-digital. The non-digital data includes audiovisual data, data that's related to heart sounds, ECG data, the retinoscopic data, where the image is not digitized, you have a description to it, and you cannot really put it into a digital form, except by words and explanation, which is comparatively incomplete to what we see, feel, or touch. Then there are physical data, data in actual measurements. It could be in terms of neural conductivity to electromyograms. Then we have image data which we intend to transmit. We can transmit it across hospitals, we can transmit it across continents. Now, these can be sort of encrypted. We can go into what is known as steganography and sort of hidden out and give. Now, when these kind of data is available and it can be hacked and it is usually put into the market, does the ethical committee have any role? The ethical committee has little or no role at all. It cannot, because this kind of data will not come in front of the ethical committee. It will directly move into the fluid world, the electronic and digital world, which is open. And here the ethics is hard. So the ethics is limited to researchers, to people who are working within institutions or a consortium of institutions where a certain amount of data is going to be used. And here the ethical committee is going to look at how. The digital data that is generated, it could be animal experimentation, it could be physical experimentation about how the lighting should be so that, or how the electrical connection should be so that we are not exposed to a high dosage of electricity. So that's, or radiation. That kind of data, the institution will obviously ask the researcher to go to the ethical committee and get a clear. So those we can deal. Rest, the ones which I said we cannot deal with, cannot. Any question?
Yeah, so any question? One. So, not anyone like, I have a question to start with. So, thank you for the overview. I think this idea of ethics committee is something like, as researchers also, we are sometimes confused about like, what to, apply for, what to say, what. But I think I got a good overview of what roughly medical practice. So one question like that has been interesting is like the power of this ethical committee, right? What you have to present to the ethical committee and where ethical committee has a say. So is there any like standard protocol outside professional ethics, outside medical
No,
ethics?
if you look, there are, I'll answer it in two aspects. One is related to the institutional ethics committee. Now, within the institutional ethics committee, what will come? It is individual researchers' work within the institute which will come. Now, what are the guidelines they follow? For this, there is national guidelines in India. There are two, given an ethical committee, it has to be registered. For most practical purposes, all ethical committees till I think 2011 or so were being registered with the CDSCO, the Central Drugs Licensing Authority, because that was the area where the pharmaceutical company and the researchers came in. And there was an issue of ethics. The present day, we have a lot of people who are doing what is known as survey research, which is not looking into a true clinical trial of a device or a drug. Now, for that, the ICMR has a portal known as the NETHIC, DHR, Department of Health Research, where the ethical committee has to be registered. Now, the ICMR has a booklet of how the ethical committee will go about. It has this booklet tells you what are the things the ethical committee can do. It tells how the ethical committee has to be constituted. It also tells how the quorum has to be done and what all it will discuss, which reviews they will accept without going through a formal discussion. Like someone is doing a research in particle physics and there is no human involved. There is no chance of any harm happening. Or a mechanical engineer is trying to create a screwdriver which is different. Obviously, does not need to go through the ethical committee entire proceedings. So they go into what is called an expedited review. Then there are those which are surveys where the ethical committee looks at is there is very minimal or no harm at all. So they can have what is called, the first one goes into exemption. This they go for what is called expedited. Then there are ones which will go a formal discussion with a presentation. Where there is a chance of harm, they will definitely go for a formal discussion. Where the researcher will need to present, the ethical committee will need to decide. It can be a method. And it could be hard to a community because it is being asked. Because you see Tuxi, where the syphilis was considered technically hard.
So this is a real question that we are still knowing. So suppose like there's a survey that we are planning to do in the coming months, and it's a survey of bureaucrats. So bureaucrats, and basically we want to understand bureaucratic management practices. of mid-level bureaucrats. So how do we go about? So this does involve human subjects, and what we understand is what kind of management practices are good, and which are possibly that are good and can be replicated, and what are the feedback mechanisms. So now, what kind of ethical?
Basic thing I can understand. It will falls under the knowledge practice or KAP research. Now, KAP research predominantly are already tired questions, where you have a set of questionnaire which you can answer. Now, when we look at these questionnaires, when we look at questionnaires, the researcher is supposed to do a piloting. So when the researcher does a pilot study, it creates what is known as a standard protocol for the questionnaire. Now, once that has been created, it will be reviewed by the ethical committee in two aspects. One, the individuals will answer the questions. So the individual identity, how will you sort of anonymize or de-link from your analysis? The second area that it will look at, when you are looking at those questionnaires, you are having certain questionnaires which can put the community of bureaucrats into a false position into the public. Because suppose you have information about a certain practices that the bureaucrats use within the questionnaire, and it falls into the newspaper, it can create a public angst. So again, it falls under what is called public harm. So it will obviously go into what is called a full review to see. Suppose you are doing it for school children from many a district, and you are taking out summary data. The public harm is very limited. But when you select out, classify, say a lot of people do what is called racial research. I have also been part of it, but we don't publish. We would come to know that a certain cancer is very high in a certain racial community because of a certain food habit. Now, how do we put it? We have this data. We give it to the PBCR, the Population-Based Cancer Registry, Government of India. That's it. And there the matter ends. Now, if the government decides that we have to intervene, stop a certain food habit or a certain practice, then it may ask us that you have the data, you go ahead and publish. So, for example, in Sikkim, the Bhutia community were having smoked meat and Sinkies and other things, and there was a very high incidence of gastric cancer. Now, if they have to put that you don't have this meat in their advertisement, there has to be a scientific basis to it and a publication. So my colleague who was there in the PBCR published it into the British Journal of Cancer, after which they had a certain solid basis. Okay, let's go ahead and do the advertisement. Now here, this is not doing harm. It is doing good to the community. So these are the ethical issues that come into this.
But if I may add to your question, when you are doing it, whom you are going to, as Dr. Gupta rightly said, that whom we are going to present this inference of, that is going to be very important. It can't be like if it is coming with inference, that study of bureaucrats where a group.
Yes,
They do come.
because it is peer review, it is recheck, and it has to be, if it is to be published, there are two things. One, it is to be reproducible, the same results you are getting, and the experiment can be replicated. It cannot be an experiment that you another person cannot replicate.
You can, like, if it is done with a specific target and it's for a purpose, the research, then purpose is defined. And if it is coming with, then you have to present this research to somebody or act upon. Then I don't think there should be any consideration, because you are doing it with a defined purpose, and ethical committee will have a very limited role because it's a directed question and with a certain objectives to achieve. So I don't think उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा कुछ होगा, because you know the audience, you're not going to put it on general website. If you're going to do that when in public, then there are different issues, and then some part maybe, you'll be asked that if there are certain, they'll put some riders actually. Ethical committee will put some riders that, if this thing comes like that, then you will not do this, or, you'll mask the data or something like that. Yeah, riders, in form of riders, it will come as advice.
They may give it in form of directions. They may tell that you can take these data, but you cannot take these data. So those things that the ethical committee can do.
Ethical committee mostly will be debating the things which you are going to with you only. It's not one way,
Yeah.
So it will be debated with this thing with the larger objective. It should not be harming the individuals which are going to be your subject.
Okay. So now we have heard a bit about the ethical perspective. So maybe we should move to the legal one for the sake of time. So I'll ask Deepak to talk about, the legal perspectives
Sure.
of responsible data usage.
Thank you, Deepak. So let me start with a caveat that I'm not a lawyer. I'm a policy researcher who takes interest in studying acts of legislation. So what I'm going to discuss on this recently enacted India's data privacy laws is purely based on my interest and what I've followed closely on this act. So before I come to discuss this act, let me share with you a few cases of data breach. I'm sure must be aware of these cases. So you must be aware about this Cambridge Analytica scandal, where the data of 87 lakh Facebook users were accessed by this political consulting group for and was used during 2016 presidential election. And because for want of lack of any adequate privacy measures on the part of the Facebook, for which the U.S. Federal Trade Commission imposed a fine of record $5 billion on Facebook. So, so this fine was a part of larger settlement between Facebook and the Federal Trade Commission, which also included new restrictions and a modified corporate structure to hold the company accountable for user privacy. So this is one of the cases of data breach involving like large volume of people's personal information. Citing a few cases from India. So in Lucknow police actually intercepted close to 10,000 call records in order to catch hold of two men who dropped potatoes across the city. So you can understand, from this aspect, the level, government authority can go to trace or intercept call records. The second case, the third case is from Andhra Pradesh, where a state-led generic medicine stores they uploaded on its portal Anna Sanjeevani details of medicine purchased by patients, which was close to 27 lakh orders, including names and their phone numbers on its portal. And when after it was flagged off by Huffington Post, it was taken back from that portal. So imagine if this sort of data is accessed by the market different private companies, individuals can be targeted and for different products, and I mean it can have wider ramifications as well. Having said that, I mean these cases, the reason for I mean why I discuss these cases, to just give you a sense of the kind of data breach can happen, and therefore it is very necessary that some sort of privacy laws should be there. So when since yesterday we have been discussing the crucial role of data and its importance in governance, rather I say e-governance, in the age of AI and ML. So I mean obviously, as it was discussed, the data is the new oil and is created as gold and the new currency driving the economy. Therefore, its management and responsible handling hold utmost importance to protect personal data and ensure individuals' privacy. So when we talk about data, it basically means personal and non-personal data. I assume for this audience, I need not explain what is personal data and non-personal data. But just very briefly, personal data refers to data of an individual which reveals the identity of the individual. For example, his name, blood group, biometric information, etc. While non-personal data can be data which is never related to natural persons, or data which was initially personal data but has been anonymized to ensure that individuals to whom the data relates to cannot be identified. So that's the basic difference between the two types of data. When we talk about privacy and laws, it is more in the context of personal data. So I will speak more on the perspective of this the newly enacted Personal Data Act, which is named Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023. I'll talk about how does it fare in terms of ensuring the privacy of the individual. Several nations have enacted laws to protect the data. As of 2023, close to 160 nations have enacted some form of data protection laws, more or less following the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation. So I have not done a very comprehensive study, comparative study of different nations' data protection law. But if you want to refer, study, there is this Australian academician, Graham Greenleaf. He has done a comprehensive study of close to 160 nations' data protection law. You can refer to that literature. So yesterday Debabrata talked about General Data Protection Regulation. I think he focused mostly on the rights of a data subject. So I'll talk a little more about different pillars of this General Data Protection Regulation, which also India's law also follows. So GDPR has basically it relies on 7 pillars. The first one is lawfulness, fairness, and transparency, meaning personal data shall be processed lawfully, fairly, and in a transparent manner in relation to data subject. Data subject is the person, individual whose data is collected. Who owns the data. Then there is the second principle of purpose limitation, meaning personal data shall be collected for specified, explicit, and legitimate purposes and not further processed in a manner that is incompatible with those purposes. But the third principle is data minimization, which means personal data shall be adequate, relevant, and limited to what is necessary in relation to the purposes for which they are processed. It specifically specifies that data should be taken for the specific purpose, and should not be used beyond that specific purpose. Then the fourth principle is of accuracy. The personal data must be accurate and wherever necessary kept up to date. The fifth principle is storage limitation. The personal data shall be kept in a form which permits identification of data subjects for no longer than is necessary for the purposes for which the personal data are processed. The second last principle is of integrity and confidentiality. The personal data shall be processed in a manner that ensures appropriate security of the personal data, including protection against unauthorized or lawful processing, against and against accidental loss, destruction, or damage using appropriate technical or organizational measures. The last principle is of accountability. Personal data controller must be accountable. Apart from these 7 pillars or principles of GDPR, this regulation also talks about different rights of the data subject, including right to be informed, right to access, right to rectification, right to erasure, right to restrict processing, right to data portability, right not to be subjected to automated decision making, and lastly, right to object. So taking a cue of this General Data Protection Regulation, India also enacted an act called Digital Personal Data Protection Act. So, India's laws was its inspiration from this regulation. It is lenient on several fronts in order to balance protection of personal data as well as promoting technological innovations. So, and it is also stated that the Act gives broad exemptions to government and its different agencies, which ultimately nullifies the very purpose of the Act for which it is enacted. Just to give you a sense of the genealogy of this Act. So way back in 2017, in case Puttaswamy case, a judgment, the Supreme Court of India held right to privacy as a fundamental right. So, and it actually, the right to privacy specifies 2 things, and it was recorded by Justice Chandrachud in his judgment that it puts negative restrictions on the part of the state not to infringe individual privacy. Second, it also puts positive obligations on state to frame laws in order to protect individual privacy. So this actually paves the way for setting up a committee under Justice B.N. Srikrishna to prepare draft report on data protection. Based on the report of the Justice Srikrishna committee, a law was drafted and it was submitted before a joint parliamentary committee. The committee submitted its recommendations and a report giving suggestions to amend close to 80 of them. And apart from that, there were other issues being raised by civil society members and other practitioners. Owing to that, the bill was finally replaced by another bill, and which has now been enacted. So this act, it actually defines what is personal data. It identifies different stakeholders. It specifies rights and duties of individuals. It provides a framework of regulatory mechanism and appellate body to raise grievances, and also penalties in case of any violation of the law and breach of privacy of an individual. So what is personal data as per the Act? So the Act defines personal data, any data about an individual who is identifiable or by in relation to such data. And what is personal data breach? So as per the Act, personal data breach as any authorized processing of personal data or accidental disclosure, acquisition, sharing, use, alteration, destruction, or loss of access to personal data that compromises the confidentiality, integrity, or availability of personal data. The Act also identifies key stakeholders or entities. These are data principal, which means individual to whom the personal data relates to, and where such individual is a child, that include the parents or lawful guardian of such a child, or a person with a disability includes her lawful guardian acting on her behalf. And this is same as data subject under GDPR. Then the second important entity is data fiduciary. A data fiduciary is any person who alone or in conjunction with other persons determines the purpose and means of processing of personal data. And this is same as data controller under GDPR. And the third important entity is data processor. A data processor is any person who processes personal data on behalf of the data fiduciary. And the fourth important entity is consent manager. A consent manager is a person registered with Data Protection Board of India who acts as a single point of contact to enable data principal to give, manage, review, and withdraw her consent through an accessible, transparent, and interoperable platform. Apart from that, there are other stakeholders, including the Data Protection Board of India, who is responsible for seeing the implementation of this act and seeing there is no any violation or breach of personal privacy is happening. it will have the data protection board will have a chairperson and other members who will be appointed by the central government for who will have a tenure of 2 years, and they are eligible for a reappointment as well. Then other important entity is data protection officer. So data protection officer is an individual will be appointed by significant data fiduciary and is responsible to the board of directors of or similar governing body of the significant data fiduciary. And the data protection officer is the point of contact for the grievance redressal mechanism under the provisions of this act. Then who is a significant data fiduciary? So the significant data fiduciary will be any data fiduciary or class of data fiduciaries as may be notified by the central government. Then at last, there will be an appellate body. In this case, the Telecom Disputes Settlement and Appellate Tribunal will be the appellate tribunal to be reached out by any aggrieved person by an order direction made by the Data Protection Board of India. Then this act also specifies different grounds for processing of personal information. So obviously, the consent will be the main ground. So, and that consent must be given freely, that should be specific, informed, and unconditional. Then there are grounds where consent is not required. What are these grounds? So these grounds include where individual is giving his information voluntarily with indication of any indication of that the consent is not given. Then in order to comply with any law or court orders, then there are grounds where where consent is not required includes the government needs that data for subsidies, for ensuring integrity and sovereignty of India and the security of the state. Then in cases of medical emergency and epidemics, so under National Disaster Management Act, that in personal information of people can be accessed, and in that case, no consent will be required as per the act. Then in order to maintain public order, and also, in order to, this act also absolves employer from any loss or liability in order to safeguard the interest of the employer, and which is here also a consent is not required. And this is one of the gray areas of this act. And then there are grounds of exemptions where consent is not required. So, and these include for information enforcement of legal right or claim, for functions of court and bodies with supervisory and regulatory powers, for preventing or investigating of any offenses, for mergers and acquisition transactions which is approved by the court, and then exemptions related to any financial defaults. Then this act also specifies rights and duties of the data principals. So rights more or less, includes what the General Data Protection Regulation also specifies, except that it doesn't talk about the right to portability, meaning you cannot ask a data processor to transfer your data to another data fiduciary. So this is not applicable as per this act. Then it also, this act also puts positive obligations on the part of the data principal, and I think you also agree with that. Any other international statutes, when I haven't come across, where these international laws talks about duties of data principal or data subject as such, and where the penalties also is imposed on data principal or data subject. But this act assumes data principals to have some sort of investigative power. So it also says that specifies the duties for data principals, that the data principal has to comply with the provisions of the law, not to impersonate another person, meaning you cannot mark in proxy for another person, even if this is very much a debatable topic, because suppose someone has elderly parents who are not digital literate. In that case, if someone impersonates for someone else, until unless that is allowed, in which case this case it is not allowed, that will be treated as not following data principal's duties. Then there are grounds where if the data principals fails to provide correct information or submit any false or frivolous information with the data fiduciary or board, in that case also, this act also specifies penalties which range can go up to 10,000 rupees.
Deep, for the sake of time, if you
Sure, this is
Yeah.
not more than that. Then obviously this act also specifies penalties. So there is a fine up to 250 crores on data fiduciary if the data fiduciary fails to comply with this act of this act, failing to ensure the data privacy of the personal data principal, up to 200 crores if in case of failure to intimate occurrence of breach or to the board, Data Protection Board of India or data principal, and in case of failure in obligations to process data of children. And there is a fine of up to 150 crores if additional obligations of significant data fiduciary is not adhered. And as I discussed, there is a fine of up to 10,000 on data principal for not performing duties. And there is a fine of up to 50 crores for breach of any provisions of this act or rules. Then I'll just quickly discuss some of the key concerns that I have, found and some of the work that I've gone through. That some of the key principles that Act, relies on, for example, purpose limitation, data minimization, storage limitation, and accuracy. This Act, is completely not in sync with the different provisions of this law. But it gives wide array of exemptions to government and its different intermediaries to hold information, or you can say perpetuity. So to maintain, under the guise of maintaining public order for safety and security, and to maintain the sovereignty of the country. And this act also, stands in conflict with the rights of the data principal, as I discussed, and it doesn't allow right to data portability, informed consent, and etc. And then this also gives exemptions to startups and obviously to government and its different intermediaries. And at last, it significantly dilutes the Right to Information Act, through which someone can access information which also includes personal information. So remember this, in the previous session, Saran was talking about, he cited example of this Sanjay Saini, where the person accessed data of NREGA, workers and the allocation of funds, and then, try to, ensure some sort of accountability or transparency in the allocation of NREGA funds. Now, now, as per the Act, this sort of data is no longer will be made available to anyone on the pretext of protecting personal, data or privacy of the individual. So this is, you can say, just the tip of the iceberg, of the various concerns which emerges from this Data Protection Act. I think at the end, I just have to say, though there is, it is a welcome step in the sense that at least there is some sort of law, and going forward, it requires a lot of advocacy on the part of, legal fraternity, civil society members, activists, and simultaneously we need some sort of digital literacy to ensure that everyone can access, information, and also there has to be some sort of easier mechanism where someone can easily delete one's information which they don't want no longer available on the digital platform. With this, I stop here and look forward to your. State can do so in the interest of, in the larger interest of public. Yes. Yes, definitely.
No, there is a procedure under IT Act. There is a procedure how it can be done. It's not that anybody can record anything of your report. There is a standard protocol under which they can do it, and that's pretty stringent. Just I think VCP, not less than VCP or VCP can be allowed.
Okay, so yeah. Yeah. Okay. So thank you for the discussion on the legal perspective. So I think we have heard multiple perspectives about basically responsible data centrism, how we can use data more sensibly, and what are the facets, what are the caveats, and we see multiple of them. So, that gives us multiple points to work on further. So the final one, if we can switch to the slides, is basically something I'd like to present, but very briefly, since we almost running out of time, and I think everyone needs some tea and coffee. So the last part is the auditing and regulatory perspective. So as the law at different places are a bit different, and we see now a different perspective coming up. So we know this UAI law, that is the new addition in the arsenal of laws, basically, and the Digital Service Act and the Digital Market Act. These three acts, they are more sensible, and like as we see, like lawyers are making new laws and they are talking with technical people, they are getting more and more sensible regulations. And in these new laws, we see this idea of like auditing algorithms. So basically, like if you want to have a factory, and in that factory you use different types of instruments, you have to have some kind of ISO standards in there, right? Otherwise you cannot like make a factory of chemical things or like things that can harm people. So for that, there's some standardization that has to be there, that audits, that checks these instruments and say like whether they're safe or not, and give them a standardization. So that's what we are trying to do for algorithms. And there are multiple projects in France, in US, in Germany, and I hope like we have started some collaborations here also with ISI, but like we'll see like how it proceeds. We are trying to develop algorithms and systems that can audit algorithms and systems also. And then the further discussion will be like, what are the aspects that we should do? And it will be, obviously, we are not claiming that there will be an algorithm that will, audit the algorithm completely, and there's no need of human. That will be very foolish to say. There will be obviously ethical committees, there will be need of law, because without law, I think, if someone develops a system that is biased, that leaks privacy and induces monopoly, this kind of things, that cannot be stopped. There has to be a law and justice system for that. So I think this kind of discussions, like I started enjoying. So it's not like for long I am doing this. Like last few years I have started doing this kind of discussions, and they're really fruitful and enjoyable. So like, thank you for the discussion. And these are the perspectives we have. If you have any question, please feel free to ask. And if none, like we can, like accelerate our way to the tea, and like, yeah, we can finish the session here. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So, and a big round of applause for the speakers.
I just want to say thanks to everyone. Move on.
Also, thanks to the organizers for this nice event and bringing everyone together here. So a big round of applause.
I also request everyone to please scan the QR code and give us the feedback. It will help us to improve the event from next on in. The QR code will be presented on the screen also.
Your blood, 5 ml blood gives so much information about your father. And 5 ml blood. This is a very interesting question.
Like, so what I know that I don't want to, like, give my privacy, but if my son or grandson wants to give the blood, give the privacy, then it already harms me. So just feel back, labs can fill the samples that are very nice. Yes, and there is some amount is always left. We keep it for, verification, just in case there is an error. And after, so now,